Chapter 751. Female literature. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already understood one thing, that is, no matter what he said, it was useless. A person like Rosen, who was as cunning as a fox and very cruel, would definitely not have a good end if he fell into his hands. But of course, he was unwilling to tell the secret in his heart. After all, it was a secret that belonged to the Fang family. For this secret, the Fang family had been guarding it for generations. Although Fang Yueshan and his father thought that it was just nonsense, they still passed down this secret. 1,000 years was a long time, passed down generation after generation. Even if this treasure itself had no meaning, this secret had its unique value. In the past 3,000 years, perhaps Fang Wuhui had killed too many people, so the Fang family suffered retribution. Their family did not have a first-class genius, and it was precisely because of this reason that the Fang family finally disappeared in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, Rosen was actually able to find him. His means were also very powerful. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly had an unrealistic thought, that is, Su Yan will come to save him. After all, Su Yan said that as long as he did not die, he would definitely protect him. However, he quickly tossed this unrealistic thought aside. He, Fang Yueshan, when did you become so naive? How can such a promise be trusted? What's more, the current Su Yan, even if he wants to save me, he can't. Even if he believed that Su Yan was a man of his words, he knew that Su Yan was injured at this time. When Meng Yang carried him back, Su Yan was unconscious and almost died immediately. How could Su Yan save him in this state? What's more, Wang Baichuan and the others had allowed Luo Sen to take him away without any obstruction. From this, it could be seen that in these people's hearts, Luo Sen was just an insignificant character. He believed that if Su Yan was awake at that time, he would definitely save him. But now that he was kidnapped by Rosen, even if Su Yan woke up, he would probably be too lazy to save him. In a fit of helplessness, Fang Yueshan fell unconscious again. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect had already started searching for Rosen at Su Yan's request. In this battle with the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan had contributed greatly. After he told Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan of his wish, they happily agreed. Then, the two of them made requests to the Taihang Sword faction's Xue Xingchuan and the Blazing Flame sect's Qiu Zifan, and the order was passed down. The disciples of the two great sects immediately began to search for Luo Sen's whereabouts. Very soon, the locations where Luo Sen had appeared and where he might have gone were continuously reported to them. This time, he slept for 3 days and 2 nights. For Su Yan, sleeping was the best way to heal his injuries. The 3 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance at this time, beating peacefully in his body at the same time. This was a good signal. At least at this time, this power was under Su Yan's control. Moreover, after the Godslayer sword entered his body, it didn't cause any disturbances. It was as if it just wanted to find a place to sleep. This made Su Yan feel a lot more at ease. After all, this thing was simply too powerful. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it wanted to change Su Yan's consciousness at this time, it would definitely cause another terrifying battle in his sea of consciousness. Although Su Yan's sea of consciousness had already formed a strange phenomenon, Su Yan was still very wary of this godly sword. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. However, for safety's sake, after he woke up, his divine sense continued to sweep through his sea of consciousness. In the end, he discovered that the Godslayer sword had entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. There, the revered sword soul was quietly existing, and the Godslayer sword was actually next to it. This was a strange scene, but Su Yan didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, the Godslayer sword was now a lord to him. He didn't have the ability to fight against it, so at this time, he could only let it be. However, at this juncture, he discovered something. The seal on Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice seemed to have loosened. It was obvious that these two guys had woken up. However, when Su Yan's divine sense swept through them, they remained in a state of deep sleep. I really didn't expect these two guys to wake up. However, looking at them now, I know that these two guys are definitely up to no good. Su Yan sighed, but he didn't care about these two guys anymore. For the current him, these two guys couldn't pose a threat to him for the time being. There were many things that needed to be prepared for a rainy day, but now was not the time. Since his body was fine, he woke up from this false state of deep sleep. Now, he needed to track down Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yueshan. After all, although the two of them were both disciples of the Devil sect, they were not people of the same world. Rosen was a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, while Fang Yueshan seemed to be just a small fish waiting to die. This analogy was suitable. If the two of them had interacted, then the dragon naturally wouldn't mind eating this small fish. But in fact, the two of them didn't have any interactions at all. However, at this time, the dragon came specially to eat this small fish. There was always a reason behind everything, let alone a person like Lawson. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Rosen must be up to something. Even if it wasn't for Fang Yueshan, Su Yan felt that he needed to know what this guy was doing. After all, he and Rosen were destined to be enemies. If there was a chance, Rosen wouldn't mind killing him. Of course, he was the same. Since they were enemies, it was necessary to know what the enemy was doing. Of course, it would be even better if he could disrupt the enemy's actions. After Su Yan woke up, he immediately sent a message to Feng Yuhai, hoping that he could give him useful information. In fact, Feng Yuhai didn't disappoint him. A disciple of the Taihang sword faction finally saw Rosen carrying a person in the direction of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a dangerous place in the world of the 9 provinces. When that place appeared, there were no clear records in the world of the 9 provinces. Su Yan directly asked Mu Tiansheng, "Sister Mu, do you know if anything big happened there?" Since the Dark Abyss was a forbidden area, why did Rosen go there? There was only one reason, and that was because there was something he wanted there. And this thing might be related to some things in history. Mu Tianqing frowned, and then she said, "It seems that nothing big happened, but if I remember correctly, about 3,000 years ago, there was a small-scale battle there. At that time, King Tai's traitor, Fang Wuhui, directly killed their elder there." Su Yan's eyes lit up. Fang Wuhui. Fang Wuhui, Fang Yueshan, I roughly understand some things, but these are all my guesses. Now, I have to go there immediately. Now, the Oriole was severely injured, and the sea-splitting demonic snake was still in a deep sleep. However, this didn't matter. After all, he was a man with 4 demon pets. Of course, he didn't want to summon another demon pet in front of everyone. After all, it was already an extremely shocking thing for him to have 2 demon pets. If others knew that he had other demon pets, it would make everyone jealous. Although some things had to be known sooner or later, in his subconscious mind, it was better to wait a little longer. Su Yan directly spread his dragon wings and left. At this time, his fire dragon's power had been exhausted, so his wings were covered in black. This was the real devil dragon's wings. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and he directly went to the distance. Meng Yang originally wanted to follow Su Yan, but in the end, he gave up. Because now he was very clear about one thing, and that was that Su Yan's strength was already above his. Now that he followed Su Yan, he might become a burden to Su Yan. He directly went to find the Frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable was barefoot on the deck, basking in the sun. Fighting was a very difficult thing, so after the battle, he naturally wanted to enjoy life. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this time, Meng Yang directly walked over. Then, he said to the Frenzied Blade Venerable, "Let's go, we should leave here." This time, Meng Yang's voice was very calm, and even a little low. The way he spoke made the Frenzied Blade Venerable very uncomfortable. Shouldn't his disciple be a joker? Why was he speaking so low at this time? He was really not used to such a voice. "Meng Yang, you little brat, what did you just say?" He felt that he must have been hallucinating. How could Meng Yang, a born joker, speak like this? I said, we should leave. Leave? Leave for what? He felt that his brain was not enough to understand. Did his disciple go crazy? This was not a good thing. For the rest of his life, he was still counting on his disciple to take care of him when he was old. If his disciple went crazy, what should he do? Meng Yang looked at his master snappily, then suddenly thought, I'm such a joker, and this old man must be closely related to me. Chapter 752. Female literature. This was an extremely dangerous place in the continent. Legend had it that this was the homeland of the underworld race. But later on, the underworld race suddenly disappeared from this world, and this place was cursed by them. Because of the curse, this place was unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Very few people were willing to enter this place, because according to legend, anyone who entered this place would not have a good ending. Most people died inside. And even if they didn't die inside, after coming out, they would contract a strange disease and eventually die. The most famous case was that a paragon had entered this place in the past. In the end, he successfully walked out of the dark abyss alive. When he first came out, he was fine, only slightly injured. But 3 months later, this paragon actually committed suicide. After his death, his body strangely began to turn black, and then began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the curse even more terrifying. After all, that paragon was not someone who had just stepped into the paragon realm. He was a 5 essences paragon. Back then, he had entered the dark abyss to find an opportunity to break through to the 6 essences realm and become a Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Even a 5 essences paragon had died. Who else would have the guts to enter this place? However, Su Yan had looked through some information during the past few days of recuperation. This information was related to Fang Yueshan. No, to be more precise, it was related to Fang Yueshan's ancestor, Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui had directly announced that he had left King Tai, and then began to brandish his butcher's knife to kill King Tai's people. Here, he had completely degenerated into a demon. Fang Yueshan was nothing more than a hoodlum, eating and waiting for death to come. Rosen had absolutely no reason to attack him, so it was obvious that he had done it for Fang Wuhui. For someone as powerful as Fang Wuhui, his methods were definitely extraordinary. Thus, Su Yan believed that even if Fang Wuhui had died, he would have left something behind. Although there were very few records about him, Su Yan could see that he was a person who was very affectionate. He was deeply in love with his wife. He was one of King Tai's most outstanding disciples, and had an incomparably beautiful future. But for the sake of his wife, it was obvious that he was willing to give up everything. It was impossible for such a person not to make arrangements for his descendants. In summary, he must have left something for his descendants in the dark abyss. Lawson didn't know where he got this information from and deduced it. Furthermore, since he had kidnapped Fang Yueshan, it meant that Fang Yueshan was of some use to him. Now, I can only hope that Fang Yueshan is smart enough. However, Fang Yueshan was a smart person. He was very clear about this. That was why he felt that he still had hope to rescue Fang Yueshan. The 9 regions continent was vast and boundless. Even if Su Yan directly flew over with the demonic dragon wings, it would take a lot of time. More importantly, although he had already recovered, he had yet to reach his peak. Although he had defeated Rosen several times, he had to admit that Rosen was a tricky opponent. Moreover, he had the demonic god armor. It was a very powerful armor. After equipping the armor, Lawson's strength would soar. Even if Su Yan's realm had increased again, he did not dare to say that he could defeat him. At this moment, Su Yan began to summon his other powerful demon beast, the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger was the same as the blood-winged flying dragon. They were both powerful demon beasts that were extremely close to sacred beasts. Its strength was stronger than the sea-splitting demonic snake and the yellow sparrow. To put it bluntly, even if the yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake joined forces, they might not be a match for the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Therefore, in the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to summon the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Because they were too powerful. Their existence would strongly stimulate the demon beast blood essence in Su Yan's body. The demon beast blood essence was of great benefit to Su Yan. However, there was always a limit to everything. When the demon beast blood essence was completely stimulated, his strength would reach its peak. And this strength would definitely exceed Su Yan's current limit. If that was the case, then Su Yan would probably have to pay a huge price. Just like this time, when the power of the three hearts was stimulated at the same time and exceeded Su Yan's current limit, it actually allowed Ghostface Su Yan to be born. Su Yan had once killed a version of himself in the evil sword Cold Jade's small world. However, Ghostface Su Yan and the other version of himself at that time were different concepts. The other version of himself at that time was a copy of Su Yan. Their strength was almost the same. However, Ghostface Su Yan was not. Ghostface Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. He could directly kill a venerable, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the conditions for his existence were even more harsh. However, no matter how harsh it was, since he had already appeared once, then he would definitely appear again the next time. Regarding this, Su Yan was very sure. When Su Yan flew to an extremely high place, the double-winged heavenly tiger's body directly appeared. Su Yan's realm continued to increase, which was also beneficial to his demon pet. Of course, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was far above Su Yan's, so Su Yan's realm increase did not benefit it as much as imagined. However, it was finally able to increase its strength a little. One had to know that at the double-winged heavenly tiger's realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. It was indeed very close, or even infinitely close to a holy beast, but perhaps it would never become a holy beast in this lifetime. However, the increase in Su Yan's realm gave it hope. And Su Yan's strength continued to increase, especially after he reached the venerable realm. The increase in strength of the double-winged heavenly tiger would become even more obvious. Su Yan directly landed on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was stronger than Oriole and the others, so it was easier for it to communicate with Su Yan. Powerful master, where do you want to go? The reason why the double-winged heavenly tiger had submitted back then was because of the strength of the God-Slayer sword. If it had not chosen to submit at that time, then it would have died. Under the threat of death, it had no choice but to do so. However, at this time, it did not have that rejection in its heart. After all, not to mention other things, Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly. And as long as Su Yan's strength continued to increase, its realm might continue to increase. This was what it wanted to see the most. Su Yan said, "You should know about the Dark Abyss, right? Let's go there." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, it immediately looked very surprised. Even if it was only a ferocious beast, it also knew how terrifying the Dark Abyss was. After all, it was not only a forbidden area for humans, but also for powerful beasts. In that place, there was an extremely terrifying curse. Not only human powerhouses, but even powerful beasts were the same when they entered. Not many beasts could resist the invasion of this curse. However, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger could not go against Su Yan's will. So at this time, it roared without hesitation and flew directly into the sky. The eternal Dark Abyss had existed for a long time. There were mountains everywhere in that area, but only this place seemed to have collapsed directly. Rumor had it that there was an extremely terrifying curse here. Rumor had it that as long as one stepped into this place, they would embark on the path of death. No one knew how long it had been since anyone dared to take a step into this place. But today, there was actually a guest here. This is the Dark Abyss. This is really an unpleasant place. Hee, back then, your ancestor fell here. He directly killed King Tai's powerhouses and then began to step into the devil's path. Only such a man is worthy of living in this world. Compared to him, you incompetent juniors are really too weak. Rosen ridiculed mercilessly. However, along the way, Fang Yueshan did not speak, not even a sigh. Rosen was not angry because there was no need for it. In the end, he was the victor and he would control everything. Now that he had arrived at this place, it meant that he was even closer to victory. He stood at the intersection of this dark road, feeling the power that floated out from it. This power was really terrifying. He actually felt a sense of trepidation standing here. However, he never believed in the nonsense of curses. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself because he had the Devil God armor. This Devil God armor was bestowed to him by the First Elder. At that time, he had a superstitious worship for the First Elder. However, when the First Elder of Divine Devil Island appeared directly and was about to eat his body, he already knew that the First Elder did not have good intentions towards him. If it was not for the help of the fairy from Divine Devil Island, he was afraid that he would have become a walking corpse by now. From that moment on, he swore that he must become stronger until he could kill the First Elder. He wanted to control the entire limitless demon sect. This was Rosen's ambition. This time, he found that the inheritance of Fang Wuhui could help him, allowing him to achieve his goal faster. As for whether Fang Yueshan would die or not, it was not within his scope of consideration. As long as he could achieve his goal, Fang Yueshan's life and death had nothing to do with him. He was that selfish. However, humans were selfish by nature. Finally, he got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and stepped directly into it. Chapter 753. Female literature, the abyss was filled with faint wails. It was as if a person was about to die. Even Rosen felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. You think you can scare me with this? Rosen was obviously disdainful of these. Right now, he was extremely determined. In order to increase his strength, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had the demon god armor. Once he realized that something was wrong, it would not be difficult. He immediately put on the demon god armor. Even the curse of such a mysterious place would not be able to do anything to him. Rosen walked for a long time with the Fang Yueshan empty. Everything around him was so quiet. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on water. However, at this moment, eyes appeared in the darkness one after another. These eyes stared fixedly at him, as if countless evil spirits were crazily roaring and shouting. It was a terrifying and frightening scene. It was as if they would suddenly appear and tear Rosen's body apart. Rosen was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was sure that he had not seen this kind of creature anywhere else. His eyes were filled with disgust. Due to the appearance of this kind of creature, there was an additional aura that made him very unhappy. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power surged out. When this power appeared, it spread out like a wave. After coming into contact with this wave, those creatures began to die directly. It turned out that it was a mysterious plant. However, this plant actually had its own life. They could move, and there were pairs of eyes at the top of the plant. Moreover, they would emit a foul smell. He quickly killed these plants, but at this moment, the foul smell wafting from the plants made him very unhappy. Rosen had no choice but to speed up. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a long whip, and it lashed at Rosen fiercely. When the long whip was waved, there was an intense sound of the air being torn apart. Rosen could naturally tell at this moment. A cold light surged from his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. Get out of my way. Although he didn't know what it wasn't important. What was important was that he was very unhappy now. The appearance of these damn things made him feel like he was going crazy. Demon God armament. At this moment, the surface of his body began to change. Finally, the Devil God armament appeared on the surface of his body. There was a crimson light in his eyes. Under the gaze of this light, he saw everything clearly. The whip was just another type of plant. On the outside, the plants were just decorations that didn't matter much. However, in this place, these plants possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. How troublesome, he muttered under his breath. Then, He pressed his palm down forcefully. At this moment, an endless amount of power gushed out and turned into endless flames. The flames started to spread in front of him. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed immediately. At this moment, he looked coldly at Fang Yueshan and said, "Humph, do you see that? This is true power. You're simply tarnishing your ancestors' names." Rosen said proudly. In fact, he was qualified to do so. With the help of the devil god armament, his body was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The mysterious power of the fiend god armament was constantly tempering his body. And when this kind of tempering reached the extreme, his strength would undergo another evolution. At that time, his power would be unimaginable. When he thought of his current state, he felt extremely pleased with himself. He was the most powerful person in the world. He would become the dominator. When his power reached a certain level, he would find the divine demon island again and take that woman out. Then, he would make her his wife. However, a person soon appeared in front of him. It was Su Yan. "Humph, this kid, I wonder if he died last time." If it weren't for the fact that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were both present and that he wanted to take Fang Yueshan away, he would definitely have made a move. However, now that he thought about it, it did not matter anymore. It did not matter even if Su Yan was still alive. No, this was even better. After all, he had to take revenge for his humiliation. If Su Yan died just like that, wouldn't he lose some fun? He firmly believed that he would be able to gain enough benefits from this operation. Once he gained benefits, what was Su Yan to him? Such a person was never worthy of being his opponent. The flames continued to move forward. Fang Yueshan's eyes flickered. Although he did not say anything, he had to admit that the guy in front of him did have the qualifications to be arrogant. As expected of an elite of the ghost-killing hall. He even believed that the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was not as strong as Rosen. The strength of the enemy was not a good thing for him. The hope in his heart became more and more uncertain. Rosen was like a king of destruction. Wherever he went, everything would be swept away. His terrifying power disregarded everything and directly tore everything apart. He was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon from the Shura. He continued to move forward, his eyes exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just as he was charging forward, Su Yan and the double-winged sky tiger finally arrived outside the dark abyss. The double-winged sky tiger did not land. He was just floating in the air. His eyes were filled with light. It was an extremely vigilant light. "Master, are we really going to enter? I can feel a very terrifying aura. If we enter, we will die." He directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. Su Yan did not say anything. Of course, he knew that the double-winged sky tiger was not lying. He believed that there was definitely something powerful inside. Even the double-winged sky tiger could not contend against such an existence. However, since he had come here, there was no reason to leave halfway. He directly said, "Double-winged sky tiger, you stay here. I'll go in alone." After a short moment of thought, Su Yan directly made this decision. "No, my master, I'll go in with you. You must understand that your life is our life. If you die, we won't be able to continue living." The double-winged sky tiger's words were very straightforward. This made Su Yan feel somewhat helpless. He naturally understood what the double-winged sky tiger meant. Su Yan might die inside alone. If it followed him, it would at least have a chance to escape. However, Su Yan did not think so. He directly rejected the double-winged sky tiger's opinion and said, "I think you should also sense that the existence inside is powerful beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, if you follow me in, I'm afraid only death will await you. Moreover, you are indeed stronger than me, but your aura is too obvious. In a place like this, the more obvious one's aura is, the more dangerous it is. However, I can completely seal my aura. Moreover, if you are outside, I will have an additional layer of insurance. Therefore, this matter is decided." Su Yan explained and comforted the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger finally agreed. It also knew that Su Yan was right. It was indeed stronger than Su Yan, but at the same time, it would be easier to provoke those powerful existences after entering. After all, the territorial awareness of monster beasts was very strong. If there were any powerful existences in the dark abyss, then the double-winged sky tiger's rash intrusion into their territory would be a provocation to them. At this time, he let out a slight roar of unwillingness and finally gave up his insistence. Although it's outside the dark abyss, you still have to pay attention to your concealment. Don't expose yourself so easily. With that, Su Yan directly stepped into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was a very vast place, so Su Yan did not step into the place where Rosen had entered. Otherwise, Rosen's barbaric path would have brought a lot of convenience to Su Yan. This is really an ominous place. At this moment, a faint radiance began to appear in his eyes. This was his blood dragon pupil and Oriole's eyes of truth. Because the blood dragon pupil had a dragon's soul, it had a special effect. As his strength continued to increase, in the last battle, he directly obtained the Oriole's eyes of truth. These two talents were stacked together, causing Su Yan's eyes to become even more powerful, allowing him to see through even more things. At this moment, a shadow directly appeared in his life. That shadow silently tried to assassinate Su Yan. Of course, this kind of assassination was not in Su Yan's eyes. What surprised him was that this shadow actually had a life of its own. At this moment, he suddenly cried out in alarm. This is a shadow creature. When he was in the Taihang sword faction, he spent a lot of time reading books. There was an ancient record of shadow creatures in an ancient book. These special creatures were not common, but they were very dangerous. A long time ago, shadow creatures were very rampant, but they would not attack ordinary people. Their targets were those with powerful cultivations. Of course, they were like inner demons. They would only appear when powerful cultivators were very weak. It was just that a long time ago, these shadow creatures seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 754. Female literature. As time passed, many people had forgotten about the shadow creatures. Just like how they had forgotten about the evil eye tyrant and the demon race. Humans had always been forgetful creatures. Perhaps it wasn't just humans. All in all, everything would be buried deep in the river of history. Of course, there would always be some people who would remember everything. If Su Yan didn't have the eye of truth, then this shadow creature might be a little troublesome. Unfortunately, Su Yan was now far more powerful than before. His existence was simply the natural nemesis of the shadow creatures. Therefore, even though the shadow creature was incomparably powerful, it couldn't do anything in front of Su Yan at all. The instant the shadow creature approached Su Yan directly attacked. His power surged and swept out, directly strangling the shadow creature to death. I actually encountered a shadow creature here. This is really interesting. I wonder what else exists here. I hope this place will bring me a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's gaze changed, revealing an extremely wise light. After killing the shadow creatures, he went straight into the depths of the abyss. Shadow creatures didn't exist alone, so Su Yan had already killed many shadow creatures along the way. However, the shadow creatures he killed were all terrifyingly weak. In front of Su Yan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, when Su Yan was extremely deep, he finally encountered a powerful opponent. This shadow creature was surrounded by 9 halos. The existence of these halos made this shadow creature look exceptionally powerful. If it wasn't for the Eye of Truth and the Blood Dragon pupil to rely on, Su Yan would have had no choice but to face this creature. It was very powerful. According to Su Yan's estimation, its battle strength had reached the realm of the 8 dragons venerable. Of course, realm didn't represent battle strength. Although many people had reached the same realm, their battle strength was far from being able to keep up. However, the shadow creature in front of him was absolutely the opposite. Its battle strength was above its realm. Moreover, the shadow creature was illusory and real, making it even more powerful. This was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. When the shadow creature approached, Su Yan felt a sense of oppression. That was the powerful pressure of the shadow creatures. This was an existence similar to a negative halo. You're courting death. Facing such an existence, Su Yan would not be polite at all. His scorching sun sword appeared, and a crimson glow appeared within the sword chi. When Su Yan circulated the sword chi, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the scorching sun sword seemed to be different from before. Although the difference was not obvious, as the owner of the sword, he could clearly sense the changes in the sword. The fusion between his sword chi and the scorching sun sword had become even more tacit. This was definitely a good sign. This meant that his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, the corners of his mouth moved, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although the fusion of sword chi had only deepened a little, it also meant that his sword chi would become more unrestrained and his strength would become more stable. Of course, this was not the only benefit. This also meant that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved. Ever since he obtained the scorching sun sword from Ugly Uncle, and then when he had enough strength to use this sword had accompanied him through countless dangers. Moreover, as Su Yan continued to use it, this sword seemed to have begun to evolve on its own. Although the evolution was really slow, Su Yan was very sure that this sword was definitely changing. This was definitely a good sign. Su Yan directly slashed down with his sword. The dense sword slashed down, and a blazing light shone directly. At this moment, the shadow creature directly erupted with another halo. The ring of light appeared between Su Yan and the shadow creature, and actually managed to block the attack. The halo that had suddenly appeared was completely out of place in this environment. This was the first time Su Yan had fought with such a high-level shadow creature, and it was also the first time he had seen such an attack method. Just as Su Yan's strength was about to clash, the halo directly became illusory, and then in the next moment, it actually passed through Su Yan's sword chi and smashed towards Su Yan's body. Interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his scorching sun sword, but he did not want to withdraw his scorching sun sword. The crimson sword chi continued to slash towards the shadow creature. At the same time, he directly raised his other hand, and then forcibly grabbed the halo in his hand. When the halo crashed into Su Yan's hand, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force, as if it was going to directly cut Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's expression turned cold, and he directly shouted coldly, and then suddenly slapped down with a powerful force. At this moment, the halo was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's palm fiercely slapped down, and it was as if a violent wind directly swept up at this moment. The shadow creature was suddenly flipped over. And it was also at that moment that Su Yan's sword abruptly descended. If this sword landed, this shadow creature would be directly cut in half. How powerful was Su Yan's sword, and how fast was its speed? If it was an ordinary person, how could they dodge Su Yan's sword? Unfortunately, Su Yan's opponent now was not an ordinary person, but a strange shadow creature. Just as his sword chi directly descended, the shadow creature actually strangely twisted. Although its twisting speed could no longer keep up with the speed of Su Yan's sword, it still allowed it to directly dodge Su Yan's attack at the most critical moment. Of course, it still paid a price for this sword. One of its arms was directly chopped off. Then, its body suddenly floated backward. It was like a kite floating in the air. Su Yan looked at this guy, and a light burst out in his eyes again. This guy's strength really exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Of course, its survivability shocked Su Yan even more. At such a close distance, it was actually still able to dodge Su Yan's sword. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but this shadow creature did it. This was already an extremely amazing thing. But this was nothing. So what if it did it? It was still destined to die today. Su Yan knew too little about this shadow creature. Now, he could use this opportunity to study this shadow creature. After all, the shadow creatures he killed before were too weak and had no research value. However, this one was clearly much stronger. Only such a guy had value and significance in studying it. At this moment, Su Yan's sword turned, and the Eye of Truth activated, locking on to the shadow creature. The shadow creature seemed to sense it and began to roar restlessly. Then, its severed arm suddenly fluctuated like a wave of light, and in the end, the arm actually grew out. It seemed like it had an immortal body. However, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. Severed arm growing back. Unfortunately, there's absolutely no such thing as an immortal body in this world. So what if your severed arm grows back? You're still going to die today. Su Yan ignored it and slashed at the shadow creature with his sword again. The violent power flickered like a storm. The crimson sword light slashed down, and the shadow creature almost collapsed. In the end, Su Yan swung his sword once more. At the same time, he activated his demonic dragon wings. Now, even the terrifying shadow creature had nowhere to run. Even if it wanted to use its previous distortion skill, it could no longer do so. Through the previous attack, Su Yan had discovered the flaw of the shadow creature's body distortion skill. He could indeed directly change his body structure to deal with a sudden crisis. However, this kind of distortion didn't reach the point of changing at will. As long as Su Yan was fast enough, it was absolutely impossible for the shadow creature to dodge. Of course, nothing was absolute. If this shadow creature was a little stronger, Su Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was a pity that its strength hadn't reached that level yet. If it could really achieve that, the role of the hunter and the prey would have to change. Moreover, this shadow creature had a huge weakness, and that was, although it could be reborn, it had a huge weakness. But it wasn't without a price. Every time its strength was reborn, its strength would weaken a little. From the beginning of the battle with Su Yan until now, it had been reborn at least 7 times. By then, its strength was no match for Su Yan at all. Su Yan could easily crush it. Such an existence naturally couldn't be Su Yan's opponent. Finally, Su Yan slashed out with his sword again. At this time, this shadow creature finally couldn't resist and was directly destroyed by Su Yan's powerful and terrifying strength. This time, it didn't have time to merge into a new body, and Su Yan directly caught it in his hand. It's a life form like this. How strange. Su Yan's divine thoughts swept through this shadow creature. After being directly pinched, this shadow creature turned into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which was full of dense shadow energy. This life form was like a sponge. When this sponge absorbed enough water, it began to expand. Now, it was directly pinched flat by Su Yan and then shrunk. Su Yan directly sealed this shadow creature into the scarlet sword case because he felt that there would be a new relationship between him and this shadow creature. Chapter 755. Female literature. Su Yan and Rosen were both triumphantly advancing on their respective paths. This place was indeed the dark abyss. When they first entered, although it was dark, at least they could see some light. But now, they couldn't even see the slightest bit of light. That's right, this place was completely dark. Such a world made people feel fear in their hearts. At this time, all the terrain had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be walking on the same horizon. Step by step, they moved forward to find their way forward. At this time, Su Yan couldn't see any light even if he activated his true sight. At this time, the two of them stopped here at the same time. Because at this time, a large tomb appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. It was a large tomb. The words inscribed on the tombstone shocked Su Yan and Rosen. Su Yan saw through his true sight, Tomb of Taxing Swords Su Yan. And Rosen saw through his demon god armament, Tomb of Limitless Demon Sect Rosen. They actually saw their own tomb here. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they didn't have the slightest doubt. They were very sure that this was their own anger. It was said that this place was very strange, but they didn't expect it to be strange to this extent. Does it mean that moving forward means death? Su Yan looked at this large tomb. It was impossible to say that he was very calm at this time. No matter who it was, the first reaction to such a situation would be shock. Why would such a thing appear in this place? If this tomb had existed for a long time, did it mean that his death was already destined? However, after a short moment, Su Yan had already thrown away these thoughts, and the fear in his heart had all been thrown away. This was the advantage of discovering his true self, and that was fearlessness. The thoughts in his heart would be thrown away in an instant. Without fear, he could move forward better. If one had fear in their hearts and found it difficult to move forward, then it was very likely that they would die on the way forward. This was what Su Yan got from knowing his true self. If this is fate, then what's the harm in dying here? He smiled freely and walked forward. The tombstone of the great necropolis suddenly opened. It was clearly a door, but it looked like a face that was staring directly at Su Yan. Su Yan no longer cared about these thoughts because he knew that they were all meaningless. He walked straight ahead. Then, his whole body became full of energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the great tomb. On the other side, it was the same for that person. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Su Yan had found himself, which was why he was able to walk without fear. On the other hand, Rosen was different. He was unscrupulous and didn't put anything in his eyes. Without any misgivings, he could do whatever he wanted. As time passed and he gained a deeper understanding of the demon god armament, he became more and more confident in himself. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't put anything in his eyes. At this moment, he was doing what he was doing because of this. At this moment, he directly walked forward. After he passed by, the gigantic tombstone directly shattered. You want to bury me? Then you'll be destroyed first. He arrogantly walked past, and everything was directly shattered by his power. The two of them entered the great tomb at almost the same time. However, they didn't notice that after they entered the great tomb, a faint green smoke appeared. The green smoke followed closely behind them as they entered the cave. As the green smoke floated in, the great tomb became even more eerie. Then, everything started to change. The great tomb seemed to have disappeared from this world. In reality, if one looked closely, they would find that it didn't disappear. Instead, there was a strange spatial ripple. In other words, this place had directly sunk and seemed to have fallen into a chaotic space. Outside the dark abyss, the double-winged celestial tiger's eyes stared straight at this place. At this moment, he became even more uneasy. Because at this moment, he suddenly found that the connection between him and Su Yan had faded. It was as if Su Yan's existence had been directly erased. Of course, he was sure that Su Yan wasn't dead. It's actually spatial turbulence? Su Yan said in surprise. It was actually spatial turbulence that existed here. This was something he never expected. However, now that he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. Firstly, this world was a very unique one. There was nothing strange about the existence of spatial turbulence. Secondly, this place had always been very dangerous. According to the records, almost no one who entered this place could leave unscathed. It could be assumed that these people were lost in the turbulent flow of space, which was why they were like this. Spatial turbulence was actually an even larger and more complicated maze, and it was extremely terrifying. If one didn't have spatial ability, almost everyone would die here. And if one wanted to control spatial ability, they had to be in the Emperor realm. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Su Yan was one of them. His one sword to settle the universe was the most superficial spatial force. Although this kind of spatial force couldn't be considered special, it was enough to give Su Yan a little more confidence here. Su Yan directly established a spatial coordinate in this place. This coordinate could allow him to sense something, and it could almost prevent him from getting lost in this place. While they were talking, Su Yan had already disappeared. That was because he was directly swallowed by the space. He walked forward in the long spatial corridor, but he didn't know where he would go. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was swimming in the sea at this time, but it wasn't. There were no waves here. Although the small whirlpool in the space existed, it was indeed extremely dangerous. If one approached it rashly, it could even directly cut one's body in half. Facing such a situation, even Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly. The bright light almost blinded Su Yan's eyes. This was such a terrifying power that Su Yan couldn't open his eyes. But at this time, he also realized that he seemed to have arrived at his destination. The moment the blue light dissipated, his hair suddenly stood on end, and then a sense of danger directly appeared in his body. Not good. He immediately realized that there was an attack coming at this time. At this time, he felt a chill all over his body. This feeling was extremely bad, but of course, it was very similar to what he felt. Because not long ago, he felt such a change. That was the attack of a shadow creature. There was no sound of the air being torn apart, and there were no signs. It directly launched an attack. Only a shadow creature could do this. Previously, Su Yan thought that the appearance of a shadow creature couldn't be a coincidence, and there shouldn't be only one shadow creature here. However, after he killed the shadow creature that was equivalent to a dragon realm level 8, no other shadow creatures appeared, which made him suspicious. But now, everything seemed to have a good explanation. Because he was only at the periphery, he didn't go deep into this place. Only when he went deep into this place could he discover the real shadow creature. Speaking of which, Su Yan was lucky. If he hadn't captured that powerful shadow creature and studied it, perhaps he wouldn't have been so sensitive to this kind of attack. When this powerful attack came, even if he could discover it, he might not be able to dodge it in time. But now, since he was prepared, he could easily dodge it. The moment the shadow's attack was about to land on his head, he suddenly exploded. Crimson red light filled his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a small moving volcano. The rolling power directly rushed down. In the end, such a powerful and terrifying power exploded, and the shadow was directly torn apart and disappeared. Shadow creatures seemed to be different from the ones outside. The shadow creature outside was in the form of a human, but this shadow creature was in the form of a beast. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. He realized that there were many auras around him, and they were all shadow creatures. It seems that I've entered the home of the shadow creatures. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people entered this place, but almost none of them survived. Normally, even if a venerable one was caught off guard and was directly besieged, one would die right away. At that moment, Su Yan's dragon scales appeared all over his body. His dragon scale armor had an extremely powerful defense. This kind of defense wasn't only able to withstand attacks, but it also had a strong defense against fire and other unnatural forces. It could even defend against shadow attacks. The current dragon scale armor's power was indeed limited. Compared to Rosen's demon god armament, it was indeed much weaker. However, Su Yan firmly believed that as his realm and strength increased, the power of the dragon scale armor would increase again. One day, not to mention other things, the power of the dragon scale armor and the demon god armament would not be impossible. It was even possible that the dragon scale armor could become his own armament, and eventually surpass the demon god armament. At that moment, facing the endless shadow creatures, Su Yan's body immediately burst out with lightning arcs, and powerful energy was directly released from his body. Chapter 756. Female Literature, Rumble of Thunder. It was at this moment that the raging power of thunder burst out. Countless thunderbolts weaved into an extremely terrifying electric net, shrouding everything within. The power that was close to doomsday severed everything in this world. Countless terrifying forces that were drawn into the shadows were torn apart. In terms of yin and yang, the power of the shadow creatures was the power of yin. Although they were powerful and dangerous, they also had their nemesis, which was the power of yang. Whether it was the power of flames or the power of thunder, as long as they were powerful enough, they could easily destroy them. When countless thunderbolts swept across, the shadow creatures were immediately cleared out. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he continued to move forward without hesitation. At this point, the dark path seemed to be no longer as dark as before. The little bit of light also shone brightly at this moment. Su Yan's thunderbolts didn't stop, just like how Rosen started. However, this kind of advancement finally came to a stop because at this time, Su Yan encountered a person. The reason why Su Yan used this word to describe him was because he was very sure that this person wasn't a shadow creature. He had the aura of a human. How could there be a human in such a place? You shouldn't have barged into this place. Before Su Yan could speak, the person's voice sounded. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's just leave it at that. Su Yan's reply was also very calm. Su Yan, don't you see the words there? You will die if you barge into this place. The person suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Yan finally saw his face clearly. If one only looked at the left side of this person's face, this person was an extraordinarily handsome man. But if one looked at the other side of this person's face, they would be shocked to discover that this person's face was extremely terrifying. This was because the other side of this person's face was only left with a gap. This gap looked like a very disgusting worm that was constantly crawling around. Such a terrifying and disgusting scene was really rare. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to bear seeing such a scene. However, Su Yan had long passed this stage. He just looked at the person in front of him. The last 4 words of this guy kept echoing in this space, you will die, you will die. Originally, it was just a simple sentence, but at this time, Su Yan found that under the influence of these 4 words, his body seemed to have become heavy. At this point, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Curse. He had heard that a very long time ago, a powerful heavenly sovereign had safely left this place, but in the end, he still died. At that time, he didn't know why, but now he immediately understood. Back then, he definitely wasn't poisoned. Instead, he was cursed. That terrifying curse was simply too terrifying. These 4 words gradually condensed into a pattern that Su Yan could not understand. Then this pattern directly attached to Su Yan's body, like a poisonous snake that wanted to directly enter Su Yan's body. Even his dragon scale armor was unable to block the power of this rune. It seemed that this curse power could penetrate everything. These 4 words finally directly invaded Su Yan's soul, and then began to attack him tightly. At this time, Su Yan discovered that this strange sword power could actually attack his soul and body at the same time. In this world, there were indeed many very strange things. However, the thing in front of him was still beyond the scope of ordinary cognition. If it was a poison, then it was obviously a curse. However, if it was a curse, then it was not completely so. Su Yan could only be sure of one thing, and that was that the existence of this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. If he could not directly remove this curse at this time, then he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. What made Su Yan feel fortunate was that the person standing in front of him did not directly attack him at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be in even more trouble at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly overflowed with light. That was the golden holy light. The sudden appearance of this light was something that even Su Yan himself did not react to. The moment this golden light appeared, the terrifying light of the curse actually stopped just like that, and could not invade at all. At this time, this light flowed gently and finally turned into the shape of a long sword. That was the Godslayer sword. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly caused the strange power to begin to dissipate. At this time, Su Yan gently exhaled. This was because he was very clear that if it were not for the sudden appearance of the Godslayer sword, he would definitely not be able to resist such power. Now, to a certain extent, he was the Godslayer sword's scabbard, and he was using his own body to nourish the Godslayer sword. However, now it seemed that this was also a good thing. At least because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, his life was saved. In fact, speaking of which, this was not the first time the Godslayer sword saved his life. Many times, he had almost died directly, and it was always the Godslayer sword that saved him. It was like this when he faced the evil sword Cold Jade, and it was also the same when he faced the evil Eye Tyrant in the sea. The Godslayer sword was found in the sword well by Suya, and then Su Yen took it and sealed it in the red sword case. At this time, he suddenly thought of a sentence in his original world: in this world, everything was related to cause and effect. Was it the same between him and the Godslayer sword? Su Yen was not sure if there was really such a connection between the two, but now he was more and more convinced of it. At this time, Su Yen was like a traveler, and he was exploring everything step by step. However, Su Yen also knew that the most important thing now was to deal with this mysterious half-faced man in front of him. Because these 4 words were released from his voice. This man must be a very powerful person, at least in front of him. After a while, the 4 strange curse words disappeared, and the Godslayer sword also disappeared. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a determined light. The Raging Flame sword appeared. The Raging Flame sword's sword chi was unstoppable. Although it could not be compared with the Godslayer sword, the powerful sword chi that erupted when Su Yan activated it was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this time, Su Yan directly turned into a whirlwind, and then slashed at the half-faced man. Su Yan had focused all of his power on this one point. Not to mention, the power of the Scorching Sun sword was incomparably fierce. In order to better deal with this guy, Su Yan had even urged the power of thunder. Su Yan firmly believed that even if this sword could not kill this man, it could at least make him suffer a little. He wanted to see what ability this man had to escape from his pursuit under the impact of such a powerful attack. But at this time, something mysterious and strange happened. Su Yan's sword directly penetrated the man, and the powerful sword chi directly swept out, but the man still stood there quietly, as if all this had no effect on him at all. This is a real illusion. At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. One had to know that although the shadow creatures he killed before were all illusory existences, Su Yan's power could still hurt them. At that time, although they were shadows, they still had real attributes and were related to this world. As long as they were related to this world, they would be directly killed. But the figure in front of him, all his strength could not cause any harm to him. This kind of power could be called terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could not forget the extremely terrifying eyes of this person. He put so much effort into this attack, but in the eyes of this person, it was like a child playing. Su Yan, remember that this is the place of your death. I will wait for you at the end of the darkness. After the man finished speaking, his whole figure suddenly turned back. His pitch-black cloak was constantly moving about. Then his figure completely disappeared. Su Yan stood in place, the aura of the Scorching Sun sword was still activated. At this time, his aura had gradually calmed down, but at this time, Su Yan's heart was absolutely not calm. The guy in front of him was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him was enough to make Su Yan feel incomparable fear. Among the many enemies he had encountered, this guy was definitely one of the most terrifying. Su Yan simply could not describe the feeling he had when he felt his gaze. The only thought in his mind was that it was terrifying. This guy, where did he come from? Also, did he say that he would wait for me at the end of the darkness? He knows my name. These questions suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. Whether it was the tombstone from before or his shout now, it showed that the other party knew his name, but this was clearly the first time he had set foot here. Precognitive ability. Was there really such a thing as precognitive ability in this world? Even if Su Yan had already taken a step on the path of finding his true self, at this time, his heart still could not help but waver. This kind of power was really hard for him to imagine. In the great tomb, a blood-red light directly appeared. That blood-red light seemed to be a curtain that directly extended into the distance. Chapter 757. Female literature, perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Fang Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Fang Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Fang Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Fang Yueshan. That light must have felt Fang Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Fang Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Fang Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha ha. He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Fang Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Fang Yueshan. Damn it! Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Fang Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Fang Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Fang Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way. However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body, and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Fang Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Fang Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan, you can't escape. Ha, I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Fang Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Fang Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Fang Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Fang Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Fang Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Fang Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons, in just a short 15 minutes, Fang Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Fang Yueshan's. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death, Fang Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time, he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Fang Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Fang Yueshan and directly find the thing left behind by Fang Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Fang Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited, and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui. Chapter 758. Female Literature. Fang Yueshan finally arrived at a place under the guidance of Bai Guang. It was a small tower. There was a ray of light shining above the tower. He was brought to the front of the tower just like that. Am I finally here? Fang Yueshan had a complicated expression on his face. As a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he naturally knew some things. How could he not know about the inheritance of the Dark Abyss? However, his ancestor had left behind a message that if possible, he should never go near the Dark Abyss. Fang Wuhui was indeed a powerful venerable sovereign. He was a powerful figure who stood at the peak of the Zhouzhou continent. However, he was definitely not a hero to the Fang family. Only the members of the Fang clan knew about this matter. Therefore, for so many years, the people of the Fang family had always been very ordinary. There were even a few generations where the people of the Fang family were just ordinary people without any cultivation. Fang Yueshan was very smart. His talent was also very strong. That was why he was able to cultivate to this realm. However, even so, after reaching this realm, his cultivation could no longer advance. It was as if there was a barrier that blocked his cultivation and did not allow him to advance at all. It was like a curse. When Fang Yueshan was young, he naturally wanted to enter the Dark Abyss. He needed to know what Fang Wuhui had left behind. Back then, for this moment of his heart, his father directly paid the price with his life. From then on, he knew that the thing that Fang Wuhui had left behind was very unknown. It was not something that people of his level could come into contact with. However, after so many years, he still returned to this place. Fate was so mysterious. It was as if everything was predestined. Gradually, as he looked at the tower, his eyes began to blur. The depths of his eyes began to emit a different kind of light. It seemed to be the light of extreme worship. At this time, he gradually walked forward. Fang Yueshan seemed to be unable to control himself at all. The mysterious force was calling him forward. In a trance, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was not tall, but there was an extremely dignified aura emanating from his body. This aura was so grand that Fang Yueshan was filled with awe. Although Fang Yueshan's consciousness was gradually fading, he clearly knew that this was the most powerful ancestor of the Fang family in all these years, Fang Wuhui. When he was young, Fang Yueshan worshipped his ancestors like a madman. At that time, he even thought of a way to join the Limitless Demon sect because of this worship. If it wasn't for his father's death that changed his mentality and made him choose to muddle along and wait for death, he definitely wouldn't be so unknown right now. However, back then, his father had died because of his ancestor. Back then, he had sworn that for his father's sake, he would absolutely not set foot in this place. But in the end, he still came. He had betrayed his father. His consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he was becoming more and more powerful, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good thing. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This pain was so terrible that it actually broke his trance. At this moment, his consciousness was so clear. The sudden pain made Fang Yueshan sweat profusely. He immediately guessed the reason. After all, he was also a member of the Limitless Demon sect. Rosen, what a good Rosen. He actually planted a corpse-eating bug in my body. Ha ha ha, this damned guy. Huff huff. The intense pain made Fang Yueshan unable to speak completely. However, at that moment, he started to laugh. He didn't go crazy because this sudden pain was exactly what he needed. Rosen, but now, I should thank you. If it wasn't for your corpse-eating bug, I'm afraid that I would have stepped into this tower unknowingly. Ha, like this, I would have become food for my ancestor. That's good, that's good. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that his strength had become even stronger. It seemed that in the next moment, he would directly break through the limit of the dragon realm and directly become a venerable one. Of course, he understood that the reason why he had such strength was not because of how amazing he was. All of this was a gift from his ancestor. It was all because of his ancestor. However, this was definitely not a good thing. This was because he had seen this scene before. His father had walked into this tower in his place. At that time, his father's cultivation hadn't even reached Fang Yuan's level. But after he stepped into this tower, he actually directly became a venerable one. Then, his father was directly eaten. As the saying goes, fatten up before killing. Fang Wuhui summoned his descendant and made him stronger. In the end, he directly swallowed his descendant. Fang Wuhui wanted to be resurrected. This was the method that his ancestor, Fang Wuhui, had set up. Therefore, to the Fang family, this was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a curse. Back then, he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Father, am I going to follow in your footsteps again? Ha, this damned curse, this damned curse. His heart was filled with misery. At this time, he suddenly paused. That's right, it's his aura. With the influx of power, his strength directly increased. His divine thoughts also became extremely terrifying. At this time, he was no longer the weak Fang Yueshan of the past. Now, he had become a venerable one. Moreover, due to the infusion of Fang Wuhui's power, he was also a very powerful venerable one. His divine thoughts became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a person's aura. It was not Rosen, but Su Yan. He suddenly remembered a sentence, as long as Su doesn't die, he'll definitely protect you. Back then, Fang Yueshan actually didn't take this sentence to heart. This was because he understood that the most unreliable thing in this world was a promise. But now, Su Yan had actually appeared here. At this time, he would rather believe that Su Yan had come to fulfill his promise. Ha, he's here, he's really here. Good, good, no matter what, he's my last hope. Huff, huff, fortunately, Rosen and his corpse-eating insects woke me up. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly channeled his power. The corpse-eating insects were indeed very terrifying, but one should not forget that Fang Yueshan had now become a venerable one. The power of a venerable one was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary dragon could imagine. Although the corpse-eating insects had entered his body, it was not impossible for Fang Yueshan, who had become a venerable one. As long as he channeled his power, he could directly refine the corpse-eating insects, but he needed some time. He did not move forward, but sat down cross-legged. Fang Yueshan's expression was solemn. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on his body. This white light finally formed an illusory figure. If one looked carefully, one would find that this illusory figure was so similar to him. That was his divine thought clone. After becoming a venerable one, he had the ability to do so. Of course, this would consume a lot of his divine thought. Ordinary venerable ones would not do such a thing. However, he had no scruples at the moment, or rather, he had to do so. Under such circumstances, if there was one person who could save him, it would be Su Yan. Fang Yueshan decided to bet his life on Su Yan. However, this world was too big and too dangerous. Without guidance, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to come here. No, in other words, there was a high chance that he would die here. This was because through the power passed down by his ancestors and the records in his family, this place was connected to the mysterious shadow world. Back then, the powerful Netherworld clan disappeared overnight, which was also related to shadow creatures. This dark abyss was a place where space was chaotic. If Su Yen directly entered the shadow world, he was very likely to not be able to return. He knew that Su Yen was very strong and was stronger than most of the geniuses he had seen. Even Rosen might not be as strong as Su Yen. Since Su Yen had entered this place today, he had hope. Taking a step back, even if Su Yen came for the treasure, compared to Rosen, he hoped that Su Yen would succeed. At this moment, his divine thought clone immediately went to find Su Yen. He wanted to guide Su Yen here. Now, with the help of the pain caused by the corpse-eating insects, he could stay awake and stand at the entrance of this cave. However, as time passed, the corpse-eating insects would definitely be refined by the Venerable One's enormous power. At that time, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself. Fang Yueshan's worry was not wrong because Su Yen was indeed moving in the direction of the shadow world at this time. The half-faced man's words kept calling out to him. For some reason, although he knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, he had a strong obsession to go forward at this time. At this moment, with every step he took, the ground under his feet changed directly. Space crisscrossed. This was the space promenade. In such a place, no matter who it was, they would lose themselves. Fortunately, Su Yen had a preliminary grasp of the power of space and established a coordinate for himself at the beginning. Even now, he could still sense the existence of this coordinate. As long as he could sense this coordinate, he would not let himself be completely lost. After the half-faced man in black left, it was very quiet along the way, not a single shadow creature appeared. Who is this black-clothed man? Why did I feel a power calling out to me after he left? Chapter 759. Female literature, it was a very strange feeling. He knew that there was endless danger ahead, and it might even lead to death. However, he was so determined to go forward. Su Yen walked all the way, and even he did not know how far he had walked. Finally, Su Yen's footsteps finally stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a broken door. It was a huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. The structure of the door was actually very simple, which was that it was piled up by 3 huge stone pillars. There were many mysterious carvings on the stone pillars. When Su Yan's gaze fell on the carvings, he found that they were actually very attractive. It seemed that the carvings recorded something extremely mysterious. After seeing this, Su Yan's mind unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness swayed gently. At this moment, he woke up. How terrifying! He was truly shaken at this point. The mysterious attraction from before was so terrifying that he did not even have the strength to waver. If it was not for the movement of the green lotus that woke him up in time, he did not know if his soul would have been attracted. However, at this moment, he was also very clear that this door was so extraordinary. Then, there must be something extremely extraordinary hidden behind this door. Moreover, there was something hidden within that made him extremely fearful. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. At this moment, there was a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the door after he stepped through it. Why was his desire so intense? Perhaps it was not just that. He felt that the blood in his body was also boiling. It was the will of the blood itself. At this moment, Su Yen was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to do. What was more frightening was that his body had already reacted at this moment. At this moment, an extremely terrifying head suddenly appeared in the door. The door that was hundreds of meters tall could only accommodate a head underground. How huge was its real body? The skin of the head was drier than the bark of an ancient tree. Su Yen couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. At this moment, the huge head was trying its best to break free from the door. But the door suddenly released a purple light. The purple light was like countless chains that locked him in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the head opened its terrifying mouth, and an aura surged out. The rolling aura directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his left hand. The finger bones of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then a powerful force directly shot out. It was the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone. Compared to the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone was much quieter. Most of the time, he did not move at all. But at this time, he actually began to release his own power. The great heavenly demon master was also an extremely terrifying and powerful existence from ancient times. He, who should have been alive, should have been the most powerful saint venerate in this world. He might have even surpassed this limit. At this moment, even if it was only a finger bone, it would probably have extremely powerful power. At this moment, a black light appeared and directly pierced through everything. The terrifying gale stopped in an instant. At this moment, the power released by the great heavenly devil lord had yet to disappear. Su Yan slowly raised his left hand, and the terrifying destructive light slowly moved with his left hand. In the end, the terrifying head was actually directly cut off by the black light. Finally, the black light flew out of the head, and the terrifying head directly turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Finally, a few words came out of his mouth. Shadow creature, this is actually a shadow creature. Such a terrifying creature was actually a shadow creature. Then, would the shadow world be behind this door? But what was hidden at the end of this world? Why did he desire it so much? Su Yan clearly sensed that whether it was the Buddha's heart or the great demonic dragon's heart, they both desired to go forward. At this moment, he was very hesitant to enter. In fact, Su Yan's heart was filled with an incomparable desire. It was as if everything was urging him, but he knew very well that his power was still too weak in the end. Although he seemed to be all-powerful among the younger generation, it did not matter. However, this didn't matter at all. In a real battle, whether one belonged to the younger generation couldn't determine anything at all. If one was not powerful enough, only death would await one. It was at this moment that his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that behind him, something was rapidly flying towards him. He immediately spread out his divine telekinesis. Su Yan's divine telekinesis power was constantly increasing. As he broke through to the six dragons' boundary, his divine telekinesis became even more massive, and it was even comparable to that of a venerable one. When he circulated his divine telekinesis power, he immediately realized that the thing that was rapidly approaching him was actually a divine telekinesis. It was the divine telekinesis of a venerable one. More importantly, he felt a sense of déjà vu toward this divine telekinesis. If it was not for this feeling, he would have already attacked. After all, no matter what, it was very dangerous for an unfamiliar venerable one to suddenly approach. As the distance closed, he finally recognized it clearly. Fang Yueshan. This was actually Fang Yueshan's divine telekinesis. Su Yan would not have sensed wrongly. This powerful venerable one's divine telekinesis was emitting Fang Yueshan's aura. How is this possible? How can he release such a powerful divine telekinesis? Su Yan could not believe it no matter what. He knew Fang Yueshan very well. To him, Yangming's cultivation was not strong. In fact, he was weak. However, at this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis was transmitted to him. Save me. The content transmitted by Yangming's divine telekinesis was very simple. There were only these two words. Su Yan's eyes immediately shone. This was Fang Yueshan's call for help. At this moment, he directly dispelled the thought of stepping through the door in his heart. That thought was too terrifying. He originally came to save Fang Yueshan, but at this moment, he actually forgot about this matter. This was not because he was irresponsible, but because the temptation of that thought was too strong. For the current Su Yan, he had to stay away from this door. He had to stay away from this place even though he had countless questions in his heart. Let's go. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis turned back, and Su Yan immediately followed closely behind. That divine telekinesis could only transmit a simple thought and lead the way because Fang Yueshan was currently enduring great pain. He had slowly refined the carnivorous insects, so the pain from his body had slowly decreased. However, the source of this pain was definitely not just that. More importantly, it was the pain from the high tower. He was resisting his ancestor. However, his ancestor's power was so strong that no matter how strong his willpower was, he could not stop himself from moving forward. His soul began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was countless times more intense than what he had imagined. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. He always felt that Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he was willing to continue enduring this pain and wait. He was really in so much pain that the connection between him and his divine telekinesis became vague. At this moment, he felt that someone was approaching. Is he here? At this moment, Fang Yueshan opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yan was already in front of him. However, he was disappointed because the person who appeared in front of him was not Su Yan at all. It was the person he did not want to see the most at this moment, Rosen. Rosen looked at Fang Yueshan and said, Fang Yueshan, I said before that you can't escape from my grasp. Now, I'm here. There was an incomparable smugness hidden in these words. Yes, now he was here. Since he's already here, you, Fang Yueshan, have nowhere else to go. That's amazing. You've actually become a venerable master at this time. Rosen was immediately shocked when he saw that Fang Yueshan had actually become a venerable master. This was because this was not a change that he could imagine. He had never seen a person who could achieve such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Countless people would never be able to reach this realm in their lifetime, but he had actually completed such an improvement in a day. He had directly jumped from the early stage of the dragon realm to the venerable master, an entire realm. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. This was the power that Fang Wuhui had left behind. If not, how could he have done this? Fang Yueshan was just a piece of trash in his eyes, but now, this piece of trash could achieve such a huge improvement. Although you've become a venerable master, I can see that you're just flashy. However, this is good too. You don't deserve to have this power. Just give it to me. Rosen was extremely decisive. At this moment, he directly reached out to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Can't wait for Su Yan to arrive. Then even if I die, I won't let Rosen succeed. At this moment, he stood up and stopped resisting that strand of will. He flew directly towards the tower. Right at this moment, a strand of sword energy whistled over, Luo Sen, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 760. Female Literature, Rosen, get out of my way. The sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's eyes surged with an extremely strong murderous intent. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. This guy actually appeared here. This damn guy, he was born to go against him. At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. Su Yan, you damn thing, how dare you appear here? Rosen directly blasted out a punch. This powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. Immediately, a boundless commotion erupted between the two. A terrifying power surged. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, and he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that Su Yan was still a step too late. At this moment, he had no choice but to be attracted by the power from the tower. Fang Yueshan, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Su Yan noticed Fang Yueshan's abnormal state. He did not dare to delay and directly threw out a power, and then suddenly entangled him. At this moment, his spiritual power actually turned into silk threads. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan's control of spiritual power had improved to an extremely high level. However, at this moment, a power directly fell from the tower. This power turned into a crescent, and without any explanation, it was extremely overbearing and directly cut off Su Yan's spiritual power. After Su Yan's fierce power was cut off, he felt as if he was caught off guard. This power was too strong, and he could not compete with it at all. No, not to mention compete, he could not even stand on the edge of it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, "Su Yan, I still have to thank you." At this moment, Fang Yueshan's mood was actually calmer. After all, Fang Yueshan had one more friend who was willing to take risks for him. Fang Yueshan. Su Yan cried out in alarm. Judging from Fang Yueshan's last words, this was clearly a dangerous place. Since he had entered this place, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. In the end, he was unable to save Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly fell on Rosen, and it just so happened that Rosen's eyes were filled with anger also looking at Su Yan. "It's all your fault." These words came out of their mouths almost at the same time. If it was not for Rosen, then Su Yan might have been able to save him in time, and Fang Yueshan would not have to enter this place. In Rosen's view, if it was not for Su Yan's last sword chi, he could have directly captured Fang Yueshan and made him his own. Now, Fang Yueshan had already entered this tower, so for the two of them, everything was too late. Because whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they were actually unable to enter this tower. "Su Yan, you really are a meddlesome guy. You repeatedly came to ruin my plans. Last time, I was not lucky enough to spare your life on the ship. Today, I will directly kill you. I want to see if you still have the ability to interfere in my business." Su Yan's eyes were also filled with anger. He had promised Fang Yueshan that he would protect his life, but in the end, he was unable to do so. This was all because of Rosen. This guy who came from the limitless demon sect's ghost-killing hall was truly unforgivable. "Rosen, people like you should not live in this world. As long as you live, more people will die because of you." At this moment, Su Yan was truly furious. If it was not for Rosen, then Fang Yueshan might not have met with such a mishap. This Rosen had his own ambitions. If he continued to act recklessly, then there would definitely be a flaw in everything. Last time, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were harassed by a perverted dwarf, and the perverted dwarf was under Rosen's command. No matter which world it was, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. In order to prevent future troubles, the only way was to kill the source directly. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them had the intention to kill the other party. "Su Yan, you and I have fought a few times, and you have always won. I admit this. I, Rosen, am not someone who can't afford to lose. However, you have to know that there is no one in this world who can win forever. From today onwards, you will definitely be the loser." His gaze was burning as he stared straight at Su Yan. In fact, there was nothing much to say. The two of them were mortal enemies, and at this moment, there was a new reason to fight. The battle was a matter of course. At this moment, there was no need for the two of them to test each other's strength. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them used their full strength. Su Yan's sword light directly rushed out. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging all over. Previously, Su Yan had suffered a strong impact from the door that seemed to penetrate the world. That terrifying aura had forced Su Yan to almost lose control of himself. At this moment, he had a strong desire. At this time, all of this directly turned into a desire to kill. His killing intent was soaring. At this time, Rosen's demon god armament had evolved again. His power was already very strong, and after the evolution, the power he could exert was even more terrifying. The first collision between the two of them directly ignited an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Such a powerful force directly spread out in this world. This obscure and dark world was surging with extremely terrifying energy ripples at this moment. The powerful force continued to push forward, as if it was going to destroy everything. However, this tower was, after all, a very terrifying existence. Needless to say, the power of the two of them was very strong. However, such violent energy was unable to penetrate the energy defense of this tower. Rosen knew that the key to Fang Wuhui's inheritance lay in this tower, but he could not enter it now. Of course, he had his own unique skill to forcibly break through the defense of this tower, but now there was a person who was blocking him, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan's existence made him unable to break through with peace of mind. Therefore, this matter ultimately came back to the original point, which was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, his eyes flickered. As his eyes flickered, the devil god armament actually glowed with a brilliant radiance. This was a new change in the demon god armament. Before this, the demon god armament was already very powerful, but it had not produced such a change. However, at this time, such a change appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt a wave of pressure. Humph, Su Yan, compared to before, I have become much stronger. This time, I will definitely kill you here. His voice was so cold, and his aura was so strong that it was terrifying. However, at this time, the sword light in Su Yan's hand changed, and a powerful sword skill burst out again. This time, he used the deity vanquishing sword. This terrifying sword possessed the most terrifying destructive power. If Su Yan's realm was high enough and his power was strong enough, he could destroy anything. Back when the great heavenly demon lord was still alive, his deity vanquishing sword was so terrifying that it was almost unstoppable. In this world, no one could block its edge. Su Yan naturally could not use the deity vanquishing sword to such an extent now, but his power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Kai's strength was reversed, and the dense sword Qi directly suppressed Luo Sen's demon god armament, directly blocking the attack from Luo Sen's demon god armament. It was a tie. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Su Yan was still fine, but at this time, Rosen's expression changed. In fact, Luo Sen had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the battle between the two of them. This was because in the previous exchanges, Su Yan had always had the upper hand. No, it should be said that Su Yan had always won every battle. As for Luo Sen's previous failure, it would become a shadow that would follow him in his heart. Rosen was able to cultivate to such a level, so naturally, he was a determined person. However, being determined in his heart did not mean that he could abandon everything. In this world, who could really abandon everything in the past? Perhaps even a saint could not. However, a saint's realm was very strong, and their thoughts were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen was not a saint, so he naturally could not do it. Therefore, the pressure in his heart would accumulate in his heart every time. He was still brave and fearless, but as long as this thought existed, it would be his disadvantage. Just like now, this disadvantage was directly displayed. If he had gained the upper hand in the first exchange, it would have been fine. However, the result of this exchange was a tie. After the previous failure, in order to obtain greater strength, he had put in a lot of effort to improve himself. He endured the excruciating pain so that his body could better adapt to the devil god armament. He had put himself in countless dangerous situations so that he could achieve a breakthrough between life and death. However, the result of this battle was a tie. This was something that he could not accept. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was a powerful warrior and deeply understood that if he had any distracting thoughts during a battle, he would have already lost half the battle. He roared angrily, and then his strength began to surge crazily. Although the previous battle was not a test, it was only the beginning. Next, it was time to force out his own potential. Putting aside the grudges between the two of them, such an intense battle would allow the two of them to walk down the path of becoming a powerhouse even more smoothly. Mad God's heart, endless burning. At this moment, Rosen roared angrily. He roared angrily because he wanted to use this anger to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the demon god armament on his body suddenly began to shine. It was an extremely intense flame. It was different from the bright red of ordinary flames. This flame was actually golden. Chapter 761. Female literature, that was the purest gold. According to legend, the power of gold only belonged to the gods. The origin of this demon god armament was extraordinary. When the first elder of the ghost-killing hall bestowed this demon god armament to Rosen, he had spent all his energy to forge this divine weapon. However, as Rosen became more and more compatible with this demon god armament, he began to doubt the first elder's words. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably not forged by the first elder, because if he was really powerful to such an extent, he would have already become a supreme god. This demon god armament possessed an extremely mysterious and powerful power. Now, Rosen firmly believed that as long as he could master this power, he would become a god. At this time, he had already merged his cultivation will into it. At this moment, he was pursuing an all-round fusion between himself and this sword. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to make this demon god armament a part of his body. This demon god armament not only had an extremely powerful defensive power, but it could also help its owner directly increase his strength. It also had other unimaginable abilities. And this mad god's heart was an extremely heaven-defying skill that he had recently discovered. When the heart of the mad god was activated, his blood would be completely activated. It was as if his blood had been ignited. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. At this time, his strength would directly increase. Moreover, with the demon god armament's enhancement, this kind of increase was even more powerful than crossing a realm. At this moment, Su Yen directly discovered that Rosen's body in front of him had begun to expand, and his entire body was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. At this time, he was simply a battle puppet. Even though there was a distance between them, Su Yen could still feel such a powerful pressure from his body. Although Su Yen had defeated him many times, he had to admit that this guy was indeed an extremely difficult and terrifying opponent. If Su Yen could not kill such a person, he would definitely become a huge problem for him in the future. This time, he was even more determined to kill Rosen. Since Lawson had already started to show his true strength, he naturally couldn't let himself be tied down. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed across his eyes. A powerful aura filled his entire body. At this time, Su Yen suddenly froze because he suddenly realized that his three hearts had started beating at the same time. Although it was very faint, he keenly sensed that the three hearts were beating at the same frequency. He would never forget this feeling. At that time, when he was fighting against the Venerable One, the pressure he endured had reached its limit, causing these three hearts to awaken. When the three hearts beat in unison, the terrifying demonic face descended. Compared to the Godslayer sword that slept in his body and used his body as a scabbard, Su Yen was actually more fearful of Grimace. Until now, he still could not fully explain why Ghostface Su Yen was born. He could only guess that it was related to his three hearts. The three hearts were clearly not related to each other, so he still had no idea why Grimace would be awakened when they beat at the same time. At this moment, although the three hearts were only slightly vibrating at the same time, it still caused Su Yan's power to stagnate a little. In the midst of a battle between two powerhouses, such a move was no different from courting death. Naturally, a powerhouse like Rosen would not let go of a mistake like Su Yan. At this moment, he directly launched his attack. The violent power was like a whirlwind that directly charged towards Su Yan. The powerful power kept rolling as if it was raining fire from the sky that wanted to destroy the world. At this moment, Rosen was so terrifying, and the demon god armament became even more frenzied under his control. Vaguely, there was even the sound of breathing coming from the demon god armament. At this moment, Su Yan could only passively fight. He already knew that things were not going well the moment he stopped his power. However, there was nothing he could do about it because he was really afraid of Grimace. Su Yan had a hunch that if the frequency of Grimace's appearance increased, it was very likely that Grimace would replace him. This was definitely not something that Su Yan wanted to see happen. Before he could find a good way to truly suppress Grimace or even destroy Grimace, he did not want this monster to appear again. even if this monster could help him get rid of Rosen as soon as it appeared. Humph, Su Yan, it seems like you've really gotten carried away with the previous fight. You actually dared to be distracted while fighting me. You're simply courting death. Rosen was filled with rage towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still behaving like this when they were fighting, which made him even more furious. However, he was secretly delighted in his heart because Su Yan's absent-mindedness had given him an opportunity. One had to know that in a battle of this level, even the slightest mistake could affect the entire battle. Now that Su Yan was at a disadvantage in the battle, it meant that he would be in a passive position in the following battle. It would be extremely difficult for him to turn the situation around. Su Yan clearly understood this point, but he could only think of ways to stabilize himself at this moment. As the saying went, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. If he tried to forcefully turn the situation around at this moment, he would definitely pay the price. He was not afraid that Rosen would hurt him, but he was afraid that he would awaken the demon in his heart. Therefore, he would definitely not act rashly at this moment. If he wanted to obtain the final victory, he could only seek stability. Otherwise, even if he killed Rosen, what was the point of summoning Ghostface and making him disappear from this world? Ha ha ha, Su Yan, you're at your limit now, aren't you? Your power is limited at the end of the day, so what's the point no matter how great your talent is? Everything is illusory in front of my great power. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. As the saying went, like a wolf in a mountain, proud and arrogant. At this moment, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew that Rosen kept talking in an attempt to anger him to the extreme. Once he was truly angered by Yangming's words and lost his rationality, it would definitely not be a good thing. If that happened, he would be directly swallowed by the violent power. Therefore, no matter what Rosen said, he only pretended not to hear it. Moreover, in this world, nothing could be solved with words. Only the voice of the true victor was meaningful. Therefore, before he became the victor, any words he said were nonsense. That was Su Yan's understanding. As time passed, the battle between the two slowly entered a new stage. The power of the demon god armament was truly terrifying, and the violent power even caused Su Yan to suffer many injuries. However, that was not enough because the power could not directly get rid of Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not suffer any fundamental damage, he would have a chance to turn the tables and win. As time passed, Rosen became angrier and angrier. It was clear that victory was right in front of him. However, the more it was so, the more he could not defeat Su Yan. He was only missing one last chance, but no matter how hard he tried, that last chance did not appear. He had begun to become irritable. Most of the time, there were some things that he could not control. Just like now, he knew that his emotions were very wrong. He also knew that if this continued, not only would he not be able to kill Su Yan directly, but he might even be turned around by Su Yan and lose the initiative in the end. However, at this time, his anger had gradually increased. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan suddenly showed a smile because at this time, his aura had gradually stabilized. The reason why he had to endure such a violent attack and even suffered so many injuries was because he had to focus on stabilizing his aura. He was very clear that if he could not stabilize his aura, he would lose. He would not lose to Rosen, but to himself. And now, his tactic finally had an important effect. At this time, his aura gradually calmed down. The faint resonance between the heart of the great demonic dragon, the heart of the demon god, and the Buddha's heart finally began to dissipate. As long as this kind of connection really dissipated, he could use his power as he pleased. As long as it did not exceed that critical point, he did not need to worry about the ghost face reappearing. At that time, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Many times in a battle, one could not rely on blindly advancing. Instead, one needed to rely on continuous detours. This was Su Yan's method at this time. "Why, Rosen, are you angry that you can't kill me?" Su Yan asked directly. Such an ordinary question was actually nothing, but at this time, this simple question was a fuse that directly ignited Rosen's anger. However, at this time, Rosen was so angry that he laughed, and there was even a hint of pride in his smile. He said directly, Su Yan, do you know that you have done something wrong? You shouldn't have made me angry. At this moment, endless anger directly soared to the sky. Chapter 762. Female literature. The heart of the mad god was a terrifying skill hidden in the demon god armament. When this skill was activated, the blood of the owner of the demon god armament would be ignited. In such a state, as the owner, he had a fatal weakness, which was that it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Therefore, in the battle with Su Yan, Rosen became more and more impatient. However, there were pros and cons to this. There was no need to talk about the cons. What was mentioned earlier was the cons. However, the advantage was the powerful strength it brought. With the support of such a violent aura, his strength would be even more powerful. Because of anger, he would go crazy. The angrier he was, the more powerful his strength would be, and there was no limit to his strength. At this moment, Rosen was like this. Under the state of the heart of the mad god, his aura was like a huge wave that kept sweeping. Such a powerful and terrifying power, even Su Yan felt that it would be tricky to deal with at this moment. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although it was troublesome, it was not hopeless. At this moment, he had already dealt with his own problems. As the saying goes, one must first settle the internal problems before dealing with external problems. Now that he had settled the internal problems, it was time to go all out. What a powerful strength. In that case, let's have a good fight. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and then a powerful force surged out. Powerful dragon energy overflowed. 6 streams of dragon chi, each of which carried the power of lightning. Under the contrast of lightning, the dragon energy became even more terrifying and violent. At this moment, this world of nothingness seemed to be attracted by his strength. Although this was only an illusion, it was already terrifying enough. At least at this moment, Su Yan's aura was already on par with Rosen's strength. Kill! Rosen said straightforwardly. He charged directly at Su Yan. This time, he was so determined to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan didn't stop either. Instead, he simply charged towards him. The two immediately launched a decisive battle in the tower. The power of the two swept out like a gale. As the power of the two flowed, everything seemed to be hidden. However, at this time, both Rosen and Su Yan were too engrossed in each other's battle. They did not notice that at this time, the tower had changed. The walls of the tower were filled with cracks, but these cracks were so small that it was almost impossible to notice them. Of course, if the two of them weren't immersed in their battle right now, they would definitely notice the change at this moment. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. The battle between the two did not stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Around the two of them, there were terrifying whirlwinds, fierce flames, and violent thunderbolts constantly appearing. In terms of strength alone, Rosen had the advantage. His demon god armament was indeed powerful, and from the very beginning, his thoughts were very simple and firm, which was to revolve around the demon god armament. Because of this, his power at this time was so overbearing and full of extremely strong offensive power. At this time, there were countless lights flickering in his eyes. This was a light of destruction. Under the siege of the demon god armament, his body began to gradually deform. Su Yan. After another move, he directly shouted at Su Yan, Su Yan, I know that you have also reached your limit. In this case, stop playing around. Let's fight to the end. I will let you know that you are actually nothing. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash. At that moment, his power began to surge wildly. That was because his power was simply too great. Behind him, a strange vortex of power even appeared. The moment this power vortex appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. Just as he said, the battle would eventually end. At this time, he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, his support for the demon god armament had finally reached its limit. Therefore, he wanted to directly determine the winner with the final blow. Moreover, he also felt that it was not only him. At this time, Su Yan also felt the same. He had also reached his limit. Since this was the case, he would directly determine the winner at the last moment. In the face of Rosen's challenge, Su Yan did not retreat or dodge this time. His expression was so solemn. Rosen had used all his strength in this attack, and so did he. After all, Rosen was not an ordinary enemy. His power was really terrifying. With the help of the demon god armament, his strength was simply unimaginable. Among the younger generation, besides the mysterious Duan Mulonghu, he posed the greatest threat to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to shine with golden light. Golden power, that was the domain of God. The reason why Rosen could use this power was because of the demon god armament. However, Su Yan also used it at this time. Rosen tried hard to calm himself down, but he was still filled with fear and respect for this power. He knew that he had to circulate all of his strength in order to block such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, he would most likely die here. Therefore, he made himself ignore the fact that Su Yan had used the golden power. It was just that he did not know that what Su Yan was circulating was not the legendary divine power at all. It was the regal sword aura. At this moment, the competition of power between him and Rosen had reached an extremely terrifying stage. At this time, he did not dare to use his other powers. This was because it concerned the three hearts in his body. Back then, he had introduced the demon god's heart into his body to maintain the balance. After the demon god's heart entered his body, it had indeed made his heart reach the state of a tripartite balance. However, it was a pity that at this moment, for some reason, when these three powers reached a certain limit, they actually reached a strange balance. In the end, this terrifying thing, the ghost face, was produced. This made the current Su Yan not dare to use this power at all. At this time, he could only rely on the power of the Regal Sword Codex. Back then, Su Yan had cultivated the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture. The Great Sun Sword aura and the Scorching Sun Sword complemented each other, and under the coordination of each other, they had an extremely powerful power. However, as time passed, Su Yan's Regal Sword Codex became more and more mature. At this time, the Regal Sword aura actually directly swallowed the Great Sun-colored glaze sword aura and merged into one. Even the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture's circulation path had been assimilated by the Regal Sword Codex. However, Su Yan did not feel that it was a pity because although the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture was powerful, it was not his foundation. Su Yan's true foundation, his true trump card, was the Regal Sword Codex. To put it bluntly, he could abandon all other powers in this world. Regardless of whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the great sky demon lord, or even the power of the Buddha, he could abandon all of them. However, the Regal Sword Codex was the only power he would not abandon. After all, this was his foundation. It was the foundation of his resurrection in this world. The situation with these three hearts made Su Yan no longer use this power. Therefore, he used the Regal Sword Codex at the moment. Regal Sun-shattering cleave. The sword aura kept spiraling and the endless sword aura formed a scorching sun. The appearance of this scorching sun blocked Rosen's terrifying attack. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes released a cold light. Shatter. At that moment, his sword chi surged, and that huge blazing sun shattered right away. The strongest attack of the Regal Sun-shattering cleave was this attack. Ah! Rosen let out a howl that was even more terrifying than a wild beast's howl. It was obvious that he was enduring incomparable pain at this moment. However, even so, he did not think of retreating at all. Damn it, Su Yan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He kept howling and urging his power with all his might. This was his last attack. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the two people gradually started to come to an end. Rosen was filled with unwillingness. A draw? A draw? Why is this happening? I used all my power and did not hesitate to burn my own blood, but it is still a draw. A draw? No, it can't be. Daybreak Sword. Su Yan's voice was a little weak, but the sword aura in this void had become even more powerful and terrifying. The scorching sun shattered, but it was not over yet. As long as the light did not completely dissipate, there was still dawn. After despair, the Daybreak Sword was the most terrifying. The appearance of this sword was shocking in this world. The sword aura filled the sky and everything began to wither. This sword was so domineering that it could destroy everything. Rosen's eyes were filled with despair. He lost. This time, he still lost. Gradually, a gray shadow began to appear in his heart. That shadow was like a tentacle that directly wrapped around him. Rosen, die. Su Yan urged the last of the regal sword chi and was ready to kill this enemy. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. At this critical moment, the tower directly erupted with an extremely terrifying and even shocking power. The power condensed and formed a peerless storm. Su Yan and Rosen were directly involved in this storm at this moment and could not control their bodies at all. The storm continued to sweep and actually directly pulled the two of them toward the tower. At this moment, the crack on the tower also directly flashed with light. Chapter 763. Female Literature. The appearance of this crack was as if the void had been torn apart. Su Yan and Rosen were both sucked into the crack at the same time. The whirlwind was still going on, but at this moment, a figure slowly appeared. This gale was so terrifying, but he was still as steady as a mountain. Such a violent power could not affect him in the slightest. If Su Yan had not been swept in, he would have realized that this person was Duan Mulonghu, the person he feared the most. Su Yan was able to find this place in the endless darkness because of the guidance of Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone. Rosen was able to come here because he had planted a corpse-eating bug on Fang Yueshan. Both of them had come here in search of Fang Yueshan's tracks. However, this Duan Mulonghu appeared here out of thin air. His appearance showed how powerful he was. He looked at the tall tower and the terrifying whirlwind, then said, "This was really a wonderful battle, but it's a pity." After saying this, he did not speak anymore. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. He flew directly towards the tower and disappeared after a short while. This tall tower was extremely mysterious. It was something left behind a long time ago, and it was related to Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui was a peak Dizun master. Even in the long river of history, such a person could be ranked as one of the top figures. If this was his graveyard, then it was definitely not a simple place. How could the tomb of a Dizun be a simple place? It might even be a dangerous place in the world. Of course, there was one thing that could not be wrong, and that was that the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. That was why Rosen came here by all means. He wanted to seize Fang Wuhui's inheritance. That person back then was known as Great Emperor Wu Hui. At first, he was awe-inspiring and hated evil, but in the end, he became the person he did not want to become the most. Regardless of right or wrong, there was one thing that could not be false, and that was his strength. If he could obtain his inheritance, then Rosen's strength would definitely increase. Moreover, this increase would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, his plan was indeed very good, but in the end, it was still disrupted by Su Yan. What he did not expect was that even if Su Yan did not appear, he would not be so successful, because Duan Mulonghu had come. To Rosen, the name Duan Mulonghu was very unfamiliar. Perhaps he had read this name in ancient records, but it was more likely that he knew nothing about him. After all, when the demon sect's Hydralisk sent to bring Duan Mulonghu back, it was very secretive. This kind of thing was not known to anyone in the limitless demon sect. Moreover, even if Rosen knew about Duan Mulonghu, he would not put him in his eyes. Because his current strength had increased too quickly, his confidence had also increased too quickly. Although he was not arrogant, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. Duan Mulonghu, on the other hand, was very good at hiding himself and becoming an ordinary person. However, Su Yan was sure that if Rosen and Duan Mulonghu fought, the one who would lose would definitely be Duan Mulonghu. Whether it was Rosen or Duan Mulonghu, they were both Su Yan's greatest enemies. Therefore, when he was free, Su Yan had done some calculations. However, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that Rosen was defeated. Although he had not been in contact with Duan Mulonghu for a long time, and his strength had increased extremely quickly. However, Su Yan still regarded this person who was resurrected from the ancient times as his greatest enemy. A powerful enemy, no matter how much one overestimated it, would not be excessive. Let alone Duan Mulonghu. For example, at this moment, Su Yan never thought that the enemy he cared about the most would actually follow him in the dark. It was as if the enemy had directly appeared behind him. At this time, Su Yan and Rosen were both involved in the tower at the same time. Right now, he was not aware that his enemy had arrived, and was unable to do anything to deal with the appearance of this enemy. The storm around the tower finally calmed down. Everything stopped. The surroundings were so peaceful. However, at this time, a pair of eyes directly appeared behind the tower. It was like a pair of eagle eyes, but this pair of eagle eyes had been magnified countless times. Under the gaze of such radiance, everything seemed so deep and profound. That kind of indescribable feeling was simply incomparably shocking. Inside the tower, everything was so quiet that it was frightening. This place was not filled with darkness. On the contrary, there was an extremely quiet blue light. This light was quietly jumping, and it seemed so peaceful. Su Yan and Rosen were floating in the air at this time. There was no power supporting them. At this time, they were floating in the air. Such a strange scene was truly frightening. Moreover, at this time, there was a pair of eyes staring straight at them. This pair of eyes was naturally not as big as the eyes outside, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that this pair of eyes seemed to be a pair of eagle eyes. Of course, to say that it was an eagle eyes was only because of its pupils. In fact, Su Yan and Rosen knew the owner of this pair of eyes. That was Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan was holding his chin with his palm. His expression was very calm, and he did not move at all. He only quietly looked at the two people in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, he was not doing anything at this time. The only thing he was doing was waiting for the two people to wake up. At this time, a third person appeared. It was naturally Duan Mulonghu. When he entered this place, he noticed these three strange people. Interesting. He smiled lightly, then his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. He, this is really interesting. How should I address you? Should I call you Fang Yueshan or Emperor Wu Hui? Duan Mulonghu asked directly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately broke the silence of this dark space. His voice was like endless waves that directly spread in this place, and ripples spread out into the distance. At this time, Fang Yueshan finally raised his head, and his gaze fell on the person who suddenly appeared. Son of the Demon. Outside of a few very special people in the Limitless Demon sect, ordinary people did not know that the Son of the Demon was special. It was not only because of their identity and status, but also because they would obtain the demon origin mark. Of course, this demon origin was not a demon, but a type of demonic nature, a type of demon mark. This type of demon mark was extremely deep, and ordinary people would have a hard time finding it, let alone sensing it out of thin air. However, the person in front of him was able to see through it, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. Thus, he was not Fang Yueshan, but Fang Wuhui. Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, Haha, it really is you, Emperor Wu Hui. I must first congratulate you for your rebirth. Duan Mulonghu was already extremely handsome, and at this time, his sunlight could be said to be very bright. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the light in the night. However, Fang Yueshan, no, to be more precise, Fang Wuhui, did not care about his compliments at all. At his level, how could he let his guard down just because of a few words from the other party? At this moment, his eyes were somewhat sluggish. At this moment, his state was very strange. However, at this time, the thick aura emitted from his body could not be concealed. At this moment, he was even more powerful than before. At this moment, he was almost an extremely powerful legendary venerable. Son of the demon, why are you here? Fang Yueshan asked, but at this time, Fang Yueshan's voice was no longer the same as before. It was even louder. No, there is a problem with your life. You are not from this era. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. A ray of light directly shot out from his eyes towards Duan Mulonghu. Duan Mulonghu smiled faintly. Then, he pointed his palm and a power suddenly appeared. This power blocked in front of him and blocked the ray of light. That ray of light was very powerful, but he was able to block it so easily. Fang Yueshan, no, he should be called Fang Wuhui, because at this moment, Fang Wuhui was clearly controlling this body. This is not your own power. At least, it is not your current power. You are indeed strange. When Fang Wuhui spoke, his voice was calm. Clearly, after the initial shock, he had already suppressed this emotion. Emperor Wu Hui, actually, we are the same person. Ha, my name is Duan Mulonghu, and I should be considered your junior. However, you and I are the same. Neither of us should be living in this world. However, we are now alive again. Duan Mulonghu chuckled and continued, however, I am different from you. The current you should not have been truly resurrected, but I have. When he said this, his entire body was filled with an extremely domineering aura. However, at this time, Fang Wuhui said, truly resurrected? Ha! After saying this, he did not speak anymore. Instead, his gaze calmed down. Then, he looked at Su Yan and Rosen. My two friends, since you are awake, there is no need to pretend to be asleep. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of oppression. Following his words, Duan Mulonghu immediately attacked. Two attacks flew towards Su Yan and Rosen. Almost instantly, Rosen and Su Yan opened their eyes and retreated to the side. Su Yan and Rosen dodged the attack. Then, their gazes alternated between Duan Mulonghu and Fang Wuhui. At this time, Su Yan spoke first, long time no see, Duan Mulonghu. Chapter 764. Female Literature, Long Time No See, Duan Mulonghu. Speaking of which, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. At this moment, he was looking at Su Yan with a smile. Just like a long time ago, he was smiling calmly and calmly. Su Yan would not be numbed by his kind smile. In his heart, he had always been extremely wary of this person in front of him. And at this time, he had actually appeared in the dark abyss. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Rosen suddenly spoke, who are you? The move you just used was the limitless demon sex method, and it was the almost lost 9 hell demon slaying sword. Rosen was very clear about the inheritance of the demon sect. He could clearly see that this guy in front of him was definitely using the 9 hell demon slaying sword. Even he only knew the name of this move. In the entire younger generation of the limitless demon sect, other than the remaining 2 sons of devils, Rosen was already at the absolute peak. Moreover, at this time, even if it was the other 2 sons of devils, Rosen had absolute confidence that he was stronger than them. Perhaps the 2 sons of devils knew how to use the 9 nether devil slaying sword. As the sons of devils, they were naturally able to look up many ancient books that had almost been lost. However, the problem was that he knew both the son of devils, Shengguan Sheng, and the other one. This person was definitely not one of the 2 of them. Moreover, this person's name was Duan Mulonghu, a name he had never heard of before. Ha, Rosen from the ghost-killing hall, and you even inherited this demon god armament. You are indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you seem to have lost to Su Yan again, he said calmly. However, this sentence directly angered Rosen. Losing to Su Yan was his sore point. And this guy in front of him actually spoke of this matter so directly. To him, this was an absolute taboo. Killing intent continuously flowed in his eyes. However, at this time, he was not stupid enough to directly attack because he felt an extremely strong sense of danger from this person called Duanmulonghu. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an ancient giant beast. He had an intuition that if he were to make a move now, he would definitely regret it. At this time, he was in a bad mood. In today's world, it was not enough that there was Su Yan, but at this time, there was actually such a person. However, he quickly remembered a sentence from before. You and I are not people of this era. In addition, although he hadn't fully awakened earlier, he had vaguely heard the words son of the devil. Now that he had put these words together, he was able to guess some of the information. Son of devils. You are the former son of devils, Duanmulonghu. You are called Duanmulonghu. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, the limitless demon sect had a son of devils with the surname Duanmu. However, later on, this son of devils mysteriously died. Could it be that you are him? Luosan was naturally a smart person, so he was able to sort out these things in a short while. Ha, you are very smart. As expected of the person who can inherit this demon god armament. At this time, Su Yan directly said, Is Fang Yueshan dead? At this time, he looked straight at the person in front of him. This time, his purpose of coming to the dark abyss was to save Fang Yueshan. Therefore, compared to the few of them, his focus was naturally on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Rosen directly said, Su Yan, why do you still care about Fang Yueshan? I don't believe that you are not here for the Taishian bead. When the three words, Taishian bead, came out of his mouth, Duanmulonghu's smile became even wider. However, Fang Wuhui's expression was gloomy. The Taishian bead was King Tai's treasure in the past. At that time, King Tai dominated the Jiuzhou continent and directly occupied the first position of the top 10 sections. At that time, their power was almost unimaginable. Later, Fang Wuhui fell into depravity and directly rose at an unimaginable speed. Then, he began to fight back against King Tai. Later, Emperor Wuhui even directly rushed into King Tai's sect. At this time, King Tai's Taishian bead was lost. After that battle, King Tai was unable to recover from the setback. Although in the following years, talents and powerhouses continuously appeared in each generation, allowing King Tai to maintain its position as one of the top 10 sects, it was now in an awkward situation of being at the bottom. According to legend, the Taishian bead was taken away by Emperor Wu Hui. Rosen came here today for the Taishian bead. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and glanced at Rosen indifferently, then fixed his gaze on Duanmulonghu. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He's still alive. These 4 words were plain, but Su Yan could clearly hear the endless sorrow in his voice. At this moment, a light flashed from his body. This light was the accumulation of a dense evil aura, and the power within it was even more terrifying. This light carried an extremely evil power. When the light flickered to the extreme, a bead appeared. Taishian bead. At this moment, countless lights flashed in Rosen's eyes. This was the light of greed. In the end, he came here this time to obtain the Taishian bead. However, despite all his efforts, he was still unable to obtain the Taishian bead. But at this time, the Taishian bead appeared directly in front of him. At this moment, he almost lost control of himself and rushed forward to grab the Taishian bead in his hands. But even at this time, he still had some rationality left. He knew very well that he was in a very bad situation at this time. This was not the same as before. Fang Yueshan had no power to resist in front of him. He could only be at his mercy. To put it bluntly, he was a weakling at this time. Not to mention obtaining the Taishian bead, if he was not careful, he might even be in danger of dying. Therefore, at this time, he could only be careful. His eyes wandered back and forth between Su Yan, Duanmulonghu, and this person who he did not know whether was Fang Yueshan or Fang Wuhui. Ha, the Taishian bead. How interesting. Fang Wuhui, you really did bury the Taishian bead here. This time, if it weren't for Su Yan and Rosen leading the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it, he said calmly. But at this time, Fang Wuhui said, the Taishian bead was buried here? No, you're wrong. I never buried the Taishian bead here. In fact, the Taishian bead has never existed here for so many years. Hearing his words, Su Yan and the others felt that it was strange. If the Taishian bead did not exist here, then where could it be? Could it be that he took it from thin air? At this time, he continued to speak. For so many years, the Taishian bead has always existed in the outside world, in the bodies of my descendants. This time, if it weren't for you, Rosen, I wouldn't have awakened and would have slept forever. In a way, I should be thanking you. His voice was so calm, but when he said the last sentence, there was clearly a sinister meaning in it. At this time, Rosen naturally felt it. At this time, all the pores on his body stood up. It was a murderous intent, and it was an extremely strong and terrifying murderous intent. It was a murderous intent that was not held back at all. It seems that there is an interesting story behind this. In fact, Senior Emperor Wu Hui, back then, this junior also wanted to find clues about you and admire your elegance. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, Duanmu Longhu said regretfully. Fang Wuhui said, do you want to know the method of immortality? Duanmu Longhu chuckled. I won't hide it from you, it is indeed so. Your legend is world-shaking. Back then, I suspected that you didn't die, but because of some reasons, I had to die once. So, I want to know whether you are dead or not. If you are not dead, or if there is a way to revive, how did you do it? Just as he said, back then, Duanmu Longhu knew that he was about to face a great calamity, and it was very likely that he would die directly. At that time, the only thing he could think of was a way to survive. So, he also searched for Fang Wuhui's tomb, hoping to find something from it. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu Hui's tomb was too mysterious. Even he couldn't find it back then. But fortunately, he found a better way in the end, so today, after 1,000 years, he came back to life. But he never thought that the thing he couldn't find back then would reappear in front of him now. He couldn't help but sigh. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. But when it came to treasures, who would complain about having too many? The Taishian bead was King Tai's treasure back then. It was because of this thing that King Tai was able to dominate the world. If it weren't for Emperor Wu Hui, the current King Tai might still be the overlord of the continent. Since Duanmu Longhu came back to life, he naturally had a lot of things to do. But because he came back to life, he had an extremely deep foundation, but his current strength was still not enough. If he could obtain the Taishian bead, it couldn't be better. Su Yan also looked at the original Fang Yueshan and the current Fang Wuhui. He also wanted to know an answer. Fang Wuhui's voice sounded again. But this time, his voice was different from before. At this time, he was actually suppressing his pain. You shouldn't have come to this place. The dark abyss shouldn't have appeared in this world. Especially you, Rosen. You shouldn't have brought my descendant here. Chapter 765. Female literature, the dark abyss isn't just a dangerous place. I'm sure you've heard that the powerful Netherworld clan in the Jojo continent disappeared here. His voice was still the same, as if he was suppressing incomparable pain. However, at this moment, he still sounded very calm. As long as one had access to ancient records, they would more or less know about the disappearance of the Netherworld clan. As for this matter, Duanmu Longhu was especially clear about it. The Netherworld clan refers to the humans who lived here in the past and possessed unique talents. They were born to be able to merge with the shadows. Every clan member was born to be an assassin or a warrior. In terms of the degree of danger, this clan was the most outstanding back then. If it weren't for the jealousy of the heavens, which made it difficult for their clan to reproduce, the Netherworld clan would have already swept through the entire Jojo continent. However, it was a pity that this clan had disappeared in a single night. Senior Wu Hui, could it be that there is some kind of connection between the two? He didn't know about this connection, and it was also an unsolved mystery in history. However, judging from the current situation, the person in front of him obviously knew the secret, and this matter was very likely related to him. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for the rest. The dark abyss is actually just a door. This was Fang Wuhui's first sentence. However, when he said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the terrifying and huge door he had seen before. Even at that moment, he was still fearful of the gate from before. At that time, he only felt that there was another world behind this door. However, there seemed to be an extremely huge attraction in this world that kept calling him to pass through this door. Fortunately, Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone appeared at that time. That divine sense clone actually wanted Su Yan to save him, but inadvertently saved Su Yan. Now, Fang Wuhui was actually talking about this door. Therefore, Su Yan listened even more seriously. No matter what he would do later, this piece of information was very important, and he had to understand it clearly. Did you just say that this clan is envied by the heavens? In fact, strictly speaking, you can say that. They probably never dreamed that the homeland they lived in for generations was actually a seal. Behind this seal is a terrifying shadow world, the homeland of the shadow creatures. The Netherworld clan is indeed proficient in the Tao of Darkness. Their individual battle prowess is very strong, but so what? No matter how strong their battle prowess is, how can they be a match for countless shadow creatures? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Shadow creatures were notorious back in the day. Their appearance often meant the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Countless experts had died at the hands of these shadow creatures. Just as he had said, the Netherworld clan was indeed powerful, but when faced with the sudden appearance of a large number of extremely terrifying shadow creatures from another world, how could they deal with them? In the end, they were exterminated. Of course, it's all thanks to the Netherworld clan. Otherwise, the current Jojo continent might not be dominated by humans. Fang Wuhui quietly finished narrating this piece of history. However, Su Yan noticed that at the end of his words, his voice was clearly different from before. Previously, it was a kind of suppressed pain, but at the end, it was actually a kind of vaguely revealed cruelty. This Fang Wuhui is strange. Su Yan thought to himself. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Duanmu Longhu and Rosen had already discovered the strangeness. After all, both of them were true geniuses. How could they be simple when they had been able to grow to such a level? Whether it was Rosen or Duanmu Longhu, they were actually dragons among men. However, none of them spoke about this situation. They only made preparations in secret. If Fang Wuhui in front of them had any changes, they would be able to take precautions. It must be understood that this guy's strength back then was not to be underestimated. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if Duanmu Longhu was at his peak, he could not be compared to him in front of them. It was unknown what cultivation level Duanmu Longhu had reached at this time, but it could be estimated that he should not have reached the level he had at that time. As for Fang Wuhui, even if he was revived and did not reach the strength he had at that time, no, it should be said that even if this Fang Wuhui only had 1/10 of his strength back then, or even less, he could still kill them. At this time, the Taishian bead quietly floated, and its evil and deep aura faintly flickered. Fang Wuhui spoke again, but this time, his words were somewhat incoherent. You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have come. It would have been better if you had let me die here forever, but why did you have to wake me up? I didn't kill them, I didn't kill them. But why did you treat Sunair like this? Why? You are really ruthless, really ruthless. As he howled, the light of the Taishian bead became even more intense, and the aura around him became even more powerful. What was worse was that this power had reached a level that Su Yan and the others could not withstand. A one-origin venerable? No, this was an aura that was even more powerful than a one-origin venerable. This kind of rolling thunder-like berserk power was simply frightening. The three of them immediately retreated. Taishian bead, you want the Taishian bead, right? Then, come, come and get it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. The terrifying aura at this moment was like a curtain descending from the heavens. Kill, ha ha ha, I've already killed many, many people. Since that's the case, you can all die too. My children, you died so tragically, but you are innocent, you don't deserve to die. Sun Er is also innocent, she doesn't deserve to die either. Why? Those who deserve to die are not dead, but those who don't deserve to die are all dead. Kill. At first, he was still mad, but in the end, the last word was condensed with boundless killing intent. That terrifying murderous gaze was like thunder and fire. Oh no. The three of them were shocked. They all knew that they absolutely could not fight with this guy at this time. If they had to fight, only death would await them. However, the problem now was that just as they were about to escape, an extremely strange power floated, and then, the entrance that was still there before was directly sealed. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Ha ha ha, didn't you want the Taishian bead? Give me your lives in exchange for it. At this point, he directly pounced on Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had already summoned the demon god armament. However, this powerful demonic god armament did not give him any sense of security at all. This guy in front of him was really too terrifying. He was once a peak emperor. At this moment, he mustered all his strength to resist, but he knew that he could not resist at all. He would die. At this moment, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu's voices rang out at the same time. Attack with all your might. Su Yan suddenly slashed down with his sword, and an intense sword ray appeared directly like a swimming dragon. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu also struck out with his palm. His palm directly turned into a ferocious ghost. Ghost weeping palm. At this moment, Rosen was already in despair, but he did not expect these two people to help him directly. If he was alone, he would definitely die. However, if Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu attacked together, he would have more hope of survival. After all, strictly speaking, the other party was not the real Fang Wuhui. He was just temporarily borrowing Fang Yueshan's body. Fang Wuhui's soul was definitely strong, there was no doubt about it. However, Fang Yueshan's body was weak, and he could not withstand too much power. If time passed, Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be baptized, but there was not enough time now. Fortunately, there was not much time, so as long as they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if the three of them worked together wholeheartedly, they would still be crushed to death by this person. Ha ha ha, Brother Su Yan, I told you that you and I are very good allies. Indeed, we have joined forces again. Duan Mulonghu actually had the time to say such words at this moment. Su Yan smiled coldly, but did not speak. This scene fell directly into Rosen's eyes. At this moment, his expression was solemn. He had long discovered that Su Yan seemed to be somewhat acquainted with this Duan Mulonghu. Thinking back to when he fought with Su Yan was able to use the lost technique of his devil sect. At this moment, he was very certain that Su Yan had a deep relationship with this person in front of him. These two fellows definitely have a deep relationship. I have to be careful. At this moment, he had already realized that Su Yan and this Duan Mulonghu were not loyal to each other, but to protect themselves. Even if this Fang Wuhui was not in his right mind, and did not have even a tenth of his strength left, he was still a terrifying existence to them. Now, only if the three of them were alive would they have a chance to survive. If Rosen died, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu would definitely be under much more pressure, and it was uncertain whether they could survive. Chapter 766. Female Literature. At this moment, the three of them were in the same boat. None of them could escape. However, he couldn't let his guard down just like that. In his opinion, no matter if it was Su Yan or Duan Mulonghu, both of them were extremely cunning. If they had the chance to escape, they would definitely not mind tricking him and escaping with their lives. He had encountered too many of such situations. Therefore, at this moment, he had to be more vigilant. Humph, ha ha ha, come, all of you come and kill me. Master, martial uncle, all of you come and kill me. You killed Sun Air, and now you want to kill me? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. All of you, go to hell. After his attack was blocked, he became even crazier. His aura became even more powerful, and his attack became even more terrifying. The terrifying strike shook the entire area. There seemed to be a series of ripples in the air. Su Yan and the other two's expressions became even more serious. They were like turtles in a jar now. Under such circumstances, they had no way to retreat. The powerful force continued to oppress them, which made it difficult for them to even breathe. No, we can't defend. If we let this old thing continue to accumulate power, he will become even more terrifying. When that time comes, we won't have any hope at all. Duan Mulonghu said directly. Among the three of them, Duan Mulonghu was the most special existence. Although Su Yan and Rosen were both top talents among the younger generation, he still stood in front of the two of them. It was because he was a monster that had been alive for more than 1,000 years. Because of his terrifying strength, even in his current state, he was still ahead of Su Yan and Rosen. Moreover, his point of view was extremely correct. This guy was really too powerful, and he would continue to become stronger. Time had never been on their side. If they allowed this guy to continue to grow stronger, he would definitely reach a point where he could do whatever he wanted. At that time, the three of them would really have no chance at all. Therefore, no matter what, he could not be allowed to continue. If they wanted to survive, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to attack with all their strength and then launch a counterattack to defeat this person. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The three of them once again unleashed their moves, and the violent power directly rushed out. The three of them had already reached this point, so they were naturally decisive people. They clearly knew how powerful the person in front of them was, so since they had already made a move, they couldn't give him any chance. His powerful strength was on full display at this moment. After the three rays of light converged, they formed an extremely terrifying ray of light. At this time, Fang Wuhui didn't seem to realize the impending crisis. At this moment, he was in utter agony. This seemed to be an excellent opportunity. This ray of death directly hit Fang Wuhui, and an extremely terrifying light was released in front of Fang Wuhui. In an instant, everything disappeared. This space was constantly shaking. Taishian bead. Such a terrifying power was so terrifying that even an extremely powerful venerable one would not be able to withstand it. If Fang Wuhui really died from this attack, no, even if he was injured, then the Taishian bead seemed to have become an object without an owner. At this time, their chance had come. If they wanted to seize the Taishian bead, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu would be a huge obstacle. Not to mention Duan Mulonghu, Su Yan had just been defeated by him. Naturally, he would feel extremely indignant. However, he had to admit that until now, he was still no match for Su Yan. Even when he had just been defeated, he had almost despaired, and it had already cast a shadow over his heart. Having a flaw in one's heart was definitely not a small matter. For a powerhouse like him, this would even affect his future path. Therefore, if he wanted to eliminate this effect, he had to directly defeat Su Yan this time. Moreover, he had to defeat him in a straightforward manner. The best way was to directly seize the Taishian bead in front of Su Yan. He didn't believe that Su Yan would come here and take the risk for a Fang Yueshan. People were used to judging others by their own standards and guessing the worst of others. Of course, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be even more terrifying. He was too strong. Until now, he still hadn't figured out where his limits were. Therefore, in the next attack, he had to finish it off in one fell swoop. He had to finish it off in one strike. Of course, this would depend on the armor he was wearing. If the armor could explode with all its power, then he could do it. At this moment, the powerful energy fluctuation gradually dissipated. His heart began to burn with passion. This thing was right in front of him. However, at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, Fang Wuhui's body appeared in front of them, unharmed. Of course, there were still some changes to his body. At this moment, his eyes had become even more profound. Furthermore, black veins had already appeared on his face. This seemed to be a kind of tattoo, but it also seemed to be an extremely strange mass. The moment this thing appeared, his evil aura became even more intense. Moreover, he didn't seem to be as crazy as before. Hee, do you want this? Then, come, let me see how strong you are. You actually dared to touch the Taishian bead. This voice seemed to resound directly in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the three of them felt that something was wrong. If he continued to be crazy, then they still had a chance. If the three of them worked together, they could catch him off guard and kill him directly. However, this was no longer the case. The other party's heart had completely calmed down. His gaze was so calm. This gaze was completely different from before. Although there was still a flicker of light, Su Yan knew that this guy had finally begun to settle down. You're the real Emperor Wu Hui. The one before was Fang Yuluo. Su Yan suddenly asked. Fang Wuhui chuckled and said, not bad, you're really a smart child. His tone was calm and full of confidence, as if he already had everything in his hands. This kind of person was definitely not a simple existence. At this moment, he spoke again, Fang Yuluo is nothing but trash. He can't even protect his own woman. This is truly tragic. Therefore, he shouldn't exist in this world. That's why I exist. Split personality. It seems that Senior Fang Yuluo's split personality allowed you to appear in this world, Su Yan said directly. In a sense, this Emperor Wu Hui's existence was similar to Ghostface's. Although he didn't know the exact reason behind Ghostface's appearance, since he was a second version of himself, he could be understood as a second personality. Split personality. That's a new term, but you're not wrong. That's probably the case. Emperor Wu Hui didn't immediately attack, but continued speaking. Back then, Fang Yuluo was King Taiyi's elite disciple. Back then, he had outstanding talent and was very popular among the younger generation in the sect. Although he didn't necessarily inherit the position of sect master, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he could become a powerful elder. This was practically set in stone. It's just a pity that this idiot fell in love with Li Sun, the limitless demon sect's Li Sun. These two idiots clearly stood on different sides, but in the end, they still came together and tried in vain to live in seclusion. They clearly had powerful cultivation, but their thinking was so naive. They didn't know that in this world, there are many things that can be done as one pleases. In the end, they still paid the price for their naivety. Later, when Fang Yuluo was out, King Taiyi's people finally found Li Sun heir and killed her right outside the sect. The great King Taiyi, who claims to be from a righteous sect, is actually so ruthless and unscrupulous. This world is truly heartless. A coward like Yuluo shouldn't live in this world. Since that's the case, let me do it. These few short sentences immediately gave Su Yan and the others a rough idea of what had happened. To think that such a situation had happened back then. No wonder Emperor Wu Hui had been so merciless when he'd killed King Taiyi's experts. As long as he saw King Taiyi's people, he'd immediately kill them. Even if it was just a new disciple. Fang Yuluo's heart had been traumatized to the point that her second personality had split and taken over. The second personality was incomparably extreme. If it had been Fang Yuluo, perhaps she still had feelings for King Taiyi and would have only killed the main culprit. However, Emperor Wu Hui wouldn't. He had appeared in this world because of his extreme thoughts, so how could such a person have the slightest thought of mercy? Therefore, when he attacked, he'd definitely be ruthless. Fang Yuluo was a genius to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the higher-ups of King Taiyi. Therefore, after he'd fallen and become a demon, he'd become especially terrifying. Cultivating both King Taiyi and the limitless demon sect's secret techniques, his cultivation had rapidly increased in a short period of time. In the end, even King Tai's sect master couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he'd killed his way into King Tai. In the end, the Taishian bead had fallen into his hands. Chapter 767. Female literature. Seriously, I can't believe I'm talking about these things with you. It seems that I'm really old, which is why I've become so long-winded. But it doesn't matter. It's actually quite interesting to talk to the dead. As he spoke, his strength was still increasing. You're just biding your time. This body isn't yours, but your descendants'. That's why it's too weak. Are you using your own strength to refine it so that it's more suitable for accommodating your soul? Su Yan directly interrupted him, then continued to ask, this is your descendant. How could you be so cruel to him? You're simply incurable. He directly questioned him. At this moment, the other party laughed and said, descendant? So what? I'm not Fang Yulua, that damnable idiot. In my eyes, only my own pursuit of the heavens and earth is real. If that idiot Fang Yulua hadn't dug his own grave back then, how could I have fallen to this point? His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Obviously, he was really angry at this time. Ha ha ha, how interesting, Duan Mulonghu said, laughing and clapping his hands. I really feel sorry for Senior. I think if it wasn't for Fang Yulua, Senior would probably have become a saint venerable by now. Once you become a saint, you'll transcend the world. Duan Mulonghu's words were actually not too exaggerated. Moreover, Su Yan and Rosen knew that it was probably true. Legend had it that great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation did not improve after reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. In order to find a breakthrough, he used many methods, but in the end, he mysteriously disappeared. In his era, the peak of the Emperor realm was almost the peak of the world. Even King Tai could not do anything to him, and was even beaten to such a miserable state by him. How could he have met with misfortune? Now that he thought about it, the root of all this was his true soul, Fang Yulua. Although Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua had different personalities, they were ultimately the same soul. Fang Wuhui could naturally think clearly and do whatever he wanted, but unfortunately, Fang Yulua could not. In other words, his soul was flawed. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to become a holy venerate. You're right, kid. That damned bastard. After I killed so many of King Tai's people, he started to feel guilty and obsessed. He even thinks that I've killed too many people, and doesn't want me to exist in this world anymore. That idiot. His words were filled with anger and disdain. Fang Yulua was ultimately a righteous disciple. Even though he had suffered such a mishap, the kindness in his heart had not been extinguished. His deep-rooted feelings for King Tai had not completely disappeared either. As Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui killed more and more people, the guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In fact, the tragedy was destined to happen the moment he fell in love with Li Sunair. He was in despair and pain. In the end, he didn't want to live in this world anymore. So you're saying that Senior came here to eliminate this trouble? Rosen asked. Fang Wuhui sighed, then said, that's right. Back then, I thought of countless methods, but in the end, he's still a part of my soul. How could I completely eliminate this damned bastard? I could kill everyone else, but he was the only one I couldn't kill. This is truly a huge regret. He continued, but later on, I finally thought of a method, and that was a shadow creature. Ha ha ha, a shadow creature, that's something between illusion and reality. If I could transform myself into that state, then I would be able to directly face my own soul and directly devour him. From then on, Fang Yulua would no longer exist in this world, only Fang Wuhui would remain. What a wonderful thing, but it's a pity. In fact, there was no need to say too much to imagine what would happen next. If he had really succeeded, then Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui would definitely not have disappeared for so many years and then sought to revive here. Clearly, he had failed. Alright, you've heard the story, so I'll send you on your way. It's been a long time since I've tasted blazing blood. Speaking of which, it's quite nostalgic. Now, are you ready to die? He sneered. Suddenly, an evil light flickered in his hand. The evil light gently hovered, then turned into a long snake. Die. With these two words, the long snake directly pounced on Su Yan and the others. It was clearly created with his power, but it seemed to have its own soul. In a whistling sound, it had already pounced on Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Duanmulonghu, and Rosen all paled. Of course, they could see that Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui was even more terrifying than before. Although he didn't use his full strength before, it was close enough. The three of them joined forces, but they didn't cause any harm to him. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. And now, this person was even stronger than before. Their chances had become even slimmer. To put it bluntly, their lives were already in danger. However, even if they knew they would die in the next moment, they still had to struggle before death. This was human nature. Even ordinary people were like this, let alone these three young experts. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for them to stretch out their necks and wait for death. At this moment, the demon god armament had become even more profound. At this moment, Duanmulonghu suddenly said, "The two of you want to continue living, right? If that's the case, then I have a method that we can try." His voice was very calm, as if he wasn't threatened by death at all. "What method? Let's hear it." Su Yan wasn't lacking either. At their level, they naturally knew that the more they panicked in this situation, the faster they would die. Actually, it's very simple. We need to attack him based on his demon god armament. Duanmulonghu glanced at Rosen and continued, "The demon god armament is one of the absolute treasures of the boundless demon sect. It has unimaginable power. If you can fully unleash the power of this demon god armament, then you will be almost as powerful as a holy venerable." Hearing this, Rosen's eyelids twitched. He knew that his demon god armament was very powerful and terrifying, but he didn't expect it to reach such a level. When its power was unleashed to the extreme, it could be mentioned in the same breath as a holy venerable. This meant that as long as he put all his effort into this demon god armament, as long as he could fully unleash the power of this demon god armament one day, then he would be as powerful as a holy venerable. What a pleasant surprise this was. Of course, he also knew that such a good thing wouldn't happen in this world. It would be very difficult to make the demon god armament reach such a level. However, this didn't matter. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would persevere and work hard. From the moment he made up his mind, his belief would never waver. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. He said directly, "The current demon god armament can't possibly be so powerful." He was right. No matter how powerful the demon god armament could become in the future, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the current demon god armament couldn't possibly reach such a level. Even if I fully unleash the power of the demon god armament, I won't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. This was a fact, a helpless fact. Emperor Wu Hui was too powerful. Even if Duanmulonghu used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. Even if Duanmulonghu was a newly resurrected Emperor Wu Hui who had taken over the body of his descendant. However, since Duanmulonghu had said those words, he wouldn't be speaking without thinking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, he said, "You naturally can't do it alone, but what if the three of us work together? If that's the case, it won't be impossible." As soon as he said this, Rosen was the first to object. He didn't doubt that the three of them could activate the demon god armament. After all, he already knew about Duanmulonghu's identity. 1,000 years ago, he was the son of demon. The son of demon had another title, the crown prince of the demon sect. With such a status, it wouldn't be strange for him to know more than him, even if it was about the demon god armament in his hands. However, from a psychological point of view, he wasn't willing to do so. Because if he did so, he would be exposing his secret. Whether it was Su Yan or Duanmulonghu, they were both people he feared. When the three of them attacked together, he didn't know what they would do. I know you don't trust us, but you have to understand one thing. If we don't work together now, we will definitely die. Remember, this we includes yourself. You can see that you don't have much time left. Every breath of time, he will become a little stronger. Duan Mulonghu looked at Rosen with a smile. Obviously, he was sure that Rosen would agree. At this time, Rosen's expression was extremely ugly. However, as expected by Duan Mulonghu, he had no choice but to agree. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I agree." Duan Mulonghu said, "Don't worry, Duan Mulonghu won't let you suffer. If we really escape this time, then I will owe you a favor." I think Brother Su Yan also thinks so. He looked directly at Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, "No, I don't think I owe him. After all, he wants to live. If he doesn't want to do this, then I won't force him." Chapter 768. Female Literature. Su Yan's answer was so straightforward. He didn't agree with Duan Mulonghu's point of view because just as Su Yan said, Rosen agreed to this matter because he had no choice but to do so. He wasn't warm-hearted and wanted to save Su Yan. Now, everyone was fighting for their lives, nothing more. Rosen coldly snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. However, he couldn't say anything bad about it, so he could only express his dissatisfaction in this way. Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, "Brother Su Yan is indeed a straightforward person. However, I, Duan Mulonghu, will keep my word. Rosen, if we can get out of here alive, then I will do you a favor." Rosen said, "Cut the crap. Tell me, what should I do?" The demon god armament has a skill called the demon god void rupture. In other words, it uses the demon god armament to directly break through space. I think the two of you are very clear now that it is impossible for us to kill this person. Therefore, what we need to do now is not to fight to the death, but to escape. Su Yan and Rosen expressed their agreement. After all, it was just as he said. At this time, Feng Wuhui had gradually become Emperor Wu Hui. His aura was too strong and his strength was very terrifying. With the strength of the three of them, they were simply no match for him. Wanting to kill him had become a pipe dream. Therefore, what they should do now was not to join forces to kill, but to escape with all their might. This concept couldn't be wrong. Demon God Void Rupture, I didn't even know about it. At this time, Rosen's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. It turned out that the Demon God Armament had such an ability, but as the owner of the Demon God Armament, he didn't know about it. "Brother Rosen, you don't have to worry about it. After all, as your strength increases and your compatibility with the Demon God Armament is further improved, many things will gradually emerge. At that time, you will naturally understand. Back then, I was just lucky to know the secret of this sword armor. That's all." Duan Mulonghu continued, "Wait for a while. Brother Su Yan and I will directly inject fierceness into your armor. With the combined strength of the three of us, it should be enough to activate the Demon God Armament and cause its power to erupt. At that time, we can directly achieve the goal of void rupture." Although Feng Wuhui has reappeared, his current situation doesn't seem to be ideal. Therefore, as long as we can leave this place alive, there won't be too big of a problem. As long as we reach the outside world, we will be free to fly. If the two of you have a righteous heart and are determined to slay demons, then you can naturally inform your elders. I think they will be very happy to come. Su Yan understood what he meant. After all, there was a treasure here, the Taixian bead. That was King Tai's top treasure. If this news leaked out, even if this place was a dangerous place, there would still be a large number of experts coming here to fight for it. And once they reached this place, they had no choice but to face Feng Wuhui. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and activate it. Otherwise, it will be too late. Rosen said directly. At this moment, Rosen's demon god armament changed immediately. Two palm prints appeared on his armor. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu placed their palms into the palm prints almost at the same time. Then, a powerful force erupted. The injection of these two powerful forces caused the demon god armament to erupt with an extremely beautiful light. At the beginning of the light, Rosen's body swayed directly. Obviously, at this moment, he was still unable to adapt to such a powerful force. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's voice sounded directly in his mind: discard all distracting thoughts and focus on sensing. Find a way to activate the demon god armament to break through the celestial demon space. Remember, this is related to your life. He emphasized the last sentence. Rosen snorted coldly and said, I don't need you to say more. I understand. He forcefully suppressed his body's discomfort and began to sense the demon god armament. Just as Duan Mulonghu said, the reason why he was unable to learn more powerful skills was because he was still not strong enough. The demon god armament was an armor that could be directly upgraded to the level of a holy venerable. It had endless uses and its power was definitely not inferior to the divine sword. If he could really completely master it, he would definitely become an earth-shattering expert. At this moment, as his mind continued to integrate with the demon god armament, a seal gradually appeared in his mind. He had never seen this seal before. The moment he saw this seal, he knew that this was the demon god Void Piercer's technique. Now that he wanted to get out of this predicament, this was the best way. He disregarded everything and directly rushed forward to pinch the seal in his hand. Then, he directly activated his power. Demon God Void Piercer, activate. After all, this was his first time activating it. Moreover, this power did not come from himself, but from the help of Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to activate this power. However, just as Duan Mulonghu said, he did not have a second chance. This time, he had to succeed. If he did not succeed, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu would definitely die here, and he would have to stay here and be buried with them. No matter what, this was something that he was unwilling to do. He did not want to die, and he would not die. Break open the space for me. He let out an angry roar, and a terrifying power kept circling around him. Then, he charged into the sky with a powerful force. The extremely powerful power continued to spiral between heaven and earth, and everything turned into an endless will. As if the heavens had heard his voice, the door directly cracked open at this moment. Powerful cracks appeared one after another. The space sealed by Fang Wuhui was finally broken and torn apart. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but at this moment, he was constantly transforming. He wanted to baptize his body, and at the same time, he had to fight against Fang Yuluo. Even if it was Fang Wuhui, he could no longer care about Su Yan and the others. Moreover, at this moment, he really did not care about Su Yan and the others. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. As long as he could be resurrected, where could these people escape to? Crack, 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 crack. Waves of tearing sounds were constantly heard, and the cracks in the space became more and more obvious. In the end, everything was completely annihilated. Rosen and the other two were directly surrounded by light. The demon god Void Piercer was directly activated. However, at this moment, Rosen's lips curled into a cold smile. For him, this was a good opportunity to kill Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. Now, he also knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the Taishian bead. After all, the owner of the Taishian bead, Emperor Wu Hui, had been resurrected. He did not know what kind of storms this terrifying powerhouse would stir up after his resurrection, but he knew that there was no hope for him to obtain the Taishian bead. However, he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. This time, if it were not for Su Yan causing trouble, the Taishian bead might have been in his hands. There was also this Duan Mulonghu. His threat was simply too great. If he could directly kill these two people when he was qualified, it would be endless benefits for him in the future. Of course, it would not be easy to kill the two of them head-on. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was a fact that he had repeatedly lost to Su Yan. However, Duan Mulonghu's strength seemed to be even stronger. Although he had the demon god armament and his growth was very fast, he knew very well that Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were also constantly growing. Moreover, their growth was even faster. Rosen did not know whether he could kill them in the future. Furthermore, he did not have much confidence. He might even be killed by Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. However, he now had an excellent opportunity. The demon god destroyer had indeed been activated, but he had not promised to take the two of them away. Destroyer, activate. At this moment, his figure flickered. It was at this moment that he suddenly turned around and pushed towards Duan Mulonghu and Su Yan. As long as the two of them were left here, they would have to bear the wrath of Emperor Wu Hui. According to their personalities and strength, they would definitely not be willing to wait for death. Therefore, they would definitely take out their trump cards to fight against Emperor Wu Hui. Against Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so what if these two were even more powerful? They would most likely die in the end. Moreover, in this way, the two of them would be able to buy enough time for him. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? However, the moment he turned around, he saw Duan Mulonghu's face. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu was looking at him with a mocking expression, as if he was mocking his ignorance. On the other side, although Su Yan did not reveal such an expression, his face was calm as if he did not reveal any surprise at all. At this moment, his heart thumped and he immediately came to a realization. Damn it, these two guys were already prepared. He understood that he had his own plans. In that case, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were not easy to deal with. They definitely had their own plans and contingencies. At this moment, the most important thing was to escape with his life. If Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were really naive, he would not mind sending them on their way. However, they clearly had their own plans. It was meaningless for him to act smart. His figure flickered suddenly. At this moment, he discovered that Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu had disappeared at almost the same time. This is spatial teleportation. It turns out that the two of them were already prepared. Duan Mulonghu did not expect me to bring them out. He wanted me to break the spatial barrier. Chapter 769. Female literature. Naturally, he was not a fool. Almost at this moment, he had already thought of some things. The power of space was indeed an extremely powerful thing, but this did not mean that everyone could not grasp it. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were not insignificant figures. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for them to grasp some space power. These two people must have a plan long ago. They did not need him to take them out, but they just needed him to open a space. In fact, he also understood that if they needed him to get them out of here, it was equivalent to them pinning their hopes on him. However, this was an extremely unrealistic thing. If it were him, he would not do this either. After all, they were enemies. Even if they had no choice but to work together under special circumstances, when the conditions changed, there would immediately be a variable. It was just like how he had wanted to kill them earlier. These two people had obviously expected this, so from the very beginning, they had already planned this. After Rosen thought this through, he did not hesitate and directly chose to leave. Firstly, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill them, so it was useless to continue to stay here. Instead, it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Secondly, he was also afraid. Since the two of them no longer needed him, would they be like him? Would they be filled with killing intent and want to kill him at this moment? Although he had the protection of the demon god armament, in the face of these two people's fierce attacks, he had no confidence that he could survive unscathed. Moreover, the other party did not need to kill him directly. They only needed to make him unable to leave this space at this moment, then he would end up dead. At this moment, he had no time to think too much and finally directly activated his power. At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and looked at this place. There was an indescribable coldness in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Did you escape? Forget it, if you want to escape, then so be it. Do you really think that you can escape death by leaving this place? It's too late, it's already too late. His smile was extremely strange, and no one knew what he was laughing about. After that, he no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, his gaze fell on the Taishian bead in front of him. Inside the supreme profound bead, the shadow solidified at this time, showing a human figure at this time. This figure was none other than himself. Or rather, his other soul, Fang Yulua. He, you coward, it's so troublesome to kill you. God knows how many years have passed. If it wasn't for you, I would have become a saint sovereign by now. No, maybe I would have become a deity already. His tone was calm, without any awe-inspiring or other emotions. It was as if he was just chatting with his most ordinary friend. Fang Wuhui, you are me, and I am you. I can't watch as I make a mistake and walk further and further away. Back then, the tragedy between me and Sun truly caused me to feel heartache. But now, I already know that the matter of that year was far from being as simple as I thought it was. The main culprit naturally deserved death, but my other fellow apprentices were innocent. My master was also innocent. However, I personally killed them all. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. You coward, so be it. If you knew how to use your power to kill people, then you wouldn't have fallen to this point. In the end, all of this is your own fault. If I didn't appear, I'm afraid you would have already died. Fang Yulua said, if I didn't exist, how good would it be if I didn't exist? Yes, how good would it be if you didn't exist? Let me completely dominate your soul. You are a person who seeks death, so why are you still so fearlessly persisting until now? Look, you went through so much trouble to destroy yourself in this dark abyss, and then put the Taishian bead into your bloodline. Generation after generation, you wanted me to die forever. But in the end, I came back, and the Taishian bead returned to me again. So, how could someone like you possibly defeat me? You will forever be a loser, forever and ever a loser. Ha ha ha. This was good. He was terrifyingly crazy. What I want is not as simple as becoming a saint, but becoming a god. So, more lives must die in this world. Only then can I directly step into the realm of death and become the god of death. At this time, in the Taishian bead, Fang Yulua's soul said directly, I won't let you succeed. Emperor Wuhui should have disappeared from this world. This world doesn't need a god. Back then, even the great heavenly demon lord didn't become a god. What makes you think you can? The shadow world shouldn't appear in this world. Fang Wuhui's face turned cold. Then, he said, enough, this is not something you can decide. I will completely open the door to the shadow world. Just watch, this world belongs to me. No one can stop me. At this time, he had fallen into complete madness. Fang Yueshan, hold on. Protect your soul. Don't let it fade away. As long as you hold on, he won't be able to use the power of the Taishian bead, Fang Yulua called directly. There was no voice answering him, but there was a will. Back then, Fang Yulua had experienced countless pains, and finally, Fang Wuhui appeared. At first, Fang Wuhui was just a negative emotion of Fang Yulua, and he appeared to avenge Fang Yulua. However, as the killing increased, his independent personality became more and more perfect. In the end, he had his own obsession, and that was to become a god. Deities were only a legend in this world. Even during the most prosperous era of the 9 continents, there were only 7 Saint Venerables. However, not a single deity had appeared. However, in the legends, gods were immortal and ruled over everything. This was the goal of many strong people. Later, Fang Wuhui killed without any scruples. No matter who it was, no matter where they came from, as long as he wanted something, he would directly behead them. This was because he had embarked on an extremely terrifying path, and that was the path to becoming a god through killing. Fang Wuhui was able to become extremely powerful in a short period of time because of this. Every time he killed an expert, his strength would increase by a bit. In that era, he was simply the synonym of the Grim Reaper. Wherever he went, there would be endless death and slaughter. under his butcher's knife, who knew how many people had died directly. Later, in order to quickly reach the path to becoming a god, he directly broke into King Tai. He needed King Tai's Taishian bead. Back then, even the powerful King Tai was defeated by him in the beginning. In the end, he was almost on the verge of destruction. In the end, he obtained the Taishian bead. However, this was also the way he was going to die. The Taishian bead was King Tai's most precious treasure. It contained extremely powerful energy. If he could refine this energy, he would naturally be able to break through again. However, he forgot that it was King Tai's treasure after all. Tai, who was in that area, directly displayed his own power. Then, he drew out the power within the Taishian bead and fiercely bombarded his body. Although he left with the Taishian bead, he himself was seriously injured at that time. At that time, Fang Yulua took the opportunity to make trouble and then temporarily obtained the right to control the body. At that time, Fang Yulua naturally thought of slashing him with a palm. However, doing so would provoke Fang Wuhui. He deeply understood what Fang Wuhui needed the Taishian bead for, so he directly put the Taishian bead into the bodies of his descendants and let them pass it down through the bloodline from generation to generation. Of course, this was also because he had given up. His descendants, since they had inherited his strength, there might be some abnormalities in their bodies. Who knows, there might even be a second Fang Wuhui, and the power of the Supreme Mystic Pearl would be able to cleanse the evil from him. Of course, at the same time, it also had the ability to seal. Therefore, almost all of his descendants were unknown, and there were no more super strong masters. After doing all this, he locked himself in this place. Then, he used the unique and terrifying power of this place to completely destroy his body. In the end, only a wisp of his soul floated out. Originally, Fang Yulua thought that all this was over. After all, his fleshly body had been destroyed, and his soul had been sealed away by him. In addition, very few people knew about this bloodline. At this time, Fang Wuhui would not be able to wake up. However, things were unpredictable. He did not expect that Rosen, out of greed for the Taishian bead, would bring his descendant Fang Yueshan directly here, and directly provoke Fang Wuhui to wake him up in advance. Now, Fang Yulua could no longer do anything. When Fang Wuhui came here, he used the means of the shadow world to forcibly separate the two souls. Then, he directly entered the Taishian bead. Now, he had no way to affect his soul. At this time, his only hope was on his descendant Fang Yueshan. After all, Fang Yueshan's real strength was too weak. However, he could feel that Fang Yueshan's soul still existed at this time. He had not been obliterated, but was still holding on to his last hope. Hee, Fang Yulua, you piece of trash. You actually placed your hopes on your descendant. Unfortunately, what you can't do, your descendant can't do either. Going against me, the only outcome for you is death. Chapter 770. Female literature, the only outcome was death. These were the words of Emperor Wu Hui. Although he was in a terrible state, he was actually quite happy to see the situation in front of him. After all, the damned coward Fang Yulua's soul had been separated from his. Although the body in front of him was weak, it still had his bloodline. The Fang family had never produced a Qilin child for generations. Their cultivation wasn't strong, but it wasn't a problem of bloodline. It was because they were suppressed by the Taishian bead. And now, since his soul had invaded this body, everything would be fine. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to devour this descendant's soul and use his supreme strength to increase his strength. As his power gradually increased, Emperor Wu Hui would reappear in this world. Furthermore, he could do what he couldn't do before, become a god. At this moment, his power was gradually circulating. Powerful energy began to baptize this body over and over again. Of course, the most important thing was to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. With a flash of spatial energy, Su Yan's figure appeared. When he first entered the dark abyss, he left a spatial coordinate in this place as a precaution. he didn't expect that such an unintentional action would allow him to escape a disaster. When Duan Mulonghu suggested that they work together to activate the demon god armor's demon god void rupture, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple. He knew Duan Mulonghu very well. He knew very well that this person would definitely leave behind a backup plan. Everything that he did, he would have his own purpose. Su Yan even thought that even if he didn't use the demon god void rupture, he could still leave this place and avoid being killed by Emperor Wu Hui. Just like himself, even if he didn't have the demon god void rupture, as long as he stimulated the power of the Godslayer sword, he could slash open a spatial crack and leave. Of course, compared to using the Godslayer sword, it was much easier to leave with the help of the demon god armor. Su Yan let out a long sigh. The change in the situation this time was simply beyond his expectations. First, Rosen's transformation. He had become stronger. The demon god armor was simply a cheating tool. Although Rosen was originally a genius, he couldn't compare to Wang Baichuan and the others. However, he had now completely surpassed Wang Baichuan. In terms of realm, even Luo Yunyang couldn't compare to him. Furthermore, there were more hidden dangers in his body than he had originally expected. Facing the ghost was like a fishbone stuck in Su Yan's throat. If he couldn't deal with this problem, then one day, he would directly become the second great emperor Wu Hui. There was also Duan Mulonghu, who had suddenly appeared. He had always paid close attention to Duan Mulonghu. However, it was a pity that Duan Mulonghu seemed to have disappeared after they parted ways in the ruins. There was no news of him at all. After his appearance this time, Duan Mulonghu's strength had become even more terrifying. The bottomless feeling became more obvious. Although Luo Yunyang's strength had increased by a lot, the feeling of danger didn't decrease at all. Su Yan sighed, and then his brows furrowed tightly. The situation was too bad. The revival of Emperor Wu Hui was definitely not a good thing. Luo Yunyang was afraid that the world would change again. After all, although Duan Mulonghu was also someone who had come back from the ancient times, he wasn't very strong. In the beginning, he wasn't even in the dragon realm. He would probably become very terrifying in the future. However, at least at this juncture, he wasn't that threatening. With enough time, Su Yan was confident that he could grow to that level. However, Emperor Wu Hui was completely different. He had just come back to life, but he had already displayed an extremely powerful side. In such a short period of time, he had already become a venerable. Fang Yueshan's original strength wasn't very strong. In fact, he was weak even to Luo Yunyang. At that time, Fang Yueshan didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Rosen. Such a person actually became a venerable overnight under the power of Emperor Wu Hui. Moreover, the Taishian bead was still in Luo Yunyang's hands. What worried Su Yan even more was that Emperor Wu Hui definitely wouldn't have come to this place for no reason. There was probably some connection between the shadow world and this place. Was there any relationship between the half-faced man who led him to the shadow world and this Emperor Wu Hui? Su Yan didn't know these things. But now, where should he go from here? There was no hope of saving Fang Yueshan. Therefore, he should return to the Taihang sword faction. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. At this time, the double-winged tiger had already sensed Su Yan's aura. He directly went to Su Yan's side. Are you alright? I feel that something extremely terrifying is about to happen. We must leave now. The double-winged tiger's thoughts were directly transmitted. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. He knew very well how powerful the double-winged tiger was. Furthermore, a demon beast with a powerful bloodline like him had extremely sharp intuition. Sometimes, this intuition could even predict the future. Since he said that something extremely dangerous was going to happen, then it was probably no small matter. The first thing he thought of was the huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. At that time, behind the door, there was an extremely terrifying head that wanted to appear. Of course, in the end, the heavenly demon finger bone on Su Yan's left hand directly awakened and destroyed it with an extremely terrifying death ray tube. This prevented this thing from successfully appearing in the end. However, Su Yan couldn't be sure that there was only one terrifying creature behind the door. If there was a group or even more terrifying creatures behind the door, then what would happen to this world? Would it usher in destruction? Demons were indeed very terrifying creatures. When countless demons flew in the sky, the intense pressure was almost enough to make people despair. However, even if that was the case, it was still not too bad. After all, in history, in the war between humans and demons, it was humans who had won. Demons had huge bodies and were very powerful, but as long as their attack power was strong enough, they could be directly destroyed. However, these shadow creatures were completely different. The existence of shadow creatures could only be described with one word, and that was eerie. Facing these terrifying shadow creatures, ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. More importantly, they were almost invisible. Ordinary people did not even know when they would be killed, let alone kill them. In terms of the difficulty level, this was definitely the most terrifying creature in the world. One or two shadow creatures were already a headache. What if these shadow creatures appeared in groups? How would this world deal with them? Under the havoc of the shadow creatures, if humans were not prepared in time, they might not even have a chance to fight. Now, Su Yan could only hope that these were all baseless guesses. Otherwise, if that was the case, then this world would really be in danger. At this moment, the winged tiger had spread its wings and was about to fly high into the sky. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly saw a figure. Rosen. Rosen left through the demon deity warden, but he didn't expect that this guy's foothold would be so close to his. When he was inside, Su Yan had already made up his mind to kill him directly. After a bitter battle, Su Yan had also won. However, a storm suddenly erupted from the tower, which disrupted Su Yan's plan. But at this time, since Su Yan could see him again, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with light. Obviously, at this time, he had already made up his mind to kill. Not to mention him, this time, the main culprit behind the revival of Emperor Wu Hui was Rosen's greed. A person's ambition would never stop. Especially for a person like Luo Sen, as long as he doesn't die, then his greed will never die. This time, he had already caused a huge disaster. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause the next time? Let's go and kill him. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered the two-winged sky tiger. The winged tiger was originally a monster beast, and its killing intent was very heavy. At this time, when it heard Su Yan's words, it immediately became excited. It suddenly spread its wings and flew directly toward Rosen. At this time, Rosen still did not know that he had been targeted by Su Yan. He was furious and cursed, damn it, Su Yan, it's you again. You're the one who ruined my plan again. If it wasn't for you, I would have already gotten the Taishian bead. Damn it, Su Yan, I'll definitely make you suffer. His eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. Su Yan, I can't kill you, so I'll kill your friends first. Humph, I won't let you have it easy. Luo Sen was originally a person of the evil Tao, so he didn't have any rules in his heart. Originally, he did not have any thoughts of touching Su Yan's friends. This was because he wanted to directly defeat Su Yan. However, at this time, after experiencing another failure, his heart was already covered with a shadow. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be that he was gradually falling. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew behind him. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see an extremely powerful force rushing towards him. Chapter 771. Female Literature. It was a terrifying blood-red ray of death. Such a strong power was simply frightening. That kind of violent power was simply terrifying. Rosen did not expect that such an attack would suddenly appear behind him. In the face of such a power, it was too late for him to dodge even with the demon god armament. And at the end of this attack, he saw a person, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan. He immediately let out an unwilling roar. He did not expect that Su Yan would actually appear behind him at this time and launch a surprise attack. His heart began to beat faster. However, other than roaring in anger, he seemed to be unable to do anything at this time. Damn it, am I, Rosen, going to die like this? No, I don't want to die. At this time, he was extremely unwilling. Perhaps it was because his call and prayer had been heard, a ray of light directly descended from the sky at this time. This ray of light directly turned into a barrier and then blocked in front of him. Almost in the next moment, Su Yan's attack directly arrived. At this time, the violent and powerful power condensed at this time, and the two powerful forces directly began to fight. The terrifying impact was simply unimaginable, and Rosen was directly blown away at the first moment. Although Rosen was flying upside down in the sky, he immediately reacted. At this time, he realized that the person who saved his life was not someone else, but actually Duanmu Longhu. He finally stabilized his body in a sorry state, and then his eyes fell directly on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was riding on the two-winged divine tiger and coldly looking at Rosen, full of murderous intent. The first to break the silence was Duanmu Longhu. He chuckled and said, Su Yan, sneak attacking and killing is not your style, and it is indeed not good, so please don't blame me. Su Yan said, Duanmu Longhu, I know your personality very well, so don't say such nonsense. Today, I want Rosen to die. If you want to protect him, then let's fight. Su Yan's killing intent was so firm that he had no intention of backing down. Although there were two opponents, he had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Duanmu Longhu was indeed terrifying and somewhat unfathomable, but Su Yan now had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Although the two-winged divine tiger had not yet reached the level of a divine beast, it was extremely close. At this time, as long as he made a move, Su Yan would be able to restrain this guy. No, he would even force out Duanmu Longhu's trump card. At this time, Su Yan was not only not afraid of the two people joining hands, but was also looking forward to Duanmu Longhu's arrival. Su Yan, you actually have such a divine beast. At this time, Rosen was very angry and jealous. Why did this guy have such a terrifying divine beast? Unfortunately, Rosen was a bit late when he went to the surface of the sea. If he was a bit earlier, he would have discovered that Su Yan did not only have one divine beast. Compared to Rosen, although Duanmu Longhu was also very surprised, he was not so surprised. After a slight surprise, he had already calmed down. Su Yan, everyone has just escaped from death. We can be considered to be comrades. Besides, the reason why we were able to escape with our lives was all because of Rosen. Why do you have to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Duanmu Longhu said again. Duanmu Longhu, enough of your superfluous words. Since you want to stop me, let's fight. At this moment, Su Yan was truly overbearing. Although the time he had spent with Fang Yueshan was not long, Fang Yueshan had already pledged loyalty to him. And he had also promised to protect him after all. But because of Rosen's appearance, Fang Yueshan had fallen to this state. His body was taken over by Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so how could he still be alive? Even if it was for Fang Yueshan, Su Yan's killing intent was already very strong, let alone this guy who had tried to kill his friends earlier. Su Yan was definitely not a pedantic person. He did not want to wait until something happened to his friends before taking revenge. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to directly kill Rosen. This guy was the source of evil. As long as he died, there would be fewer clues in the future. As for Duanmu Longhu, if he insisted on standing up, then he could come at him together. He also wanted to know the depths of Duanmu Longhu's strength. This person had hidden too deeply. If he did not fight him once, it would be very difficult to know his true strength. Instead of guessing without knowing the truth, it would be better to directly fight him. It would also be good to know the extent of his strength. Duanmu Longhu's eyes turned slightly, and his gaze became somewhat cold. Clearly, he was really angry at this time. No matter what, he was an existence who stood by his words. Although he had restrained a lot of his temperament after his resurrection, the most fundamental tyranny would not change. Su Yan's attitude had already made him a little angry. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to repay Lawson for opening the spatial barrier and allowing them to escape. Instead, it was because Lawson was very useful to him at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let Rosen die just like that. He was a person who liked to scheme. He was like a natural chess player who wanted to turn everyone into his chess pieces. In the past, he had such an attitude towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan's growth was too fast. The current him seemed to be a little difficult to control, and this made him feel a little helpless. Rosen still had other uses for him, so he would not let Su Yan succeed. Brother Su Yan, we are supposed to be allies, so I shouldn't attack you. However, I did say that I owed him a favor, so I naturally have to stop you. Brother Su Yan has this powerful demonic beast, but I, Duan Mulonghu, will not back down. He gently waved his hand, and at this moment, a black shadow suddenly came directly towards them. When this shadow appeared, the double-winged divine tiger directly let out an extremely heavy roar, and a terrifying power directly rushed forward. The terrifying sound wave was even more frightening. Even Duan Mulonghu and Rosen unconsciously took a step back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a strong wind blew, and the strong whirlwind directly turned into an extremely strong wind blade. It actually blocked Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger's attack. Phantom butterfly. At this moment, Su Yan said coldly. The phantom butterfly, according to legend, was a powerful demonic beast that didn't belong to the 9 provinces continent. This demonic beast was very beautiful, but its power was also very terrifying. And seeing that it could block the double-winged divine tiger's attack, this phantom butterfly was obviously not ordinary. Brother Su Yan has good eyesight. That's right, this is the phantom butterfly. I just subdued it not long ago. Let it play with Brother Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger. I think it will be able to relieve his loneliness. Duan Mulonghu still had the same indifferent look. Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy actually had such a powerful demonic beast. This really surprised him. He could already see that Duan Mulonghu was hoping that he could retreat in the face of difficulties, so that he could directly retreat and give up on this kill. Su Yan laughed directly. Hee, Duan Mulonghu, you are indeed a very terrifying person. You have actually obtained such a powerful demonic beast, but do you think that I will be afraid and retreat? I've already said that since you've decided to interfere today, then let's have a fight. I'd like to see how strong you are today. Su Yan's attitude clearly caused him to be extremely surprised. He originally thought that since he had already summoned the phantom butterfly, this guy would have scruples no matter what and directly retreat. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he arrogantly continued to provoke him. Just like how Su Yan understood him very well, he also had a certain understanding of Su Yan. In his opinion, Su Yan would definitely not do something that he wasn't confident in. Su Yan would indeed choose to take risks many times, but that was under the premise that there was no other choice. However, at this time, Su Yan was actually being so aggressive, so he was now suspecting whether Su Yan had other backup plans. This thought flashed in his mind, and then his expression calmed down again. Now that the conversation had already reached this point, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. Brother Su Yan, since that's the case, let me have a battle with you. After we parted last time, I really want to know how powerful you are now. Su Yan sneered, and his aura directly released. Rosen's expression became exceptionally cold. He didn't expect that he would actually need the help of others to survive when facing Su Yan. This was a great humiliation for him. Su Yan, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible? He was also an invincible figure. In the previous battle, he had gained some insights. Although it wasn't enough to make him soar, it made him stronger. Su Yan didn't say anything, but the scorching sun sword was full of sword chi. Master, don't worry. I will bite that spectral butterfly to death as soon as possible, and then come to help you. At this time, the voice of the double-winged sky tiger came in. Su Yan nodded, and then said, okay. Su Yan's killing intent directly locked onto Rosen. At this moment, he took a step forward, and then coldly shouted, dancing fish dragon sword. Roar, Su Yan slashed out with his sword. The sword chi roared like a real fish dragon roaring directly. The aura of his sword had become even more terrifying. Chapter 772. Female Literature, Good. Since you're so arrogant today, I'll send you to heaven. His mind expanded, and the devil god armor covered his body. A powerful aura suddenly erupted like rolling thunder, directly bombarding Su Yan. Su Yan shouted coldly, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. Rosen, I'll definitely kill you today. After the dragonfish sword, it was the Qianquan sword. 2 consecutive Taishang sword moves suddenly erupted. Duan Mulonghu finally made his move. Brother Su Yan, let me experience your sword move, indefinite wind and fire wheel. He suddenly attacked, and for a moment, wind and fire suddenly appeared, then condensed into a wheel, directly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flickered. He did not expect Duan Mulonghu to be able to use such a method. The indefinite wind and fire will was not the inheritance of the Devil sect. Since Su Yan's sword momentum had already been slashed out, there was no reason for him to turn back. At this moment, his body directly turned into a light shadow, and his whole body suddenly moved forward. At this moment, his speed was directly at the extreme. His speed was already very fast, but at this moment, his speed was actually even faster. What a fast speed! Indefinite wind and fire, block for me. Even Duan Mulonghu was surprised. This sword of Su Yan's was truly incomparably breathtaking. If Duan Mulonghu did not make a move today, Rosen, who was in such a state, would probably not be able to escape the pursuit of this sword move. Now, Su Yan's fear was directly reflected at this moment. It was as if he would never get tired. Previously, he had clearly used up a lot of energy, but at this time, he had recovered. However, he did not know that there were 3 hearts in Su Yan's body at this time. These 3 hearts were 3 power furnaces, which allowed Su Yan to have an endless supply of energy to fight. Rosen abruptly took 2 steps back. If he was at his peak, it would still be very difficult for him to face this sword, but he would definitely not be in such a sorry state as he was now. At the end of the day, the reason was because of exhaustion. In the battle with Su Yan, he had consumed too much of his strength, not to mention that the 3 of them had joined forces to activate the Devil God space-shattering Devil God armament. He was already a genius, and with the help of the Demon God armament, he recovered quickly. Now, he had recovered more than half of his strength. But Su Yan was even more monstrous than him. After taking 2 steps back, he finally opened up the distance between him and Su Yan. At this moment, with the help of the indefinite wind fire wheel, Su Yan's sword momentum was directly slowed down. He angrily shouted, Demon God Sky-Breaking Fist. A black shadow suddenly whistled and turned into an extremely terrifying punch. The punch rushed out, and then with the power of the indefinite wind fire wheel, it directly dispersed Su Yan's sword momentum, and even launched a counterattack. This Su Yan is really scary. But this time, since Duan Mulonghu has already made a move, I will take this opportunity to kill him directly to prevent future troubles. Rosen had already made up his mind. At their level, each of them had their own plans. Duan Mulonghu was like this, and so was Rosen. Of course, he knew that Duan Mulonghu definitely did not help him for a favor. He did not believe that Duan Mulonghu's moral integrity was so good. Su Yan faced his opponent's counterattack, but he was very calm. At this moment, he raised the sword in his hand again, Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. The boundless blazing sun suddenly bloomed at this moment. The terrifying light spread out directly, and then swallowed everything. Rosen had experienced Su Yan's move before, and he deeply knew how powerful and terrifying this move was. Moreover, he also knew that after this move, Su Yan still had more tricks up his sleeve. Duan Mulonghu, be careful of Su Yan's move and his follow-up attack. At this moment, he directly transmitted a message to Duan Mulonghu. In fact, there was no need for Rosen to transmit the message. Duan Mulonghu already knew that Su Yan's sword was definitely very terrifying. It was just that he did not know that there was an even more terrifying sword after this. His mind turned, and then his body directly flashed. Demon King Flash. He shouted softly, and then his entire body disappeared from the spot. Demon King Flash was a move that had been lost in the Limitless Demon sect. Once this move was used, his speed would be as fast as lightning. Although it could not be compared to directly traversing through space, it was still extremely fast and terrifying. One had to know that this time, he did not want to fight to the death with Su Yan, but to protect Rosen from death. After all, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, he still had value in the future. Therefore, his goal this time was very clear, and that was to stop the two of them from fighting to the death. As long as he could achieve this goal, he was not willing to pay a huge price directly. At this moment, he directly dodged Su Yan's attack, because he knew that Su Yan's main target was Rosen, and he was just incidental. Of course, in order to protect Rosen from death, he would interfere from the side. In this way, he would be able to achieve his goal with the least amount of trouble. The scorching light released by the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash directly crushed forward. Just as Duan Mulonghu had expected, Rosen was indeed Su Yan's main target, and he was under great pressure at this moment. Rosen secretly cursed Duan Mulonghu for not being loyal, but he also knew that if Duan Mulonghu had not made a move at this moment, he would have died. However, he did not feel any gratitude towards Duan Mulonghu. Demon God Void Rupture. When he was fighting with Su Yan previously, he clearly felt the strength of this power, so at this time, he would not choose to court death directly. He was an extremely powerful person, and no one doubted that. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used the Demon God Void Rupture. Previously, he did not even know that the Demon God armament had such a skill. Moreover, from before until now, he had only used it once, and it was with the help of Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu's power. However, at this moment, he actually used this move directly. Such a talent was really frightening, and it was no wonder that the first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall would make him his target. Of course, the Demon God Void Rupture naturally could not be like before, where it could directly tear open space on a large scale and leave directly. It could only allow him to achieve a small displacement. However, this was enough, and it was enough for him to avoid Su Yan's Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash, and it was enough for him to escape with his life. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed down. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Do you think you can escape?" he asked directly, and then a terrifying power came pressing down at this moment, and the power of light was rotating at this moment. Endless light, the aurora of heaven and earth. Everything was rotating at this moment. Rosen did not react at this time, because according to his memory, after the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash was the extremely terrifying Daybreak Sword. The last time he fought with Su Yan, he was directly defeated by the Daybreak Sword, and was almost killed. However, at this time, Su Yan did not use the Daybreak Sword. Cultivate to kill me, Mad God's Heart, activate. Seeing Su Yan's sword attack coming, Rosen was shocked and angry. At this time, he no longer cared that his strength had not recovered, and directly activated the Mad God's Heart. The Mad God's Heart exploded, and golden power surrounded him, and his blood boiled. This move, with his blood as the source, directly burst out a powerful force. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased. Therefore, almost in the next moment, he moved horizontally and dodged Su Yan's attack. Su Yan looked over. Rosen was able to escape from his attack range in an instant, which was indeed beyond his expectations. However, this did not matter. Since he had escaped, he could chase after him again. Regal Sword Teleportation. At this moment, the sword shield suddenly exploded. The speed of the Regal Sword Teleportation was simply heaven-defying. His body moved horizontally, and an extremely strong light shone directly on Rosen's body. At this moment, Rosen felt his whole body tremble. He did not even have time to turn back, because he had already noticed that Su Yan was charging towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Although his speed was fast, Su Yan was like a maggot in his bones, which made him extremely shocked and angry. However, he was unable to deal with it at all. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu finally interfered again. "Brother Su Yan, what a strong sword chi, what a fast speed. However, I can't let you kill Rosen." At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's voice became colder. He would not allow Su Yan to ruin his plan. At this moment, his aura increased again. It was still the flaming windstorm wheel, but this time, it was clearly filled with the aura of an evil spirit. "Duan Mulonghu, I have already said that if you interfere, I will kill you." Su Yan slashed out, and the strong sword chi actually split into two. The split sword chi went directly towards Duan Mulonghu. "Duan Mulonghu, I can't kill you, and I don't even know if I can defeat you. However, if you want to protect Rosen, don't even think about it." Ah! Duan Mulonghu's flaming windstorm will was blocked by Su Yan's sword. In the next moment, the other half of Su Yan's sword chi slashed towards Rosen's body. At this moment, the demon god armament burst out with intense flames. Although it was not broken, the demon god armament had actually changed shape at this moment. From this, it could be seen how fierce Su Yan's sword was. Su Yan. Duan Mulonghu was furious. At this moment, he no longer controlled his strength, and the violent aura suppressed him. Chapter 773. Female Literature, 9 Dragons Aura. Su Yan was shocked. At that moment, Duan Mulonghu's aura had clearly reached the 9 Dragons realm. Duan Mulonghu was truly a terrifying figure. When they first met, Duan Mulonghu had just revived. His strength wasn't that strong. But now, his strength had actually reached such a level. If he was allowed to continue developing, then how strong would his strength be? However, after the initial shock, Su Yan had already calmed down. In fact, it was not surprising that he had reached the 9 Dragons realm. Back then, he was a real venerable one. Even though his strength had decreased after his resurrection, now that he had started cultivating again, it was not a big deal for him to advance by leaps and bounds. What Su Yan wanted to know now was why he was still in the dragon realm. He believed that with Duan Mulonghu's methods, even if he had reached the Venerable One realm, he would not have to spend too much effort. However, Su Yan now felt his true realm, the 9 Dragons realm. To others, this realm was considered very high, but to him, it was definitely not enough. He must be deliberately stuck in this realm for some reason. Su Yan immediately made this inference in his heart. Of course, this was only a conjecture. Moreover, Su Yan's most important thing now was to kill Rosen. At that moment, he had already made up his mind to kill Rosen directly. Although Duan Mulonghu was obstructing him at that moment, Su Yan knew that this was the best time to kill Rosen. This was because Rosen was not in a good state at that moment. After letting him escape this time, he would definitely have a deeper understanding of himself. When that time came, it would be even more difficult to kill him. This did not mean that Su Yan would not be his opponent in the future, but this guy would probably not give Su Yan a chance to attack in the future. After all, at his level, even if he could not defeat Su Yan, it would not be difficult for him to hide if he wanted to. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to close in on Rosen and kill him directly. His previous attack had the chance to kill Rosen. Even if he did not kill him, he would have the chance to severely injure him. However, this sword aura was weakened greatly because of Duan Mulonghu's interference. Therefore, Rosen was only lightly injured at that moment. At that moment, Su Yan directly exchanged a blow with Duan Mulonghu. At that moment, Duan Mulonghu's eyes were blazing flames. He was astonished by Su Yan's strength. What a powerful strength! This was truly a powerful strength. He was an expert in the 9 Dragons realm, but he did not gain any advantage in such a battle. At that moment, the will of the double-winged tiger was transmitted. "Master, run!" Su Yan felt great panic from the will of the double-winged tiger. Su Yan was startled. He immediately recalled the uneasy feeling that the double-winged tiger had mentioned earlier. At that moment, he turned his attention to the double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger was indeed ferocious. It had already defeated the phantom butterfly, and one of its huge claws was ruthlessly pressed down. As long as he had a little more time, he would be able to break through this line of defense and kill this monster beast. Duan Mulonghu was indeed powerful, but his monster was not comparable to Su Yan's double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger did not need much time to do all this, but it still gave up without hesitation. One had to know that even though the phantom butterfly was not as powerful as it was still a high-level monster. If it could devour this monster, it would definitely benefit greatly. And if it wanted to do all this, it would not take long at all. But at that moment, the double-winged tiger did not have any reluctance. It gave up the opportunity to kill the phantom butterfly and flew directly towards Su Yan. Seeing the double-winged tiger like that, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, he raised his sword again, and a violent power surged out. He did not intend to kill the enemy with this sword, but to escape. At that moment, although Duan Mulonghu wanted to attack again, Su Yan's sword chi could not be underestimated. Moreover, the double-winged tiger had already arrived. He had subdued the phantom butterfly some time ago, and its combat strength was indeed not bad. However, he never expected Su Yan's double-winged tiger to be so powerful that it could directly defeat the phantom butterfly. With his intelligence, how could he not see that a huge change had occurred at this time? Otherwise, Su Yan would not have given up so suddenly when he was still so murderous. At that moment, Su Yan had already jumped onto the double-winged tiger. Let's go. Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance and flew away. Duan Mulonghu did not delay either. Although the phantom butterfly was defeated, the double-winged tiger did not attack ruthlessly at the end, so he was not in any serious trouble. Therefore, at that moment, he suddenly flew up and headed straight for the top of the sky. At that moment, Rosen still did not understand the situation. The two people who were fighting fiercely just now actually chose to retreat at this time, which confused him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a great sense of fear in his heart. When he raised his head, he realized that there were already many shadows above his head. The moment these shadows appeared, his pupils shrank. Clearly, these shadows gave him an immense amount of pressure. No, it was not just great pressure, but the threat of death. At that moment, 4 words suddenly appeared in his mind: shadow creatures. They were the legendary shadow creatures, terrifying shadow creatures that could silently reap people's lives. Moreover, there were so many shadow creatures here. At that moment, his mind was completely blank. Before he could react, the shadow creatures had already charged towards him. Even though he had the demon god armament, he knew that he would not be able to survive against so many shadow creatures. His death was certain. At that moment, he finally understood why Su Yan left so decisively. It was because he seemed to have a premonition that the shadow creatures would appear. At that moment, he no longer thought about how to kill Su Yan. The only thought in his mind was how to escape with his life. At that moment, a gust of wind whistled and the phantom butterfly appeared not far in front of him. It was Duan Mulonghu. He immediately threw out a huge force. The violent force kept whistling and the terrifying aura surged, drowning everything. Any shadow creature that was touched by this aura died instantly. He wanted to save himself. Luo San immediately understood Duan Mulonghu's intention. Although he still didn't know why Duan Mulonghu wanted to save him, he didn't have the time to think about it. Being able to escape was already a great blessing. He directly soared into the sky and then jumped onto the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. At that moment, an endless number of shadow creatures chased after him. Shadow creatures have appeared, and there are so many of them. In that case, Su Yan already knew about this. Duan Mulonghu's eyes flickered because even he did not know about this. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. In just a short moment, he had already thought of some things. Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wu Hui. It seems like these shadow creatures are related to him. Although this was only a conjecture, he was certain that it was not far from the truth. Otherwise, why would the shadow creatures go berserk and appear in this world after Fang Wuhui's resurrection? Shadow creatures were terrifying. Perhaps even the demon clan could not compare to them. Therefore, this sudden change in the dark abyss would definitely become a huge variable in the 9 provinces continent. The dark abyss was relatively close to King Tai, so King Tai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At that moment, the phantom butterfly fluttered in the air, but some shadow creatures still chased after him. For shadow creatures, human blood was their food. Therefore, when they sensed the aura, they would go crazy and chase after him at all costs. Low-level shadow creatures were very similar to low-level demons. They all acted based on instinct and did not have the ability to think. Therefore, even though he had released his powerful aura, the shadow creatures did not hesitate and madly pounced on him. Courting death. With Duanmu Longhu and Rosen's methods, these shadow creatures were naturally very easy to deal with. They directly unleashed their power and immediately killed a large number of shadow creatures. Su Yan frowned when he saw this scene from the sky. Although he escaped from the shadow creatures safely, he could still feel how powerful and terrifying they were. If these shadow creatures were to spread, it would definitely be an extreme disaster. Even for ordinary cultivators, they were extremely frightening individuals. What more for ordinary people without cultivation? If they couldn't control these shadow creatures well, there would definitely be a huge disaster. I have to think of a way. Although he was not a compassionate person, he still didn't want to see the people in misery and suffering. King Tai, among the 10 great sects, the one closest to here is King Tai. Fortunately, these shadow creatures seem to be restricted and can't leave the dark abyss. However, if my guess is correct, these shadow creatures were released by Emperor Wu Hui. He hasn't fully recovered yet, but that won't be too far away. Therefore, what we need to do now is head to King Tai. Chapter 774. Girls' Literature. King Tai, thousands of years ago, was the true colossus of the 9 states. But after the incident with great Emperor Wu Hui, King Tai directly fell into decline. Now, although this sect was still one of the top 10 sects, they had been very low-key. Now, they were almost in a state of semi-isolation. In order to seize the time, Su Yan rushed to King Tai. Taishan Mountain was not far from the dark abyss. Of course, this distance was for the double-winged sky tiger. His speed was so fast that in about half a night, he had already arrived at the edge of Taishan Mountain. This mysterious Taishan Mountain was completely shrouded in a hazy fog. Compared to the Taihang sword faction, this was more like a paradise on earth. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and he immediately saw that this fog was actually an extremely powerful matrix. The mysterious and unfathomable Greater One sect was most likely hiding behind this. If it were any other time, Su Yan would naturally use some gentle methods to visit this place that had been passed down for thousands of years, and its history could even be traced back to the same time as the Stupa sect. But now he could not. He did not know when those shadow creatures would rush out of the dark abyss. So, now he could only use some special methods. Tianhu, tell them that we are here, Su Yan said directly. The double-winged sky tiger understood. Its huge head nodded, and then suddenly let out a huge roar. The roar of the explosion spread out, and even the mountain rocks began to shake at this time. The roar of the sky tiger this time was really terrible, and it was simply shocking. How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in Taishan Mountain? At this time, an angry roar came directly. Su Yan immediately knew that these people were King Tai's people. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and then one palace after another appeared directly in front of Su Yan's eyes. Above the palace, a group of people appeared directly, all of them holding weapons and angry. When they saw Su Yan and the two-winged heavenly tiger, they were immediately on guard. After all, the double-winged heavenly tiger was a powerful demonic beast. Judging from the aura it emitted, it was already comparable to a venerable one. Of course, if a true expert was here, they would be able to truly feel the terror of this two-winged sky tiger. At that time, they would know what true terror was. The leader of this group of people was a man of about 40 years old. His aura was deep, and as he breathed, there was an extremely strong dragon aura roaring and surging. Evidently, this person was an expert. Furthermore, it was highly possible that he had already reached the dragon realm full circle. Seeing that Su Yan did not directly attack the numerous disciples, he directly walked up and said, "Who are you, brother? Why are you disturbing my, King Tai's, cultivation?" Su Yan looked at this person, then jumped down from the double-winged heavenly tiger. He directly said, "I am Su Yan from the Taihang Sword faction. Senior brother, if it wasn't for the fact that it was extremely urgent, I wouldn't have come to disturb your sect. However, something big has happened, so I would like to pay a visit to your sect leader." The middle-aged man slightly frowned. Su Yan noticed that after hearing the words Taihang Sword faction, there seemed to be a different emotion in his eyes. At this moment, he calmly said, "The Taihang Sword faction's sect leader, Zhang Zhe, is very resourceful. Why would there be something that requires our King Tai's help? If there's nothing else, please go back. This matter is related to the Dark Abyss. It's really urgent." Su Yan was anxious. He continued, "Not only that, this matter is also related to Great Emperor Wu Hui." Impudent. In King Tai, the words Great Emperor Wu Hui were taboo. A mere traitor is worthy of being called an emperor? I don't care who you are, or what your goal is, but listen carefully. Go back to where you came from. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't be polite with the monster." At this moment, the middle-aged man's body actually directly emitted a burst of energy. Clearly, he wasn't joking, but was serious. Su Yan didn't expect this middle-aged man's attitude to change to such an extent. However, he really didn't have time to explain. "Brother, since you don't want to listen, then let me talk to your sect leader. Please believe me, this matter is really important. If it's any later, I'm afraid it'll lead to a big mistake." Su Yan earnestly said again. "A mere 6 dragons realm brat thinks he can cause trouble in my King Tai just because he has a monster bestowed by his elders. Do you think you're Zhang Zhe? Get out of my sight." After the man said this disdainfully, he waved his hand. An extremely powerful force fell and suddenly rushed towards Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. He was truly infuriated. This guy was really stubborn. He had already told him why he had come, but he was still like this. If it had been any other time, Su Yan wouldn't have done anything. After all, his previous behavior was indeed impolite. However, this was not a normal time. The situation was critical. He didn't know when Great Emperor Wu Hui would be able to move again, or when he would release the shadow creatures. At this time, Su Yan simply opened his mouth and shouted, "Junior Su Yan, may I be so bold as to pay my respects to the headmaster of King Tai." His voice continued to spread and resounded throughout Taishan Mountain. This behavior completely angered the middle-aged man. At this time, he directly punched out. "Boy, you're courting death." The middle-aged man punched out, and the powerful force swept up an extremely strong aura. Such a terrifying aura was really frightening. After all, the 9 Dragons realm was not an ordinary person. When Su Yan began to transmit his voice, he had already guessed that this would happen, so at this moment, he directly punched out. When the middle-aged man saw that Su Yan didn't dodge his punch, there was an inexplicable anger in his eyes. A mere 6 Dragons realm cultivator dares to be so ungrateful. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a demonic beast. At this distance, your demonic beast can't save you. Soon, the two people's fists directly bombarded each other. This time, a strong storm immediately swept up. At this moment, Su Yan and the ground under his feet directly shattered. It was also at this moment that his expression changed again and again because he was shocked to find that at this time, he was actually at a disadvantage. D***MN it, what terrifying power! Where did this boy come from? At this time, he was extremely shocked. This boy who claimed to be a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Why was his power so strong? Even if he didn't use all of his power, it shouldn't be something that a 6 Dragons Realm cultivator could contend with. What? This person actually blocked Uncle Master's punch? Who on earth is he? At this time, many disciples who saw this scene were surprised. They clearly knew that their Uncle Master's cultivation was 9 dragons, and he was very powerful. But this young disciple of the Taihang sword faction in front of them actually blocked Uncle Master's punch directly. This made them unable to believe it. At this time, the middle-aged man's expression became even more ugly. After all, in front of so many juniors, his attack was blocked. No one would feel good about it. At this moment, anger flashed in his eyes. Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. Take this, my Taishian heavy punch. His right hand directly showed an extremely strange change, and then he threw a heavy punch. At this time, the powerful force continued to rotate at this time, and finally condensed into an extremely violent attack. Su Yan kept retreating. Finally, when he couldn't retreat anymore, he directly threw a punch. The two fists collided again, and this time, the power was even more terrifying than before. After this punch, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized his body. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had already stopped after taking a few steps back. Without a doubt, this time he won. However, his face was still full of anger because at this time, Su Yan was still standing there unscathed. He actually managed to withstand his full-strength punch. Senior, I've already said that this is an extremely urgent matter. I don't have the time to exchange blows with you. Sorry for the offense, Tianhu. Su Yan knew that if he wanted to defeat this middle-aged man, it would definitely take a long time and effort, and what he lacked most now was time. Since this middle-aged man refused to back down, he couldn't blame him for not being polite. The double-winged tiger suddenly roared, and then directly opened its mouth. An extremely blazing light shone out. When the light flashed, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. At the very beginning, Su Yan asked the double-winged tiger to hide its aura a little. After all, if he showed all of his aura, it would be easy to cause a misunderstanding. However, now that things had developed to this point, there was no need to continue hiding. This power was too terrifying. The middle-aged man felt despair when he saw this light. He knew very well that if this light landed on him, he would definitely die. At this moment, King Tai's true expert finally made his move. A powerful energy fluctuation emerged, and then a mirror appeared. A person stood in the mirror, and just by standing there, there was a change outside the Greater One sect. Su Yan knew that this was a senior. He immediately said, Junior Su Yan of the Taihang sword faction greets senior. A great change has occurred in the Dark Abyss, and Emperor Wu Hui has been resurrected. King Tai, please save the common people. This old man's strength was astonishing. Naturally, he didn't want to fight with him. Moreover, he wasn't here to fight, so he directly stated his purpose. If this old man still didn't believe him, then he had no other choice. Chapter 775. Female Literature. This old man looked at Su Yan with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through Su Yan. After a long time, he said, Young man, are you sure you're telling the truth? At this time, the middle-aged man directly said, Elder, such an ignorant child, what does he know without any evidence? In my opinion, this is more like unreasonable pestering. He, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, dares to come to my, King Tai's territory, he should be taught a lesson. Ignorant child. Feng Yilyang, you used all your strength but still couldn't win. You call him an ignorant child, isn't it a bit ridiculous? The elder said directly. Feng Yilyang was the name of this middle-aged man. Although this elder didn't speak directly, the reproach in his words was very obvious. However, the elder didn't care about Feng Yilyang's reaction. He only said to Su Yan, "If this is true, it is indeed a big matter. In that case, let this monster wait outside the mountain gate. Follow me into the sect and explain to the sect master." Elderly looked at Su Yan in the mirror. He was waiting for Su Yan's reaction. In fact, this was very unfavorable for Su Yan. In front of the powerful King Tai, Su Yan's only reliance seemed to be the double-winged celestial tiger. If King Tai's people really had malicious intentions, he would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. He didn't even know if he could survive. However, Su Yan smiled calmly and said, "Tianhu, wait for me here. Don't be presumptuous." After that, he said to the elder, "Please lead the way." At this time, the elder shook his head and said, "There's no need to lead the way." Before he finished speaking, he directly stretched out a hand and pulled Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's body directly crashed into the mirror. Su Yan only saw a blur in front of his eyes and immediately felt the space around him constantly shaking. Spatial technique. Although King Tai's ranking wasn't high, his foundation was indeed very rich. This elder could actually use such a spatial technique. At this time, the elder's voice sounded, "Little friend, don't be surprised. This is just the mystery of the heaven and earth mirror. That's why this old man can use his spatial ability. By the way, my surname is Li. You can call me Elder Li. The Taihang sword faction is really full of talents. It's really lucky to have a genius disciple like you." Su Yan was stunned. This elder's attitude was unexpectedly good. At this time, Elder Li said, "Feng Yilyang's master had a big grudge with your elder Zhang Zhe, but his personal attitude doesn't represent King Tai's attitude. For example, this old man and Zhang Zhe are good friends. Well, when you see the sect master later, you can tell him what you said before." At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the middle-aged man had such a big opinion of him and his attitude was so bad. It turned out that this was the root of the disaster that the ancestors had buried. However, he didn't take it to heart. He, Su Yan, was not a timid person. The shaking of the mirror soon stopped. Su Yan's eyes blurred and he found himself in another world. He felt a sacred aura here. At this time, Elder Li's real body also appeared in front of him. "Let's go. Let's go to the Tai Palace." Elder Li led Su Yan into the Tai Palace. Inside the Tai Palace, an old man was playing the zither. This soft sound was very melodious, giving people a feeling of emptiness in their hearts. Elder Li took the lead and said, "Sect Master, Su Yan has been brought here." Only then did the sect master stop playing the guqin. Then, his gaze landed on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan felt as if he was shrouded in moonlight. The moonlight was faint and very peaceful. At this time, his heart trembled. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of this person, this feeling alone made him feel that this person's cultivation was even higher than that of Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction. Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was already a dragon among men. His cultivation had reached the realm of Dao Master, so this person must be a Dao Master, or even higher. "Little friend Su Yan, this is an urgent matter, so I won't entertain you. Tell me the situation," he said indifferently. Su Yan didn't dare to delay and directly told him everything he knew. He told him that Rosen kidnapped Fang Yueshan and then came to the dark abyss, and he followed him here. In the end, he didn't even miss the matter of Duan Mulonghu. Because he knew that in front of such a person, any concealment would be discovered. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, his mind must be very mysterious and free to feel. Moreover, there was no need to lie about this matter. The sect master listened quietly and nodded at the end. Then he said to Su Yan, "Fang Wuhui's resurrection and the appearance of the shadow creatures is indeed a big matter. Moreover, this matter is related to our sect. It is indeed very dangerous. This old man thanks little friend Su Yan. Since this is the case, this old man will personally accompany little friend. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart trembled. He didn't think that the sect master would attach such importance to this matter and want to personally make a trip. However, this matter was very dangerous to begin with. No matter how important it was not excessive. Since the sect master was willing to personally make a trip, it couldn't be better. The sect master is very righteous. Si Ming, come with me. Also, tell Yu Yang to face the wall and reflect on his actions for half a year. This was the sect master's attitude. Just as Su Yan had guessed at the beginning, this matter was very important. After King Tai found out, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. But he didn't think that the sect master would personally make a move. However, this was a good thing. This matter was related to Great Emperor Wu Hui, so no matter how important it was, it couldn't be excessive. If the sect master was willing to do this, then it couldn't be better. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, the sect master was ready. This time, Su Yan didn't step on his double-winged divine tiger because the sect master directly rushed into the sky after throwing out an object. This object turned into a cloud in the sky. Su Yan, the double-winged divine tiger, and elderly Si Ming all stood on it. The speed of the cloud's flight was really terrifying. Even the double-winged divine tiger's full speed couldn't compare. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the dark abyss. At this time, the dark abyss was very quiet again. It was quiet inside, as if there was nothing. Su Yan frowned slightly. Logically speaking, shadow creatures were rampant here, so this place shouldn't be so quiet. But there seemed to be nothing in this place, which was very strange. At this time, the sect master spoke, there is indeed the aura of shadow creatures. Su Yan, can you still find Fang Wuhui? Su Yan's heart calmed down a little. After all, he didn't feel the aura of shadow creatures. If the sect master thought he was lying to make fun of him, it would be a big trouble for him. This junior will do his best. This place was inexplicably dark, and there was almost no direction. However, when Su Yan first came here, he had spent a lot of effort. Although he couldn't completely grasp the direction, he still had some memory. The speed of Su Yan and the others was extremely slow. After a long time, they finally found the tower. When he arrived, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, the tower was densely packed with shadow creatures. No wonder he didn't see a single shadow creature at the entrance. It turned out that they all ran here. Now, these shadow creatures looked like countless bats. They were densely packed in the cracked tower. At this moment, they were absorbing the energy. Such a dense group of shadow creatures made one's scalp tingle. If one had trypophobia, they would have probably exploded. As expected, it's shadow creatures. Li Siming's voice was trembling. Shadow creatures were terrifying to begin with, and now, there was such a dense group of shadow creatures. This was simply terrifying. Indeed, and this is only a small part of it. Su Yan said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. After seeing the terrifying door that connected the world with one's own eyes, one would understand the despair. Sect Master, what are these shadow creatures doing? Li Siming asked. At this time, the sect master's expression was ugly. He said, if this old man is not mistaken, these shadow creatures are absorbing the energy. But this is only secondary. Did you notice that at the top of the tower, many shadow creatures are disappearing? Su Yan was shocked. He said, Sect Master, you mean these shadow creatures are being absorbed and devoured? I understand now. These things were lured here by Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, and his goal was to eat them. At this time, Su Yan felt his scalp tingle. Great Emperor Wu Hui wanted to eat all of these shadow creatures. How terrifying was that? If that was really the case, then Great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation would increase in a short period of time. That is indeed the case. Sigh. At this time, King Tai raised his head and said, it would have been fine if we didn't know, but now that we know, we can't tolerate this. Those who should be destroyed, disappear from this world. Great art of destruction. As soon as the headmaster made his move, a boundless and terrifying power enveloped the tower. The densely packed shadow creatures began to disappear one by one. After all, these shadow creatures weren't truly powerful existences. They were as weak as ants in front of the Greater One Sect Master. However, Su Yan wouldn't be careless because he knew that ordinary people wouldn't fare much better against them. Chapter 776. Female Literature. Su Yan, this time my Greater One Sect is indebted to you. If it weren't for your warning and these shadow creatures all ran out of the shop, it would have been a great disaster for my sect. His words were calm, but there was some sincerity in them. The shadow creatures were all gathered on top of the tower, so it would have been easy for him to extinguish them. However, if the shadow creatures scattered, it would have been a huge problem. Even if he could kill all the shadow creatures in the end, the ordinary people in the vicinity would have suffered great damage. The casualties would have been disastrous. Senior, the biggest problem is still Fang Wuhui, Su Yan reminded softly. Although the shadow creatures were troublesome, they were only a problem. The true source of the disaster was Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wuhui. Su Yan didn't know why the shadow creatures suddenly appeared in the ancestral land of the Netherworld race back then. However, just by listening to Emperor Wu Hui, he knew how much damage the shadow creatures had caused to the Netherworld realm back then. Originally, the door to the Dark Abyss was completely sealed. However, Emperor Wu Hui's appearance caused the ghostly creatures to reappear in this world. At that moment, Emperor Wu Hui's voice sounded, "This is King Tai's great illusion destruction art. Is it here so soon? Hehe, it's quite fast. It's really beyond my expectations." This was Fang Wuhui's voice. Judging from his voice alone, this heavenly Emperor Wuhui's condition had improved. His voice no longer trembled in the slightest. At that moment, he seemed to be filled with an indescribably terrifying aura. King Tai closed his eyes and finally said softly, "King Tai's current sect master, Guangcheng, greets Senior." Back then, this person was a well-known powerhouse in the sect. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have become one of the sect's legends. However, an accident really did happen. The previous Fang Yulua had become the current Fang Wuhui. This unforeseen event really made people sigh endlessly. This sect master's self-restraint was already very high. If it was an ordinary person, then at this time, they would have directly spoken ill of him. King Tai's sect master. Hehe, so King Tai still exists in this world. This is really a happy and regretful thing. Then, sect leader King Tai, why did you come here today? Are you trying to kill me? He asked directly. At this moment, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, said softly, "If it's possible, we'll naturally kill Senior so that you won't be a scourge for another 1,000 years. If it's not possible, we'll do our best to seal you up." This sect master's words were not polite at all. They were full of gunpowder. At this moment, the sect master laughed. Interesting, interesting. Back then, even Tai Xuanzi couldn't do anything to me and was seriously injured by me. Do you think a junior like you can kill me? His words were contemptuous, but Su Yan knew that he was indeed qualified to speak like this. Back then, he was so powerful and domineering that he single-handedly broke into King Tai's sect. It was hard to imagine how tragic the battle was back then. How powerful a peak emperor master was not something Su Yan could imagine at all. That was a power of another level, which could then stir up space and cause incomparably terrifying and even severe injuries. At this time, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, smiled and said, "If Senior was still at his peak, let alone me, even if all the sect masters of the 10 great sects were here, they wouldn't be able to absolutely defeat Senior. However, Senior is not as good as you used to be." He raised his eyes slightly, and there was an incomparably solemn look in his eyes. "Su Yan has already told me a lot of things. Senior, you've just been reborn. Although you've recovered a lot of your strength in a short time, I believe that you've reached a bottleneck. It's not that easy to increase your strength. That's why you need to lure out shadow creatures to devour them so that you can obtain the energy you need. Am I right? Great Emperor Wuhui did not deny it. He just nodded and said, "You're smart. You are indeed very smart. You are right. The current me naturally cannot be compared to the previous me. The difference between our realms is simply unimaginable. Therefore, if you want to kill me, it is appropriate to take advantage of this opportunity." However, although he said so, his spirit did not fluctuate at all. Everything was so stable that it was frightening. Then, he smiled and said, "But, Junior, do you really have the confidence to kill me?" Just as he was smiling strangely, the space suddenly changed. Shadows appeared one after another, surging strangely. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared. Of course, they were not real humans, but shadow creatures. Each shadow creature was extremely terrifying. Su Yan could not sense their true aura at all. In other words, their strength had exceeded Su Yan's expectations. Such existences were at least venerables, and they were all extremely powerful 5 essences venerables. 6 essences venerables were Tao venerables, but now, 3 5 essences venerables had appeared. This is the world under my control. I can sense your cultivation. The realm of Tao venerables is not bad. However, you should know that Tao venerables are just the beginning. Although these 3 shadow creatures are not Tao venerables yet, they are very close to winning in this world. In this place, their strength can be displayed to the extreme. Even Tao venerables would not be able to handle them, let alone 3 against 1. Little Guangcheng, you still want to kill me now? Ha! You came a little too late. If you came earlier, I wouldn't have been able to control these shadowy creatures and it would have been very dangerous for me. But now, it's too late. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. You're not bad, kid. It's a pity that Fang Yueshan is going to be destroyed by me. This time, not only did you fail to save him, but you also sacrificed yourself. Ha ha ha, what a pity, what a pity. He said with a chuckle. At this time, Su Yan said directly, in other words, Fang Yueshan's soul has not been completely destroyed? Hearing Su Yan's question, he laughed, interesting. His soul is naturally not completely destroyed because that coward Fang Yulua is still guarding him. However, I don't mind telling you that he won't be able to hold on for long. In the end, they are still too weak in front of me. Even if they can hold on until now, what's the use? Damn it, they will still die. Su Yan did not speak. His gaze fell on the 3 shadow creatures. He knew that their existence must be very dangerous, but he believed that King Tai's sect master Guangcheng would solve this problem. Because at this moment, there was not even the slightest change in his expression. He said indifferently, no matter what, as long as he's alive, there's hope. Senior, you said that I came late, but in fact, I don't think it's too late. After all, you haven't completely controlled your body. Otherwise, what I need to face now is not these 3 shadow creatures, but your true body. After saying that, he took a step forward. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to find that this senior, who was clearly in front of him a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the shadow creatures. This was space crossing. This was a true space divine ability, space crossing. Only a true powerhouse could do this. Otherwise, no one else would have such great ability. This was the exclusive skill of a venerable sovereign, controlling space. It was completely different from the Godslayer sword that he had previously used. He directly arrived in front of the 3 shadow creatures. The 3 shadow creatures immediately reacted. They began to attack Guangcheng's sect master in an extremely strange way. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly appeared in this space. The moment this sword chi appeared, Su Yan's entire body shook. Such a powerful force simply shocked him to no end. His sword chi was already very sharp, but compared to this sword chi, it was still a far cry. Apart from the evil sword Cold Jade and the Godslayer sword Qi, among all the people he had seen, only Zhang Zhe, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, had such terrifying power when he used the Taihang divine sword. In this way, the long sword in his hand was ready to be drawn. It was a divine sword. There were 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent, and one of them was King Taiyi's divine sword Taixian. It was no wonder that the sect master had made Su Yan wait for half an hour at the very beginning. King Taiyi's sect master was really far-sighted. It turned out that he had already thought of what might happen here from the very beginning, so he directly asked for the help of the Taixian divine sword. As soon as this sword appeared, it swept up a boundless aura. The terrifying aura was simply terrifying. Under this sword aura, everything was directly destroyed. The 3 shadow creatures, which could almost kill a 5 essences venerable and even pose a threat to a Dao master, were directly obliterated at this moment. The power of this sword was so strong. It was no wonder that King Taiyi could still be ranked as one of the top 10 sects after all those years. The sect master of Guangqing pointed the Taixian divine sword diagonally forward. Killing intent gradually surged in his eyes, and then he said, "Senior, I've already said that I'm not too late." The divine sword diagonally pointed, and the killing intent was boundless. Chapter 777. Female Literature, It's Not Too Late. These were the words of the sect master of Guangqing, and he proved them with his actions. The Taixian holy sword had an unparalleled sword aura. If the holy sword did not appear, who could compete with it? When Su Yan saw the sect master of Guangqing display his invincible might, his heart was also stirred. There was no sword practitioner who did not want to reach such a level. At this time, Su Yan could feel a vibration coming from his body. This vibration came from the Godslayer sword. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the reaction of the Godslayer sword when it sensed a holy sword of the same level. At this time, Su Yan was really scared. He was afraid that the Godslayer sword would be agitated and directly explode. He was now only a scabbard, and a scabbard that was not strong enough. If the deity sword were to act strangely, there was nothing he could do. After all, the deity sword was sealed in the scarlet parting sword scabbard. The scarlet parting sword scabbard had been used by the seniors of the Stupa sect to put the deity sword into a deep sleep. However, the Godslayer sword was now in an awakened state. Fortunately, the Godslayer sword did not directly explode. Instead, it calmed down after experiencing a slight change. This made Su Yan relax a lot. His attention once again fell on the battle between the sect master of Guangqing and Great Emperor Wuhui. These 2 experts are definitely going to fight. I don't know which one is stronger, but judging from the current situation, the sect master of Guangqing has a higher chance of winning. After all, he even brought the holy sword. The power of the holy sword is terrifying. If the power of the holy sword can be maximized, it is possible to kill a holy venerable. The Godslayer sword is rumored to be a terrifying existence that has killed gods. At this time, Su Yan began to think. He was thinking about the odds of victory between the 2 sides, because at this time, he had not given up on one thing, and that was to save Fang Yueshan. From Fang Wuhui's words, it was easy for him to deduce that Fang Yueshan was still alive at this time. Even if it was like what Fang Wuhui said, and he could easily refine him, at least not yet. Although Su Yan couldn't figure out why Fang Yueshan was still alive, since he was still alive, there was still hope. Therefore, Su Yan's current idea was to save Fang Yueshan. Admittedly, this idea was a little crazy, but this was his honest thought. The sect master of Guangqing stepped forward again. This time, he was not far from Great Emperor Wuhui. He said, "Senior, you are indeed very powerful, but you are not the Great Emperor Wuhui of the past. Now, I still have a chance to kill you." He walked forward step by step, his powerful aura surging forward. The Taixian sword. Haha, I didn't expect King Taiyi to still be able to refine this divine sword. That's really impressive. No wonder King Taiyi is still alive. A semicircular light arc appeared in front of the 2 of them. This was the constant confrontation between the 2 of them. However, as King Tai moved forward, the light arc between the two of them became more and more intense. The confrontation between the two of them was simply the most terrifying place in the world. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These were all trivial matters. During this confrontation of power, spatial cracks even appeared one after another. As these cracks appeared, a powerful suction force was constantly emitted. Li Siming retreated immediately. At the same time, he reached out his hand and protected Su Yan behind him. Little friend Su Yan, these inconspicuous cracks are all spatial power. Once you are sucked in, it is very likely that you will be killed directly. Li Siming was a good person. He didn't want Su Yan to die just like that, so he protected Su Yan. Previously, he had used the mirror image mystic ability to appear before Su Yan and use an extremely powerful aura to stop the double-winged sky tiger's attack. Of course, this didn't mean that he had directly suppressed the double-winged sky tiger. However, this aura was enough to make the double-winged sky tiger feel apprehensive. At the time, Su Yan hadn't been able to determine his cultivation base. However, now that he had made a move, Su Yan immediately sensed his cultivation base. 5 Origin Realm. This kind of strength was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had made a move to protect him, Su Yan no longer felt any fear in his heart. At the moment, his gaze was fixed on the place where the two of them were clashing. This kind of battle was truly unrivaled. How could such an intense and terrifying battle be seen anywhere else? Although the two of them hadn't really made a move and were only competing in terms of aura, this was already a battle of the absolute pinnacle. The strength of the two people fighting was naturally at the pinnacle of the current era. At the moment, King Tai's sect master Guang Cheng was advancing step by step. Su Yan could clearly see that Guang Cheng's current strength seemed to be above his opponent's. Therefore, at this moment, he was simply invading Fang Wuhui's domain. Although Fang Wuhui was smiling calmly at this moment, it was very obvious that at this moment, he was constantly being compressed. This was the result of the two of them not making a move. It was obvious that if the two of them really made a move, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. However, Su Yan really admired him. Under the circumstances, he was actually still so calm. Other things aside, just his calmness alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. Although he could also remain calm in the face of danger, the situation that the two of them were facing was obviously different. At the moment, he spoke again. Not bad, not bad. You're really impressive. The fact that King Tai's younger generation is led by someone like you actually means that there's hope for its revival. I just hope that you can really defeat me. You have to know that I'm not Fang Yulua. I don't have any feelings for King Tai. On the contrary, what I have is a strong killing intent. He chuckled as he spoke. It was as if the one who had taken the initiative wasn't King Tai, but him. Moreover, Su Yan also discovered that the Greater One Sect's headmaster's face was very solemn at this time. He was clearly the one who had taken the initiative, but at this moment, his expression was so solemn. I've already said it, Senior. Since I'm here this time, I have to achieve something. Even if I can't kill you directly, I definitely have to hurt you badly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he slowly raised the Taishian divine sword in his hand. As the Taishian divine sword swayed, the balance of power between the two of them seemed to be broken again. Everything in the world started to shake. At that moment, it was as if a rainbow had appeared between heaven and earth. It was so breathtaking, yet so lonely. At the moment, the shattering of space was even more severe. All the rocks under Emperor Wuhui's body were directly shattered. Su Yan could easily shatter the boulder if he wanted to. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the boulder had to be under Fang Wuhui's body. Anything under him would naturally be protected by him. Under normal circumstances, the area around a powerhouse would be covered by his aura. It would definitely be very difficult to destroy it. However, with a gentle wave of the Taishian divine sword, all these things were shattered. This meant that Fang Wuhui had reached a critical moment. And this was only with a wave of the divine sword. At that moment, Li Siming said, "Senior brother's cultivation is really admirable. Back then, he wasn't a swordsman. Now, he can actually unleash the power of this sword to such an extent." If Li Siming hadn't mentioned it, Su Yan would never have thought that this expert wasn't a swordsman back then. He had just changed his path halfway through. An expert who had left home halfway through his life actually had such a sharp sword will at this moment. It was important to know that a swordsman wasn't just a matter of swinging the sword. A true swordsman could rely on the sword in his hand to condense his own will. Just like Su Yan, no matter what, his sword was his life. Of course, the sword referred to here wasn't the sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart. It was the sword will condensed from his own body, the sword's soul. Strictly speaking, the Taishang sword's soul that existed in his sea of consciousness and suppressed everything wasn't his true sword's soul. Swordsmen were almost always faithful to one thing. This was because once they cultivated other powers and switched to swordsmanship, it would be very difficult for their thoughts to be clear. If they couldn't let go of the past, how could they cultivate swordsmanship? Senior, does this mean that Great Emperor Wu Hui will die here today? This was the question that Su Yan was currently concerned about. Would he be able to kill Great Emperor Wu Hui today? If Feng Wu Hui was killed, then Feng Yueshan's body would naturally be destroyed as well. If that was the case, Su Yan would feel very regretful. However, if he couldn't kill Feng Wu Hui, then it would be a huge disaster for the Zhouzhou continent, or even the entire Great World. He was a madman and an extremely powerful madman. If such a person could live calmly in this world, then it would definitely be the beginning of a disaster for this world. Li Siming was silent for a while before he sighed and said, "To be honest, I really hope that the sect master can kill him with his own hands today. However, he is Great Emperor Wu Hui after all. Back then, he didn't die even when King Tai sent out all the powerhouses. I don't think that he will die here today." Li Siming's mind was actually unprecedentedly alert as he spoke. Su Yan didn't know that Li Siming was firmly ranked in the top 3 of King Tai. The sect master naturally had his reasons for bringing him here. If the battle between the sect master and Feng Wu Hui reached its most critical point, then the final outcome of this battle would probably be decided by Elder Li Siming. At this moment, the battle changed again. The sect master's sword finally slashed down. Chapter 778. Female literature, this sword will suddenly fell. At this moment, everything was cut apart at this moment. Feng Wu Hui's powerful force field defense was shattered at this moment. This sword will was domineering and fierce. It explained the way of the sword to the extreme, but it had an extremely violent power. The boundless light kept flashing at this moment, and in the end, everything was swept away. Such power. At this moment, the entire space of the tower began to shake directly. The terrifying aura of the waves kept rolling, and everything turned into the last light at this moment. At this moment, Li Siming pulled Su Yan again and retreated directly. This was because he had already sensed that this power was too terrifying, as if it was going to directly cut off everything here. If he did not leave with Su Yan, both he and Su Yan would be affected by this power. This kind of battle between experts was the most taboo. This was because if one was not careful, one would be directly affected by this terrifying power. Naturally, the consequences of being affected by the shockwaves were obvious. It was a dead end. At this moment, countless blue lights suddenly fell, and each blue light turned into a ray of sword qi. The 180 rays of sword qi finally condensed into the Taishian divine sword that had been enlarged countless times. "Senior, please die." This was the voice of the Guangqing sect leader. "For the peace of heaven and earth, please die." This was his will. Under such a strong will, the sword intent naturally became incomparably powerful. At this moment, Feng Wu Hui suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. "Tai Xian is truly fortunate to have you. Unfortunately, it's impossible for you to kill me today." At this moment, a halo of light appeared between his palms. Su Yan recognized this halo. He knew that it was the light emitted by the Taishian bead. The Taishian bead was King Tai's sect treasure, and the Taishian divine sword in your hand was later refined by King Tai. Both of them are divine objects. I want to see whether your Taishian divine sword is sharper or my Taishian bead is stronger. As soon as the Taishian bead appeared, there were signs of ghostly wailing and howling. The space also began to tremble violently. At this moment, elderly Siming exclaimed, "Impossible. The Taishian bead is King Tai's treasure. How can it be so evil?" Back then, King Tai was the leader of the sect, the leader of the orthodox path. Such an existence naturally could not be so ghostly. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. It was truly hard for him to imagine that this supreme profound bead would actually reach such a level. "Old demon, how dare you defile the Taishian bead? You deserve to die." At this moment, Guangcheng's expression became extremely serious. The Taishian bead was a divine object lost by King Tai, and it had an extraordinary meaning to King Tai. For more than 10 years, King Tai had never given up on searching for it. However, when he finally saw the Taishian bead, he realized that it was no longer the same as before, when it had great power. Instead, it had become a bead condensed by terrifying evil energy. "Deserve to die. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The one who deserves to die is not me, but you, King Tai. The sins were all planted by you. Back then, you should have been mentally prepared. You can kill people and hang their corpses, but can't you allow me to take revenge?" His expression became extremely ferocious. The previous amiability between the two of them disappeared at this moment. At this moment, the auras of the two of them were raised to the limit. "But it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you idiots who provoked Fang Yulua's spirit, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to this world. Ha ha ha, Taishian bead, destroy for me." The two of them loved to collide at this moment, and extremely terrifying energy constantly tore at each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. At this moment, Li Siming's eyes flickered, and he finally made up his mind. He directly said to Su Yan, "My friend, Su Yan, you must be careful. I'm going to help the sect leader." He was of 5 origin supremacy. However, whether compared to the sect leader, Guangcheng, or Fang Wuhui, he was not strong enough. At this point, the difference of a single realm was extremely fatal. The current Su Yan could kill people above his realm at Dragon Realm level 6. Even experts at the 9 Dragon Realm were not his match. Even if his opponent was a 1 origin supremacy, he could still kill them. However, the difference between a 5 origin supremacy and a 6 origin supremacy was extremely huge. It was even more difficult for Su Yan to kill someone at Dragon Realm level 6. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Li Siming had no right to interfere in the battle between the two of them. But now, the situation was different. The two of them were in a deadlock. For Yi Shiwen, this was the best opportunity. His strength was not enough to decide everything, but even the slightest influence would be good. Of course, before he made his move, he already knew that even if he could affect the battle slightly, it was very likely that he would lose his life because of it. However, for the sake of his senior brother, for the sake of King Tai, his life was no longer as important. He took a step forward, and his entire body appeared not far away from the two of them. At this moment, elder Li Siming had already touched upon the power of space. Although he could not control it, he had seen the path. As long as he could directly control it, he could take this step and become a Dao sovereign. If he could become a Dao sovereign, he would have a greater chance of winning today's battle. However, it was a pity that he had yet to take this step. Things in this world were often not so perfect. They would follow one's will. He no longer hesitated and directly struck out with his palm. Boundless heaven-shattering palm. This palm strike had almost condensed all of his life's cultivation into it. The violent power constantly tore at him, wanting to break through all of his defenses. The arrival of his power caused Emperor Wu Hui's expression to change. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Li Siming's attack was the worst thing that could happen to him. Damn it, King Tai, I will definitely turn you into ashes in the future. At this moment, the power of Sect Master Guang Cheng's divine sword skyrocketed once again. His entire body was suppressed. At this moment, he no longer spoke. Instead, he used his actions to prove his will. Little thing, you are indeed powerful with a divine sword, but your junior brother doesn't have the same ability as you. Soul Catcher. At this moment, he suddenly roared angrily. Then, a ray of evil light burst out from his eyes. This ray of light directly enveloped Li Ximing. Li Ximing's expression changed. He immediately realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. The ray of evil light directly enveloped him. He only felt that the world he was in began to blur. Not good, junior brother. This is soul suppression. Quickly stabilize your soul and leave this place. Guangcheng obviously didn't want his junior brother to die here. But Li Ximing was now enveloped by this ray of light. There was no way to wake him up. At this moment, he wanted to directly attack and force Li Ximing away from their battle. But how could Fang Wuhui let him do as he wished? Since he has already entered the battle, why not wait for the battle to end before leaving? Now you want to give up halfway, isn't this a bit too much of a pity? He sneered, and immediately, a dark power emerged from within the Supreme Profound Pearl. The appearance of this power immediately restrained Guangcheng's power. At this moment, it was very difficult for Guangcheng to save his junior brother. Old demon, you deserve to die. He was so angry that his aura directly rose to the limit. He wanted to directly break through the Taishian bead's power. This was because this old demon's soul catcher's power was too terrifying. As time passed, this old demon's power would become more and more terrifying, and his junior brother would become more and more dangerous. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Senior Guangcheng, please stabilize a space for me. I will save Elder Li Ximing. This was Su Yan's voice. At this moment, he felt that it was a little ridiculous. He knew that Su Yan's strength was indeed not bad. However, that was only among the younger generation. Not to mention himself, the difference between him and Li Ximing was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, he actually said that he wanted to save Li Ximing. His first reaction was to not believe it, but Su Yan's words were full of confidence. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death for his junior brother. Okay. His decision was very decisive. For the sake of his junior brother, he decided to fight for Su Yan. At this moment, he shook the Taishian divine sword, and a ray of power immediately appeared. However, this power was not aimed at Fang Wuhui. Instead, it was used to stabilize the surrounding space power for Su Yan. The surrounding space power was too violent. If it was Su Yan who attacked, unless the Godslayer's sword was willing to lend him its power again, he would die. However, with the help of the Tai sect leader, he immediately had more confidence. Almost in an instant, his body flashed, and then he rushed toward Fang Wuhui. When Fang Wuhui saw Su Yan coming, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You're courting death. Even a 5 essences supremacy could only die in front of him. What could a mere Su Yan do? However, at this moment, his body suddenly froze. This was because he felt a power invading him. It was a spiritual power. At this moment, Su Yan arrived in front of him and directly used the Tai Sword Soul. Taishang Sword Soul, merge with my divine will and invade. At this moment, Li Ximing's soul was controlled by his powerful divine will. That was why he could not move and even die. Li Ximing was already very dangerous, but in other words, this guy had to use most of his divine will to suppress Li Ximing. Therefore, his own divine will was probably insufficient. Chapter 779. Female Literature. This was Su Yan's own conjecture. Although it was just a conjecture, Su Yan was somewhat confident. That was why he was willing to take this risk. Su Yan had always been a gambler, and this was still the case. At this moment, he was making a gamble. It had to be said that Su Yan was very greedy. He was not only thinking about saving Li Siming, but also another person. That person was Fang Yueshan. The revered sword soul directly pierced into Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness. Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness should have been extremely powerful, but this special situation gave Su Yan an opportunity. At this moment, Fang Wuhui was incomparably enraged. He shouted, "Brat, get the hell out here." However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. The revered sword soul entered his sea of consciousness along with his consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized how terrifying this sea of consciousness was. In this sea of consciousness, he actually saw countless shadows crying and roaring constantly. He immediately recognized that these were all shadow creatures. Fang Wuhui had actually absorbed so many shadow creatures into his sea of consciousness. Even with Su Yan's knowledge, he did not know what this guy's purpose was. At this moment, Su Yan activated his Eye of Truth. At the same time, his consciousness spread out in this world. What he needed to do now was to investigate. He wanted to see what exactly existed in this place. Of course, he also wanted to find Fang Yueshan's consciousness. I hope your consciousness hasn't been destroyed yet. Otherwise, I really can't do anything. Su Yan prayed softly in his heart. It seemed that his prayer was really taken care of. Not long after, he found a faint golden light flickering in a corner of his sea of consciousness. He also found that the shadow creatures in this sea of consciousness were being driven towards that place. At this moment, Su Yan immediately speculated, could it be that the reason these shadow creatures exist is because of Fang Yueshan? He had heard Fang Wuhui mention that Fang Yueshan's consciousness would soon be destroyed by him. It turned out that he used this method. Not only did he devour these shadow creatures, but he also absorbed them into his sea of consciousness to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. After understanding some things, Su Yan did not dare to stay any longer. The revered sword soul's powerful sword qi immediately turned around and a powerful force immediately spread out. Now, Su Yan had to end the battle quickly. After all, this was Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness. Now that Fang Wuhui's consciousness wanted to kill Li Siming, the two of them could be said to be restraining each other before Li Siming died. Therefore, Su Yan could almost run amok here, but he knew that Li Siming would not be able to hold on for long. If this continued, Li Siming would be killed by Fang Wuhui and his consciousness would immediately return. This was not good news for Su Yan. Therefore, he had to do things quickly. The revered sword qi swept out and extinguished all the shadow creatures in the vicinity. He didn't stay any longer as he flew forward at top speed. Fang Yueshan, I'm coming to save you. The revered sword soul was filled with a sacred aura. These shadow creatures were simply unable to withstand a single blow from the revered sword soul. In a short period of time, countless shadow creatures had died under the revered sword soul. At this moment, the curled-up soul suddenly opened its eyes. Su Yan immediately sensed that it was Fang Yueshan's soul. Compared to Fang Wuhui, his soul was clearly weak. However, at this moment, his soul was completely fine. In front of him, there was a faint golden figure standing there. When he saw Su Yan arrive, he suddenly said, "You really came. It seems that Fang Yueshan has a good eye for friends." When he saw him, Su Yan's heart thumped wildly. However, he finally calmed himself down and asked directly, "Are you Fang Yulua?" At this moment, Fang Wuhui's soul was entangled with Li Siming, so he had an opportunity to take advantage of it. The person in front of him should be Fang Yulua. At this moment, Fang Yulua looked straight at Su Yan and said, "Yes, I'm Fang Yulua. Of course, I'm also Fang Wuhui. However, the one you see now is no longer the real me." His voice was so calm, as if everything was just a trivial matter. Su Yan had no choice but to be on guard. Although he knew that Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua were actually two completely different people, he also understood that whether it was Fang Yulua or Fang Wuhui, they were both colossal existences to him. Such people were very terrifying and powerful. Even if it was just as he said now, that he was only left with a remnant soul. Are you protecting him? Su Yan asked. The flashing golden figure said, You're right, I'm indeed protecting him. However, strictly speaking, I'm waiting for your arrival. His words stunned Su Yan. He was waiting for his arrival. How did he know that he would definitely come in to save him? If one were to say that he could predict the future, that would be a little too exaggerated. Before Su Yan could speak, he had already said, Actually, this is not my guess. It's Fang Yueshan's insistence. Since he's so insistent, I'm willing to believe him. This was Fang Yueshan's insistence. Su Yan didn't expect that this person who had just met him would value him so much. However, since he believed in him so much, he would come. Senior, now is not the time to talk. Please tell me how I can save Fang Yueshan. This was the most important question, and also the reason why Su Yan came here. He came here to try to save Fang Yueshan. This was Su Yan. Once he made a promise, then he would definitely do his best to find a way to fulfill it. No matter how difficult it was, he would not hesitate to do it. Fang Yulua said, You're right, this is indeed not the right time to talk. My will is already very weak, it's already not easy for me to hold on until you come here. So at this time, I won't waste any more time. I've observed that your sword spirit is already strong enough, and it's majestic. How about this, I'll directly throw myself into your sword spirit. Although my soul can't be compared to Fang Wuhui's, but I can still give your sword spirit a little more spirituality. This will be your reward. He spoke very calmly, but at this time, Su Yan was very shocked. One had to know that the consequences of doing this were very terrible, and that was to completely erase his traces in this world. Su Yan found it hard to imagine that this senior would actually say such words, but Su Yan directly said, Senior, Su Yan didn't come here for a reward. This is because this is my promise to Fang Yueshan, so senior doesn't need to give me a reward. Fang Yulua said, You're really a magnanimous gentleman, but it's your business if you want to keep your promise, but it's my business if I want to give you a reward. Moreover, at this time, I have indeed reached the end. Back then, I was filled with evil thoughts, and in the end, I let Fang Wuhui commit a sin. Now, I just want to do my part and hope to make up for some things. Well, this matter is decided. Before Su Yan could reply again, his body suddenly released a golden light. His body seemed to be burning, and in just a moment, his body directly leaned towards Su Yan. At this time, Li Siming was bitterly holding on. In his sea of consciousness, Fang Wuhui's divine sense was simply too violent. Although the current Fang Wuhui was no longer at his strongest state, this strand of divine sense of Fang Wuhui was still incomparably terrifying. With his realm, he didn't even have the strength to resist. He could only rely on his advantage in his sea of consciousness to bitterly resist. However, even so, he was now in the most critical moment. He was afraid that after a while, he wouldn't be able to hold on. At that time, his life would come to an end. But he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. At this time, Fang Wuhui's divine sense suddenly stopped. Damn brat, you're courting death. His divine sense became extremely angry. At this moment, he actually ignored everything and immediately retreated from Li Siming's sea of consciousness. Li Siming's sea of consciousness finally returned to normal. At this time, Li Siming was simply escaping from death. The terrifying power from before had already made him despair. However, he didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be a turn for the better. What's going on? He actually spared my life. Is it because he doesn't want to kill me? No, that's impossible. If that's the case, why would he go through so much trouble to directly charge into my sea of consciousness? Damn brat, this is Su Yan. Li Siming's divine sense gradually returned. At this time, his face was pale and he didn't have a single bit of strength left in his body. This kind of battle between divine senses was the most terrifying. Although he didn't use all his strength, the slightest carelessness could directly determine life and death. Just now, he had almost been killed. However, at this time, he was even more certain that it was Su Yan who had done something. However, he couldn't understand how Su Yan, a person in the dragon realm, could play such a role in this kind of battle. At this time, Su Yan had gradually merged with the golden power. Chapter 780. Female Literature, The Revered Sword Soul. The revered sword soul condensed from the revered sword scripture was the foundation of Su Yan. It was Su Yan's most important core. At that moment, Fang Yulua had actually burned her own soul to complete the revered sword soul, causing it to become even more powerful. This was a huge opportunity for Su Yan. It was really difficult to improve the revered sword soul. The revered sword scripture was the most profound and powerful. It was even more profound than the great heavenly demon lord and the others. Furthermore, it was something that had fused with Su Yan's soul. It was even more difficult to improve it. At that moment, Su Yan had only learned and comprehended the first 4 moves of the revered sword scripture. However, after Fang Yulua's soul burned, the revered sword soul actually showed signs of improving again. This person was indeed worthy of Su Yan's admiration. He had actually burned his own soul completely. At that moment, his soul consciousness had completely disappeared, leaving behind only the purest soul origin. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan's revered sword soul could improve. It was at this moment that endless waves suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. Little thief, you are courting death. How dare you devour my soul origin? I'm going to kill you. Fang Wuhui's voice was transmitted directly. Fang Wuhui's words were not wrong. This was indeed his soul origin. After all, he and Fang Yulua were the same person. Back then, Fang Yulua had come to this place in order to suppress him. In order to kill Fang Yulua, Fang Wuhui had used the power of the Taishian bead and the shadow creature to separate the two of him. From then on, Fang Yulua was Fang Yulua, and Fang Wuhui was Fang Wuhui. However, after separating them, it did not mean that the two of them would go their separate ways. To the other party, the two of them were the most delicious food. This was especially true for Fang Wuhui. He was someone who wanted to become a god. It was very difficult for an incomplete soul to do so, so he needed to devour Fang Yulua's soul again. This was also why after waking up this time, he once again let Fang Yulua's soul return to Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness. According to his original plan, he would slowly refine Fang Yulua's soul. But at this time, Su Yan's appearance immediately disrupted his plan. He would never have thought that his other self would actually make such a choice. He directly burned his own soul and then came to help Su Yan. How could he not be angry? At this time, his killing intent towards Su Yan had risen to the extreme. The power of his sea of consciousness directly condensed into a monstrous cyclone, which immediately rushed towards Su Yan's body. You dare to devour his soul? Then I will directly disperse your soul and make you completely disappear from this world, you damn brat. After all, this was the sea of consciousness. If he could directly refine Su Yan's soul at this time, then it was not too late to do anything. At this time, a voice directly transmitted, Fang Wuhui, this is my sea of consciousness. It was Fang Yueshan's voice. Just as Fang Yueshan said, this was his sea of consciousness, and he was the real master of this sea of consciousness. At this time, his thoughts directly moved, and immediately, a boundless wave began to rise. This terrifying aura directly appeared and directly suppressed Fang Wuhui's power. You have become so powerful. Good, very good. Fang Yulua is really good. He naturally understood that if it was only Fang Yueshan himself, it would be impossible for his soul to become so powerful in such a short time. Then, it could only be Fang Yulua. This damned coward. He had been against him thousands of years ago, and now he was still the same. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths for his crimes. At this moment, his anger was simply soaring to the sky. However, at this time, he had to face a problem, and that was Fang Yueshan's obstruction. Fang Yueshan's sudden attack directly dispersed his attack. At this time, Fang Yueshan's divine thought directly floated over. At this time, he was much more powerful than before. He directly walked in front of Su Yan, and then said with a smile, "My soul is, after all, weak. Even though it has become much stronger with the help of my ancestors, it has reached its limit and can't become stronger again. So, my hope is on you, Su Yan." He was truly grateful to Su Yan. Originally, he was a person who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He didn't have any real friends. However, Su Yan actually killed his way here for a simple verbal promise. He even directly entered a dangerous place like his sea of knowledge. Such a person was worth making friends with. Since Su Yan treated him so well, he naturally had to repay Su Yan. This was Fang Yueshan's principle. Moreover, at this time, he and Su Yan were already on the same front. If he could not buy time for Su Yan, he would still fail. Don't look at how awe-inspiring he was right now, able to directly block Fang Wuhui's attack. However, he was very clear that as time passed, he would definitely not be able to block Fang Wuhui's attack. Just as he had said earlier, his nature was too backward after all. And to a certain extent, the essence of the soul determined everything. Fang Wuhui was really angry. He was willing to give up on killing Li Siming and directly return to his sea of consciousness to fight for his other self, which was Fang Yulua's soul origin. However, the current situation was much worse than he imagined. At this time, Fang Yueshan actually had the strength to fight with him. His other self really knew how to create trouble for him. However, it did not matter. He would definitely be the final victor. He was Emperor Wu Hui, a peak earthly venerable powerhouse. Even in the long river of history, he was an absolute powerhouse. Therefore, he would definitely be the final victor. "Fang Yueshan, I am your ancestor. Are you going to stop me?" he asked directly. With this question, he integrated his spiritual pressure into it. The powerful pressure directly pounced on Fang Yueshan. He was indeed Fang Yueshan's ancestor. In addition, he integrated his spiritual pressure into this question. A simple question was a huge pressure for Fang Yueshan. However, Fang Yueshan shook his head and said directly, "You're wrong. You're not my ancestor at all. My ancestor is Fang Yulua, not Fang Wuhui. You're just a devil. Therefore, I want to kill you." His voice was calm, but there was incomparable determination in this calmness. "I want to kill you." These 4 words were so crisp and clear, so powerful and resonant. At this time, Fang Wuhui laughed. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? That's the best joke I've ever heard. Why? What are you going to use to kill me? With your pitiful strength?" His spirit moved forward again and directly pressed on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan did not give in at all. He looked straight at the other party and said, "I know that my current strength naturally can't contend against you, and I've never thought of killing you with my own hands because I've seen myself very clearly. How can a person like me, who's just waiting to die, kill a super demon like you?" He continued, "It's just that I can't do it, but someone can. That's Su Yan. I believe that he can definitely kill you. Since he can kill you, I naturally have to help him. Moreover, I've already promised to be loyal to him, so I naturally have to do something for him." It had to be said that Fang Yueshan's mentality was really good. At this time, he spoke so calmly as if everything had been thrown to the back of his mind. Everything had nothing to do with him anymore. His gaze seemed to be calmer. However, this also meant that his beliefs were becoming more and more firm. This caused Fang Wuhui to be extremely unhappy. He directly said, "Fang Yulua is so weak, and you are the same as well. You have truly disappointed me. Forget it, I don't want to waste words with you. Originally, on account of the fact that you are my descendant, I would have spared your life. But unfortunately, you chose to give up. Since that's the case, I shall kill you." Another surge of energy flowed through his body. This power turned into 2 black snakes and directly entangled Fang Wuhui. This was Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, so if he wanted to kill Su Yan and take back his origin power, he naturally had to kill Fang Yueshan first. With his strength, it was not difficult to kill Fang Yueshan. The two snake shadows directly appeared and then suddenly bit Fang Yueshan's divine soul. At this time, Fang Yueshan shouted angrily, "Tai immeasurable heavenly light." King Tai's supreme secret technique could only be cultivated by true core disciples. In this era, no one in King Tai could master this supreme technique. It was taught to him by Fang Yuluo. At this time, he directly used it and immediately clashed with the two snake shadows. This was a confrontation between divine souls. Confrontation between divine souls had always been extremely dangerous. Sometimes, just an insignificant injury could be enough to determine victory or defeat, or even life and death. At this time, he desperately circulated his power, and the terrifying radiance was constantly condensing and being annihilated. The radiance of the thunderbolt was so dazzling at this time. This was the divine soul world, which was also the sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, there were endless possibilities. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's divine soul was continuously retreating. Now, he was trying his best to hold on, but the gap in strength could not be so easily made up. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this time, the golden radiance in Su Yan's body became even more dazzling. The sudden rise of the golden radiance made Fang Yueshan pleasantly surprised. He knew that as long as he held on for a while, Su Yan would succeed. Chapter 781. Female Literature. Fang Yuluo was disgusted. He had said that Su Yan was a terrifying person. His potential was enormous. As long as Su Yan was given time, he would definitely surpass him. In other words, Fang Yuluo concluded that as long as Su Yan did not die, he could surpass the Venerable Emperor. Above the Venerable Emperor and below the gods was the Holy Venerable. History was long, but how many people had successfully become a Holy Venerable? Su Yan actually had the chance to become a Holy Venerable. This was a very high evaluation. Moreover, the person who gave this evaluation was not an ordinary person, but his ancestor, Fang Yuluo. Fang Yuluo had told Fang Yueshan to follow Su Yan in the end. If there was one person who could solve the situation today and let Fang Yueshan survive, it would definitely not be King Tai, Sect Master Guangcheng, nor would it be Elder Li Siming. It just had to be Su Yan, who had a low cultivation level. At this moment, seeing Su Yan's body shining brightly, Fang Wuhui was immediately filled with endless anger. This should have been his power, but at this time, Su Yan had already refined this power into his body. He could not forgive him. He had to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not care about him at this time. This time, Fang Yuluo had really given him a huge opportunity. Originally, he had worked hard to cultivate, but no matter what, his power was still limited. It was extremely difficult for him to go further with the regal sword soul. However, this time, with such pure and powerful soul power as a medium for communication, the connection between the regal sword soul and Su Yan had become even closer. Su Yan's power directly increased. Not only that, he even began to comprehend new sword moves. It was at this time that his spirit suddenly became even more divine. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved and came directly in front of Fang Yueshan. He could see that Fang Yueshan was already at the end of his rope. After all, he had not obtained this power for long, so he was still unable to completely control it. If Fang Yueshan continued to fight, it would instead cause damage to his foundation. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he had rested for so long, so it was time for him to make a move. He gently raised his palm and a sword chi directly appeared at this moment. The moment the sword chi appeared, clouds appeared in his sea of consciousness. If this was in Su Yan's own sea of consciousness, it would be fine. He was, after all, he could control sea of his own. However, this place was his Fang Yueshan. But at this time, he actually directly used such a method. This was a very extraordinary thing. The method of creating something out of nothing was simply terrifying. At this moment, even Fang Wuhui's eyes had an extremely dignified look. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Su Yan did indeed have the strength to threaten him at this moment. The power of this attack indeed made him feel extremely shocked. At this moment, the regal sword soul directly flashed and the clouds that were born began to condense directly at this moment. In the end, it turned into a long sword. At this moment, Fang Wuhui looked at Su Yan and was suddenly shocked. Destiny's child. You must be the legendary Destiny's child. I feel that there are many destiny entanglements on your body. No wonder you are so strange. I see, I see. At this moment, he suddenly said some words that Su Yan had never heard before. For example, Destiny's child was something that Su Yan had never heard of before. I don't know what Destiny's child is. I only know that I want to kill you today, not for anything else, but because I want to kill you. At this moment, his sword intent directly rose. The violent power immediately rose to the extreme at this moment. The aura on the regal sword soul's body rose to the peak directly. This kind of power, this kind of valiant strength, was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Fang Wuhui's soul began to retreat continuously. Previously, he had already overestimated Su Yan's attack, but he still did not expect that this attack would actually be terrifying to such an extent. Even he had no choice but to retreat continuously at this time in order to avoid the sharp edge. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Haha, are you afraid?" Of course he was afraid. If not, why would he retreat? Su Yan's regal sword soul had become sacred and inviolable at this moment. First sword, Dance of the Fish Dragon. In the dark sea of consciousness, an endless golden glow was immediately born, and within the golden glow, a fish dragon suddenly appeared. This fish dragon was different from the ones in the past. In the past, the fish dragon was also condensed by sword aura, and it even seemed to have some spiritual energy. However, this fish dragon was condensed by endless golden light, and it even seemed to have given birth to its own intelligence. The fish dragon rolled, and then directly charged towards Su Yan. Damn it! At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly cursed. He immediately pushed out a palm. A dark palm print appeared out of nowhere and blocked the fish dragon directly. Damn brat, if it weren't for the fact that I had just been reborn and my power was too low, if it weren't for the fact that I was restrained by the Taishian sword of that junior from Guangcheng, causing me to be unable to use most of my spiritual power, if it weren't for the fact that you received the gift of Fang Yulua's power, how could someone like you be my opponent? He directly shouted. Su Yan sneered, and then said, "The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. You talk too much nonsense. No matter what, I won, and that's enough. Why do you care so much?" At this moment, his regal sword soul moved again. First sword, settle the universe. The second sword, settle the universe. It was clearly in the sea of consciousness, but Fang Wuhui's body had been directly fixed. At this moment, he couldn't even struggle even if he wanted to. Although the first sword, settle the universe, was powerful, it could only restrict the opponent's movements in a small area. How could it be so terrifying that it could directly freeze him? At this moment, Su Yan's sword momentum rose again, and the third sword suddenly fell. The third sword, regal sun-shattering slash. Light appeared, and a scorching sun appeared in the sky. The terrifying light shone, and the blazing light turned into a cage at this moment, directly locking Fang Wuhui in. Then, the scorching sun began to die out. The appearance of the scorching sun in this sword was already extremely powerful and terrifying, but the truly terrifying move of the scorching sun's death was the move. That was a terrifying and majestic light that was like the destruction of heaven and earth. Under such a sword, even a powerful person like him couldn't withstand it. At this moment, his body began to tremble, and he even began to spit out blood from his mouth. Damn it, really damn it. I can't believe I was bullied to this extent by such a brat. Damn it. He directly roared. Then, he continued to say, Su Yan, if you use such terrifying power, you will directly consume the power that Fang Yulua gave you. What a pity. Today, you and I will stop here. What do you think? I will let you leave safely. At this moment, Fang Wuhui actually said such words. In the past, everyone knew that Fang Wuhui was absolutely domineering, and he didn't know how to negotiate or compromise with others. However, at this moment, he actually began to say such words. It could be seen that he had really reached an extremely dangerous point. Or rather, at this moment, he already had to pay the price. However, this price was already beyond what he could bear, so he had to ask for peace. Unfortunately, although he said so, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just smiled coldly, then said, "Are you asking for peace now?" It's too late. Moreover, for me, power is meant to be used. If I get power but don't use it like a miser, then what's the point? He continued, Fang Wuhui, I know that for a character like you, you absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. There's no need to hide anymore. What other methods do you have? Just directly display them. I, Su Wentian, will receive them. If not, don't blame me when you die. Su Yan sneered, then the scorching sun shattered, and the supreme sun-shattering slash was directly released. Fang Wuhui was furious, Su Yan, well done. Since you are so shameless, this old man will let you know how to write the word, regret. In an instant, his palm turned over, and a ray of light directly appeared at this time. At this moment, a powerful force condensed and turned into an extremely evil light. The appearance of this light directly suppressed the power of the supreme sun-shattering slash. You are right. This old man does have other powers, but this old man didn't want to use them at first. However, you just had to force my hand. In that case, go to hell. Descend of the evil demon. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a round ball. Su Yan immediately recognized it. It was the Taishian bead. At this time, the Taishian bead actually appeared. However, it was clearly using the Taishian bead to fight against the Taishian divine sword of King Taiyi's sect master Guangcheng. However, Su Yan quickly recognized it. No, this is not the real Taishian bead, but just a projection. Fang Wuhui directly said, yes, this is indeed not the real Taishian bead. However, even if it is just a projection, it is enough to deal with you. The Taishian bead was able to suppress the entire Jiuzhou continent in the past. His power is not something you can imagine. The Taishian divine sword is nothing. It is just a divine sword that was refined. How can it be compared to the Taishian bead? If I hadn't used so much of its power to resist the great path of the samsara of life and death, the Taishian divine sword would have been broken. Chapter 782. Female literature. This sentence allowed Su Yan to understand a lot of things. For example, the acquired heaven sword, and the Taishian bead's resistance to the samsara of life and death. These things were not things that he could come into contact with. At this time, the projection of the Taishian bead began to erupt with a terrifying power. At this time, Fang Yueshan said directly, Su Yan, be careful. The ancestor once said that the Taishian bead uses an extremely terrifying power, and this power has no attribute. If it is refined with the power of the righteous path, it will be the power of the righteous path. If it is refined with the power of the evil path, it will be endless evil. The Taishian bead has been contaminated by Fang Wuhui's endless evil and has become extremely terrifying. Therefore, even if it is just a projection, you can't be careless, because once you are implicated by this projection, you will definitely pay a huge price. This was what Fang Yulua told him at the last moment. The Taishian bead was an extremely powerful treasure. Back then, King Taiyi was able to use it to suppress the universe, which showed how powerful this treasure was. When Su Yan saw the Taishian bead, he felt very strange. Logically speaking, since the Taishian bead was King Taiyi's treasure, it should have an extremely powerful side. However, it was a treasure of the righteous path after all, so it should not be so terrifying. However, when Su Yan saw it, he felt that this treasure had an extremely terrifying aura. It was an awe-inspiring demonic aura. Such a terrifying aura was constantly roaring, and it was simply the most terrifying thing in the world. In the core of the Taishian bead, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying thing hidden. That kind of evil was something that even the evil sword Cold Jade could not compare to. Of course, Su Yan did not know what was inside. At this time, since Fang Yueshan said so, he must know something, but he did not say it at this time. However, at this time, he had no choice but to release the arrow. All the light had gathered at this point. The scorching sun had already shattered, which meant that dawn was coming. His daybreak sword had already reached its peak. No matter how strong the Taishian bead is, it's just an afterimage right now. If that's the case, then I'll just have to destroy it. Su Yan was at his strongest right now. At this moment, he was fearless. Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you. These were his thoughts at the moment. Great Emperor Wu Hui. Today I will make you sink into this place forever. At this time, his sword intent had already risen high into the sky, and the shadow of a scorching sun had already slid down to this place. Under the illumination of the light, Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness began to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was simply too strong. It was so powerful that he was at a loss for what to do. If he did not have the Taishian bead in his hands, he might not have dared to fight at this time. However, he had now guided the power of the Taishian bead into this place. Even if it was just an afterimage, its power was still incomparably terrifying. After all, it was the Taishian bead. Back then, he stole the Taishian bead from King Tai and killed many of King Tai's experts. In the end, the King Tai's sect master was so furious that he led the sect's experts to this place to kill him. Back then, he was also vicious and merciless. He directly used the terrifying existence of the shadow world to kill the current sect master. At that time, he was also heavily rewarded by Fang Yulua. Fang Yulua seized the opportunity to regain control of his body and then sealed herself. At this time, Fang Yulua also did something else, which was to seal the terrifying existence in the shadow world. It was precisely because of this that the power of the Taishian bead was so terrifying and dangerous. At this time, although it was just a shadow, its powerful and evil power was still frightening. At this time, he directly summoned this afterimage and directly suppressed Su Yan's daybreak sword in one fell swoop. The supreme sword chi of the daybreak sword had already become extremely broken at this time. The powerful and terrifying power was even more frightening. Previously, Su Yan's aura was so strong that he had almost occupied everything. However, at this moment, Su Yan was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean. He was being battered by this powerful and terrifying force, and was swaying unsteadily. Boy, today I'll let you know that you must be in awe when facing the strong. You think you can overturn the heavens just because you obtained a little power from Fang Yulua? So what if you're the child of destiny? In my eyes, you're nothing. Now, I'll kill you directly. I'll let you know that I'm the master of this world. At this time, he walked like a dragon and a tiger, and his divine consciousness suddenly expanded at this moment. He seemed to have begun to merge with the mysterious existence in the shadow of the Taishian bead. At this moment, his aura began to rise directly. The huge power seemed to be able to crush the entire world. His consciousness swept down directly. This was clearly Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, but at this moment, he had become the master. At this time, Fang Yueshan was the most miserable person in his heart. Originally, he firmly believed that Su Yan could directly defeat his opponent after obtaining the inheritance and gift of his ancestor, Fang Yulua. However, at this time, he was already somewhat shaken. Of course, he had no intention of blaming Su Yan. He was just beginning to feel a little desperate. Now, he was already regretting why he had been so mediocre in the past. If he could become stronger, perhaps he would not have been directly captured by Rosen back then. Of course, he also knew that at this time, there was no point in saying these things. At this time, he had to think of a way. Su Yan, I'm very grateful that you've come to save me. However, there are many things that can't be violated. I'll send you out of my sea of consciousness now, and then quickly escape. After a moment of silence, he directly transmitted his consciousness to Su Yan. With his current strength, there was no way he could resist Fang Wuhui. The only thing he could do was to send out Su Yan's consciousness. This was the last thing he could do. However, at this time, Su Yan directly interrupted his thoughts. It's not over yet. In the face of such a desperate situation, Su Yan was still so calm at this time. His consciousness was like a fallen leaf in a storm, but he did not give up. The Supreme Sword's soul, heaven is Tai, and life is above. Heaven's will, subdue demons. Fang Wuhui, you are now a demon. In that case, I'll subdue you. Take this sword, Supreme Demon Subduing Sword. At this moment, Su Yan's voice was like thunder. At this time, his body directly erupted with endless brilliance. The powerful force directly surged, and everything was reversed at this time. His eyes flickered with an incomparably intense brilliance. At this time, his aura was actually not inferior to Fang Wuhui's. This change was really sudden. Fang Wuhui did not expect that Su Yan would actually have such a change at this moment. Previously, he had clearly suppressed Su Yan, but at this time, Su Yan was still able to erupt with such terrifying power. His soul was trembling violently, and his consciousness was constantly rising in his eyes. He did not understand how Su Yan could have such a terrifying aura, but he knew that if he did not stop Su Yan at this time, then he would definitely be very passive in the future. The previous Daybreaker sword had already made him extremely wary, so he had no choice but to use the power of the Taishian bead to suppress Su Yan. The effect of this was naturally immediate. Su Yan, who was very arrogant before, was directly suppressed at this moment. However, this was actually a very risky thing to do. This was because he knew very well that King Tai's sect master Guangqing would definitely directly increase his power and ruthlessly suppress him at this time. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. However, in his calculations, since the power of the Taishian bead had been brought in, killing Su Yan would be just a matter of raising his hand. It would not take too long at all. This was why he dared to do this. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Su Yan would be so tenacious. Not only was he not directly killed by the power of the Taishian bead, but he also directly launched a counterattack. The Taisheng Demon Slayer Slash. This sword was so terrifying that it was as if its power was born to deal with demons. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such an attack at all. The sky as the Taisheng, the life as the Taisheng, and the position as the Taisheng. He had never seen such a sword before. This terrifying sword aura seemed to be born to restrain him. In front of Su Yan, the shadow of the Taishian bead began to waver. Originally, he had already paid some attention to Su Yan, but now he realized that he was still too careless. Damn it, I already knew that he was the child of fate, born by many fates, a chess piece of fate in the hands of many big shots, but I still underestimated him. Damn it, damn it. He was now regretting it, but it was now too late. Su Yan's sword aura had already fiercely slashed down. When this sword was unleashed, heaven and earth would slay demons. There was no longer any hope for anything else. No, I can't fight against this sword. Otherwise, my divine consciousness will be directly destroyed, and it will also affect the power of the Taishian bead. Fang Wuhui's mind was spinning with thoughts. In the end, he decided to give up. This was because if he was hit by this sword at this time, not only his spiritual soul, but also the foundation of the Taishian bead would be shaken. If that happened, the price he had to pay would be too great. Originally, he wanted to directly seize the body of his descendant and resurrect himself. After all, Fang Yueshan had his bloodline. In this world, no one was more compatible with him than Fang Yueshan. Once he succeeded and solved the problem of Fang Yulua, he would be able to return to the peak in a short time. As long as his cultivation reached the peak, he would like to see who else in this world could compete with him. Back then, he was at the peak of the sovereign realm. This time, after his resurrection, he must enter the saint realm, or even the divine realm. Unfortunately, he was about to die before he could even take over this body. He was forced to such a state by Su Yan before he could completely take over this body. At this time, he was so angry with Su Yan. If it weren't for Su Yan, everything would not have happened. It was Su Yan who meddled in other people's business and called King Tai's sect master. It was also Su Yan who directly rushed into Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, causing him to be in such a state. Su Yan, I, Fang Wuhui, will remember you. Very good. Today, I will consider you to have won once. However, you have to remember this. The next time I appear, I will definitely crush you directly. You worm, even if you are the child of destiny, I will kill you. He transmitted his thoughts with incomparable resentment. At this time, he was only left with endless unwillingness and anger. He kept swearing that he would tear Su Yan into pieces. Su Yan, who had used the Imperial Devil Slayer's slash, was now in a strong momentum. He held the Imperial Sword Soul in his hand, and there was a terrifying aura of transcendence around him. He said directly, Fang Wuhui, are you running away? I can make you run away in a sorry state this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. At this time, Fang Wuhui's soul had begun to withdraw from Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness. After all, this was not his sea of consciousness. Therefore, Su Yan had no other choice but to let him go. However, since Su Yan had defeated him this time, he had full confidence in himself. He, Su Yan, had never feared his enemies. No matter who it was, the worst that could happen was to die in battle. At this time, Guang Cheng's sword became heavier. The Taishian bead began to hum softly. It seemed to be trembling. King Tai's leader, Guang Cheng, raised his eyebrows. He did not know why the Taishian bead was acting like this. However, he could feel that Su Yan seemed to have an effect on Fang Wuhui. This was because at that moment, the power of the Taishian bead weakened a little. This kind of power was nothing to him, but it was enough to kill a person in the dragon realm. In other words, Fang Wuhui actually needed to use the power of the Taishian bead. Although it was a battle of divine minds, Su Yan was able to force Fang Wuhui to this point. This was already beyond his expectations. Therefore, he pushed his power to the extreme. What he needed to do was to help Su Yan share the burden. At this time, the body in front of him trembled continuously. Then, a thick black shadow appeared from the body. He immediately knew that this was Fang Wuhui's soul. Die, old demon. Fang Wuhui's soul actually seeped out from his body. In that case, this little friend Su Yan actually had the advantage, causing the old devil to have no choice but to compromise. He was very surprised that Su Yan could do this. However, the most important thing now was to directly kill the old demon's soul. However, at this moment, the Taishian bead trembled again. It seemed that an extremely terrifying demon had appeared. It was a shadow creature. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful existence among the shadow creatures. When the shadow creature looked at Guang Cheng's heart was shaken. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly transmitted his thoughts. Guang Cheng, you little brat, King Tai's leader died in his hands. Kiki, just you wait. Soon, your soul will become his food. Let's call it a day. Chapter 783. Female Literature. At this moment, Fang Wuhui rushed into the Taishian bead. Then, the Taishian bead broke free from the power of the Taishian divine sword and turned into a long rainbow to leave. Li Siming wanted to stop the power of the Taishian bead, but Guang Cheng's voice rang out. Siming, leave. Guang Cheng could clearly sense the power of the Taishian bead. Although Li Siming's realm was not bad, he was not a Dao master. After all, he was still far from it. If he tried to stop the Taishian bead from leaving, he would only end up dead. Guang Cheng immediately flew up on his sword. You want to escape? Dream on. He would never let Fang Wuhui leave just like that. No matter what, he had to kill Fang Wuhui. Therefore, he also flew up into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, and chased after the Taishian bead. At this moment, his eyes were filled with an incomparably determined light. The Taishian bead was flying very fast, but Guangcheng was even faster. The distance between the two was constantly closing. At this moment, Guangcheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Almost at the same time, a huge door that was 100 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance of this door immediately made the heart of the sect leader tremble. This is, obviously, he had recognized this thing. However, at this moment, Fang Wuhui's voice rang out again. Ha ha ha, little brat Guangcheng, it seems like you also recognize this shadow door. Humph, just you wait and see. Although I've retreated today, I've come back to life after all. This time, our debt will not be settled so easily. While he was speaking, the Taishian bead trembled, and unexpectedly, it charged straight into the door. If you have the ability, come in and kill me. Ha ha ha. Guangcheng watched as the Taishian bead disappeared behind the shadow door. However, he still stopped in the end. This legendary shadow door actually existed. It was a taboo. Even someone as powerful as him would not dare to challenge such a taboo. At this moment, he fell into silence. Finally, he exhaled. Then, he said, what should come will come. Is the prophecy of fate finally beginning to come true? This is no longer a matter of King Taiyi's family. Guangcheng sighed and returned directly. When he saw this door, he deeply understood that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was the shadow door, a door that connected the shadow world and this world. Of course, he wanted to destroy it directly, but he couldn't do it. That door wasn't built by a human. It was a projection of a world. How could his power have reached such a level? In the face of disaster, even a Tao master was insignificant and powerless. However, the fortunate thing was that Fang Wuhui still managed to escape in a sorry state this time. Although he had left, he did not know how long it would take for him to make a comeback. Moreover, he was forced to enter the shadow world, so it would not be so easy for him to come to this world again. If he could directly merge with the body of his descendant, it would be absolutely different. Perhaps it would only take half a year, no, even a month or two, for him to lead a large number of shadow creatures to kill everywhere and then directly begin to recover. When that time came, disaster would befall. And all of this was thanks to Su Yan. When the sect leader returned, Su Yan's spirit had also returned to his body. In the end, he had succeeded in taking this risk. Moreover, even though the power given to him by Fang Yulua's spirit had been completely consumed in the confrontation with Fang Wuhui, he had still obtained great benefits. The most obvious one was his communication with the regal sword soul. That was his foundation. Now, his communication with the regal sword soul had become closer, so he had the capital to challenge a more powerful realm. Moreover, he had also comprehended a new sword move, which was the regal demon slaying slash. The power of that sword was still fresh in his memory. However, that sword move was performed in his spirit. Now that he had returned to his body, he might not be able to use it at will. However, since he had already performed it once, it would not be difficult for him to perform it again. At this moment, Fang Yueshan also opened his eyes. This time, in terms of gains, no one could compare to Fang Yueshan. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Although he had narrowly escaped death, at this moment, he had already reached the venerable realm. He was a true venerable realm. Whether it was his physical strength or his spirit, they had both reached this level. Back then, his cultivation was too far away from Su Yan's, but now he had already left Su Yan in the dust. Moreover, the Taishian bead had already left his body. The Taishian bead was directly passed onto their bodies by Fang Yulua using a secret technique. The Taishian bead was a precious treasure of the time, but to them, it was a curse. But now, the curse had been broken. From now on, he did not need to worry about that anymore. To him, that was the biggest gain. Seeing that Guangxing had returned, Su Yan and Fang Yueshan quickly bowed. This time, Fang Yueshan could be saved because of Su Yan's desperate efforts, but more importantly, Guangxing had restrained too much of Fang Wuhui's power. Otherwise, with Su Yan and Fang Yueshan's abilities, they would have been crushed to death by Fang Wuhui. Fang Yueshan thanks the sect master for saving our lives, Fang Yueshan said respectfully. However, the sect master shook his head and said, Fang Yueshan, you don't have to be so polite. I won't hide it from you. According to my original plan, I would have killed you and Fang Wuhui together. Therefore, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Su Yan. Guangxing knew that the real key person in this battle was Su Yan. Su Yan, who was clearly so weak in front of him, actually decided the outcome of this battle. He did not know how Su Yan did it. However, since he could make Fang Wuhui retreat directly, and he himself was not injured in the slightest, then he naturally had his own ability. However, this was Su Yan's own business, so he would not pry into it. He said to Su Yan, thank you for telling me about Fang Wuhui. Otherwise, not only would this old demon have harmed Fang Yueshan, but he would also make a comeback and be a huge threat to me, King Tai. Moreover, you saved Ximing's life. I, Guangxing, will remember this kindness. This is my Tai primordial token. Take this token and your status is equivalent to that of an elder of my sect. Guangxing threw an extremely exquisite token to Su Yan. When Guangxing took out the token, Li Ximing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Obviously, it was because this token was a very precious item. However, he was also very happy. After all, Su Yan had saved him. Now he knew that when the old demon was about to kill him, it was because of Su Yan that he was forced to retreat from his sea of consciousness. In the end, he was scared but not in danger. Brother Su Yan, you've saved my life this time. I don't have anything good right now, but I'll remember this favor. From today onwards, you're my brother. Li Ximing said in a serious tone. Su Yan immediately said, Big brother, you're too polite. This time, Big brother is very lucky. Then, the four of them talked again. Of course, the key was still Fang Wuhui. Fang Yueshan told King Tai's sect master, Guangxing, about Fang Yulua's words. After all, Fang Yulua was from King Tai. Back then, although he had fallen out with the Greater One sect to this point, he still couldn't let it go. At this time, Guangxing said, Senior Yulua is a senior of the sect. Fang Yueshan, you are his descendant. Then, are you willing to return to King Tai? A sect master directly invited Fang Yueshan. This should be a great honor. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan directly refused. He directly said, Ancestor and King Tai's entanglement is too deep. However, Ancestor has passed away and I don't want to be involved. Moreover, I have already told Su Yan that I will follow him in the future. Since this is the case, I can't change sides. Su Yan was surprised. At that time, Fang Yueshan had no choice but to say that he would follow Su Yan. He didn't expect that Fang Yueshan would still have such an attitude. One had to know that he was now a venerable. The status of a venerable was definitely a top figure in the Zhozhou continent. No matter where he went, he would definitely be respected. Su Yan knew that Guangxing threw an olive branch to him because of Fang Yulua's karma. However, more importantly, it was because of his identity as a venerable. After all, the appearance of a venerable could directly improve the strength of a sect. Fang Yueshan, you were just threatened by me back then. You don't have to take what I said back then to heart. I think it's better for you to stay in King Tai. Although Fang Wuhui has retreated, I'm worried that one day, he will come back. Now that Senior Fang Yulua has disappeared from this world, there is karma between you and him. If he comes back, he will definitely come to you. Su Yan's meaning was very obvious. If Fang Yueshan stayed in King Tai, then with the existence of this sect master, even if Fang Wuhui returned, he would at least have a guarantee. However, Fang Yueshan followed him. Now, his strength was not as strong as Fang Yueshan's. Not to mention, before Fang Wuhui left, he had displayed an incomparable hatred for him. He knew that when Fang Wuhui returned, the first person he would look for would not be Fang Yueshan, who was related to him by blood, but him. Chapter 784. Female literature. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan shook his head. Ha ha ha, well, brother Su Yan, this time you dared to take the risk to save me. I have already recognized you as a brother. Unless you really dislike me, I will be at your beck and call in the future. A venerable being at his beck and call, becoming his younger brother, Su Yan felt helpless in his heart. However, since this was his own choice, Su Yan naturally would not force him, so he said, since you think so highly of me, I will not refuse. He said to King Tai's leader, please take care of the shadow creatures here. Now that the gate has been opened, I am afraid this place will not be a safe place. They chatted for a while, then Su Yan and Fang Yueshan finally left directly. At this time, Li Siming looked at Su Yan who was leaving and said directly, Su Yan is really a dragon among men. He said this from the bottom of his heart. King Tai was one of the top 10 sections. Although their ranking was not good due to some reasons, there were still a lot of talents in the sect, and geniuses came out in large numbers. However, when Li Siming thought about it carefully, there was not a single person in the entire sect who could be compared to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan defeated a dragon realm expert with 9 dragons. Guangqing nodded and said, he is indeed a real top figure, but it's a pity. It's a pity that he carries too much fate. I only hope that he can survive. Ha, the gate to the shadow world has appeared, and the child of destiny has also appeared. Is the prophecy of chaos really going to come true? These last words were hidden in his heart and did not say out loud. When in Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, Fang Wuhui said that Su Yan was the child of destiny, and this leader actually had the same understanding. However, Su Yan had already left. While the double-winged divine tiger was grieving, Su Yan's body continued to move forward. At this moment, his heart was somewhat heavy. Although he had managed to escape death this time, his strength had increased once again. But at this time, he also learned some things. Most importantly, the child of destiny was entangled by many different destinies, becoming a chess piece in the game of many experts. Before today, he had already vaguely had this feeling in his heart. However, it wasn't until now that Fang Wuhui had pointed it out, that he finally understood the situation. Indeed, it was as if he was just a chess piece. He had obtained the heart of the great demonic dragon, the phalanx of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Buddha sect. In addition, he also had a demon god's heart. Was everything just a coincidence? No, it shouldn't be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In that case, it was very likely that all of this was arranged by someone behind the scenes. It was just that he didn't know who the person behind this was. Destiny was something too mysterious for Su Yan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? He could tell that Su Yan had a lot on his mind at this moment, so he asked directly. At this moment, Su Yan sighed and said, I'm thinking about destiny. Destiny? He looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. Su Yan said, yes, fate. I'm thinking, why did I come to this world, and why did I walk step by step to where I am today? Is this the arrangement of the heavens, or the arrangement of others? The original him had died of a heart attack in the original world. Everything about him should have come to an end with his death. However, destiny wasn't like that. He was resurrected and returned to this world. However, he really couldn't understand why this was the case. Of course, Fang Yueshan didn't understand what he was saying, but he chuckled and said, what's the point of thinking about destiny? You can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. You're just looking for trouble. How could anyone know why they were born in this world? If you wanted to ask, perhaps you should ask the Creator. But did such a thing really exist in this world? How did this fish get to where it is today? That's even more ridiculous. Look at me, I'm walking back and forth, step by step, because I'm bored. I want to take a walk, that's all. According to what you're saying, the so-called paragon is bored and wants to see me take a few steps, so he arranged this? At this moment, Fang Yueshan's thought of living a bad life was better than dying a good death was displayed to the extreme. That's why it's important to live a good life. When it's time to die, it's better to be quick. What's the point of thinking so much? The reason you're here today is because you want to leave. Think about it, the world is so big, and there are so many people. If the Creator really wants to arrange things one by one, whether they're going to walk left or right, whether they're going to drown or burn to death, then wouldn't he be a pain in the ass? Su Yan looked at Fang Yeshan, although this guy's words were very rough. However, Su Yan had no choice but to admit that these words were very reasonable. He shook his head, then said, "What you're saying is nonsense, but I have to admit it makes a lot of sense." Fang Yueshan immediately said, "Of course, I used to be a great captain, leading a group of brothers on the sea. Forget it, it's all in the past, I'll be your little brother from now on, ha ha ha." Su Yan couldn't help but admire his mental fortitude. This guy seems to be on par with a godlike existence like Meng Yang. The double-winged celestial tiger flew very quickly, and in 10 days they crossed several continents and returned to Singapore. Singapore was the base of the Taihang sword faction. For Su Yan, the entire Kyushu continent was a foreign land, but this was the first place he set foot in, and he felt a little bit of a sense of belonging to the Taihang sword faction. "Where are we going now?" "Boss." The double-winged celestial tiger had already left, and the two of them walked. Fang Yueshan had now begun to call Su Yan boss. Su Yan was very uncomfortable with this kind of gangster-like title, but Fang Yueshan liked it very much, so Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. After all, his little brother was a venerable, and if the two of them fought, Su Yan was probably not his match. But there was one advantage to being with this guy, and that was that he could forget a lot of troubles. Su Yan finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Taihang sword faction. "This is the Taihang sword faction. Next, we'll need to stay in the Taihang sword faction for a while, and then I'll go on a long trip." Now that he had understood these things, Su Yan had to get busy with his own matters. The demonic sect's plan to capture the demon's son was getting closer and closer, and now there was only about a month left. There was also the trip to the star-shifting sea, and he had to find Chu Linger. These two things were things that he could never forget. However, the most important thing right now was still the demon's plan. This damned limitless demon sect actually wanted to sacrifice Lu Lan to the demon. This was something he couldn't allow no matter what. Since they dared to treat Lu Lan like that, Su Yan would definitely take revenge. This time, it was just the beginning. In this battle, the limitless demon sect had suffered heavy losses. 6 venerables had died, and among them were 4 origin venerables. Even the vice sect master had been directly dealt with. However, the vice sect master was powerful, and he had left unscathed in the end. At the same time, Su Yan's name had spread throughout the demonic sect. Su Yan had now entered the demonic sect's wanted list. However, Su Yan didn't care about this. Right now, he didn't care about anyone below the venerable realm. He was even confident that he could kill a 9-dragon realm expert. Even if a venerable realm expert came, he had enough methods to deal with them. If the opponent wasn't too strong, he could even kill them directly. Su Yan had just arrived at the mountain entrance when someone immediately recognized him. After all, Su Yan had fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Back then, Sect Master Zhang Zhe had personally stopped the battle between the two of them. Furthermore, Su Yan's name had become very extraordinary recently. This caused him to have many admirers in the sect. Senior brother Su Yan is back. Today, someone from the Shui family was on duty. The Shui family was very proud of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had admitted that he was a part of the Shui family. This was the decision of the Shui family ancestor. "Senior brother Su Yan, I'm Shuejiu from the Shui family. It's great that you're back safely. The family head said that when you came back, you should go see him immediately." Su Yan raised his eyebrows. The current family head of the Shui family was naturally Shui Xingchuan. He didn't expect Xue Xingchuan to have made arrangements in advance. However, it was good. The battle at sea last time allowed him to see Xue Xingchuan's terrifying strength. Even the Dao Master Vice Sect Master couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. After this guy was released from the restraints of the evil sword Cold Jade, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was terrifying. It just so happened that Su Yan had a lot of questions to ask him. After all, only someone like him could answer his questions. Su Yan quickly stepped into the Xue family's ancestral hall. The current family head of the Xue family was cultivating in the ancestral hall. There was nothing special about his cultivation. He just sat there quietly. It was like an old monk in meditation. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the hall, he felt a sense of peace in his heart. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was waiting outside. After all, this was the Xue family's ancestral hall. Without permission, even the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, would not easily enter.